Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got no, let's switch that. What is you doing? What I want to do? Don't stop. Nah, that was dope. I'm just keep that going. Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So I'ma just chill and watch them and eat snacks in the attic. I wanted to chill with the pack and be like a young wolf, but then they would mistake me for addict. If I can imagine it's cool to give you some advice, then invite your girl to your squadron. Cause if you don't give her that option, you gon' be single player like Sovereign. You gon' get tossed in the bushes by King David. Royalty and not a pretender. Detrimental to an elemental, what's an avatar to a knee bender? I gotta be me though. I know it's my destiny, word to Carnito. Who cares if you fly, if you still a mosquito? You swear you ain't stuntin', but really be Steve-O. Sure. You like to collect stuff and that's cool, but I got bad news. Even if you really was that dude, King David still be the king of the statues. Since a juvenile, I've been cursed with a curse to be musical. And if you hate it, we'll meet in the crucible. Other than that, then it's cool and it's beautiful. We let you know that your dreams are pursuable. Whatever you wanna do, then it's doable. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day. Woo. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day.
Over. Mics are hot. Give me a mic check right quick. Attic.
Hello.
Yeah. It sounds good. Get my little box situation together. What's interesting is it's not showing me. You know we have it. Remember that weird joint where it'd be like the third person needs to join, otherwise we're just gonna show Attic today. So I'm like, great. I'm not gonna fight it. Now, what, hold on, let me see something.
Hello.
I want to see gallery mode for a second. This is a professional podcast, y'all.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's not our fault that Zoom be messing up. Just use gallery.
Yep. I got gallery to a third joint, then we switch it over. And then let me move this joint down. Bear with us, realm. See, we be ready. It be I'm hating on us. It be the issue sometimes. So you're gonna get this mode till we get our guests together. You know what I'm saying? So mic checks are good. So far, so good. Hey, what's going on, BT man? What's up? No doubt. I see y'all. All right, let's get this thing going.
We messed around with the settings, guys. Do you think the picture looks? I think it looks a lot better.
Let us know what you think.
Definitely looks better.
Yeah, why you do that? Why are we doing that? Let me get the AI cracking. You know what I'm saying? Get the AI popping out here too. So we got that. All right, cool. You know what I'm saying? All right. Let us know how the video quality is. Like, we've been messing around with some settings. You know what I'm saying? What's going on? Negan on the right. I can't. Yo, stupid. What's going on, Yovi? Got the text. What's up, man? Happy Father's Day and all that. Salute, Luke. So he says, so the right knobs aren't being turned. Stop it, RK. Oh, man. Yeah. All right. So the levels seem to be good. As soon as we get our guests, we will switch it over. But hear ye. And we are live. Happy Father's Day to all the patriarchs out there. And welcome to the realm of the ILP podcast, the Father's Day podcast. LLC and lordsandgaming.net. Episode number 450. Another glorious Sunday. We're back at the round table on the Lord's Day. And today, we've got GTA 6 pre-orders going live. A lot to talk about GTA. Xbox Studio closure details. More to come. Bungie layoffs rumored to be 50%. And the adventures of Elliot discussed. So we're going to get right into it. So let's get into the four. We're missing two horsemen. What's going on, man?
I don't know. I called them. They didn't pick up.
Oh, they're on strike? Man? What's going on, man? What's happening with the rest of the lords?
You know what the chat gonna say? King running for more smoke on Xbox.
They gonna say King definitely run for smoke. They gonna say, Lord, it's bad news. Where the king at? I was telling them this.
It is kind of funny that it's not related, but King do be missing the episode right after the big news every time.
I told him, I said, you're never escaping the rumors. Like, because they're going to say every time it's some big news not here. You know, he's not here. But shout out to the king. You know what I'm saying? He doing his little retreat, Father's Day. He takes it very seriously. And it is celebrated in the king household. You know what I mean? So he's doing his little retreat joint. And then we missing another Lord. Attic, what's going on with this other Lord? What's up with him?
He just got a lot of stuff going on.
Yeah.
He had to lead the country.
Yeah. So on a serious note, send some love. As King would normally get upset when I say this. But nah, all jokes aside, send some love to Solve. Obviously, there's been I would just say that there's been a loss in the family, and he had to make an emergency trip. And we said, brother, do what you got to do. We got it. So, you know what I'm saying? Just, again, reach out to him when you get a chance, because he's got a lot of things going on. And I know what that feeling is when you're kind of like the sole, representative of the family kind of thing. So 2-man squad for now.
Did you see this stuff leaked by GTA 6?
Oh, some new leaks? What we got?
Supposedly the price got leaked.
Oh.
I don't know. It looks
What's
legit,
it looking like? What's it looking like?
This is one of those things that you could just
we got
cheat on.
Okay. Oh, so we doing our conversions with the standard edition, looking like that 90 pounds conversion to 80.
Yeah, 120 for early access to the story mode for 3 days.
Yeah, this is one of our points we was going to talk about. That's crazy.
I don't know if these are true, because this stuff could kind of be easy to
Photoshop, mess around with.
Photoshop. I mean, you can probably have AI do this. The biggest question is would do a collector's edition like this? Chat, go and look and see if they've ever done collectors like this, because this kind of looks like some wild collector's edition, but I don't know how Rockstar's ever done collector's edition. So
yeah, that is kind of interesting. I don't know, man. I don't know. Yeah, looking like the chat said 85. I don't know. We got to see. Hey, is the PNG real or fake? Has it been doctored? We got to do, you know what I'm saying, the whole science behind it to make sure you know how things been going. But yeah, we're gonna get to it, man. Keep that note for a little bit in a few minutes. But like I said, so 2 doors down, but we're gonna still rock. We got some special guests potentially coming through. It's gonna be some fun. But let's introduce the remaining gaming nights of the realm here at the round table. My co-host, the co-most, my brother from another mother, the difficult game conqueror, Lord of the Spin Clap, and the How of the Young Wolf. My man, Lord Attic, back to back. How we doing, sir?
Back down to just being 2 again.
I know. That's where it was. This how I started. This is the origin story right here. So this is it. This is you.
So it's been a pretty good week. Playing the Adventures of Elliot. Been playing finally beat Gothic 1 remake, which that was a great game. It was such a good game that like I was a little disappointed my review bombed the way it did. Which when you do like stuff on reviews, you'll learn that some reviews come out doing really bad, but they never like lose. Like even if they gain like 20, 30 views a day and sometimes a week, but they never go to zero half the time. Like they always gain views, which I don't know if this is one of those, which is interesting because like the analytics on the video, people watched a good amount of that video.
Interesting.
It is a 22-minute video, so maybe that was a mistake as well. But it is what it is. When it comes
Vikander, he loved your review. Don't feel bad. He watched it.
Yeah, you were literally one of the 160 people that watched it. So it is what it is. You can't win them all. The sad part about that game is like they gave that to me like 2 days before we went to Summer Game Fest.
Okay.
And I was already doing a bunch of stuff, getting ready for Summer Game Fest. And they gave me the Xbox version, but didn't whitelist the game to launch. Gotcha. So I couldn't even launch it. And by the time they responded, I was already in LA. Yeah. So I couldn't play till I got back anyway. But that's a great game. Like, it is difficult because Smooth's like, should I buy him? Like, Smooth, you don't got the patience for that game.
Oh, that's one of those. One of Souls.
I wouldn't go to say it's Souls. Like, I don't think Souls is designed to be hard, like, for the whole game. Like, because what is you get stronger in Souls, the bosses get harder in Souls. Like, this game's like, once you figure out the game, figure out the way it's supposed to be played and build your character the way you want your character to be built, it's designed to be a lot easier at that point. So, but I really enjoyed it because at the beginning, I was dying a lot. And a lot. Like, crazy amount of deaths.
Damn.
But then, I figured out, okay, this is the leveling system. Because the game, it doesn't handhold you in the fact that it doesn't tell you anything about the game. Like, you have to pretty much figure that out. So I went and I figured that out. Okay, I got to get my strength up. Because you get your strength up, you get your health up. The problem is rats is killing me with like 1 to 2 hits.
Oh, damn.
So once I got my strength up and I was like level 3 or 4 and I would put everything in strength. It didn't matter what it is. Like, I didn't really start dominating the game till I was level 100 in strength, where it was like nothing can mess with me. Because your armor is actually important in this game. Like, if you don't, because you get like 30% reduction on blunt attacks or stab attacks. So, by the time I got like the best armor in the game, I'm going through the whole city killing guards that used to kill me with one hit. In one hit.
Nice.
I'm killing Named, the king of the faction. Yeah. He's like extremely powerful. I'm killing him in 3 to 4 hits. It seems the funny thing is if you don't actually kill them, you can't kill people. It's just standard hitting them down. What they do is that they make them fall down.
Okay.
You have to go physically above them and stab them to
put that finishing blow
to kill them. So, but if you don't kill them, they get right back up.
Oh, okay.
So I was just get up. By the time it's too late. Yeah, Gothic, you do have unlimited inventory. There's no weight system in it. So my stuff was looking wild. I had so much stuff. It got to the point where I'd have to I knew exactly where everything was. Doesn't have a fast travel, typical fast travel system.
Oh, so that Dragon's Dogma.
Yeah, so you in order to fast travel, you have to it's story orientated. It's story progress. So you have to go and do the story, and then they'll give you an item, and you can use the item to teleport back and forth between stuff. So yeah, it was
here we go. Mofo Tracks 33 member for 3 months. Jiggly cock. I said it 3 times. They want that. Oh my God, they want that. I already know what they type of time. Yeah, Road to Germany foolishness. I see you, Mofo Tracks.
So it was a really good time. It was like one of those things where it ended. I was I was happy,
Mhm.
but at the same time, I was like, man, what am I playing now? Like
Mm.
I was getting to the point where like I was trying to be efficient. You know, what's the best sword I could use? Like,
Yeah.
and then a lot of the time, the best sword is to go kill someone else and take their sword. Like that's the best weapons is held by NPCs. So like I would sit there and be like, okay, when does this dude go to bed?
Mm.
Because if you get
Oh,
because
you
if you
doing like the day night cycles, the sleep where they
because
go in there? Yeah, that's that Kingdom Come Deliverance.
you
Yeah,
got to catch them lacking. Because if
yeah,
you don't catch them
yeah. It's that
lacking,
Kingdom Come
everyone
Deliverance.
else is going to catch you lacking.
Yeah, I used to do that.
So
Put the
I
poison
would
in the bowl,
I
in
would
the,
sit there.
kitchen
I would
pot.
sit there in front of his house, in front of his door, be like, "Go to bed, go to bed, go
That
to
sound like
bed."
jiggly, jiggly addict.
And then like the best sword is the dude that I said I could kill 3 or 4 hits, like the
Yeah.
leader. So I the first off, I don't like the lock system. So I would sit there and I'm like, okay, I'm not picking this. It's just not happening. I tried. It's and my lock picking's mastered because it was so horrible for me to use. So I'm like, I went online and found out what when he goes to bed.
Mhm.
And so when he opens his door to go into bed, I slide into the right.
Oh,
And
my
I'm
Lord.
hiding in the back of his room while he's getting in bed.
Yo,
and then when he goes to sleep, I'm like going with my sword, like walking up to him.
that's
I
savage.
started hitting him. And
Yeah.
and by the time he gets out of bed and like he's able to like register, pull out his sword,
Yeah.
he's already fallen down. And I'm like, I don't, because you can't kill him, but
Yeah.
I wouldn't kill him anyway. I was like, I don't want to kill you. I was like, what's the thing in front? He's like, I don't care. I just took his sword and I left.
Savage, man. Shout out to all like games like that in a way though, because it was similar quests I had to do like in KCD too. And one of the NPCs had like this amazing saber, and I was like, damn, I want a saber. And it's hard to get in the game, and it was one of those situations. It was during the quest, but you could break the quest line and kind of do your own thing and get them when they lacking during their sleep cycle. So yeah, I know what you mean. So you got that finish, and then what else? You got just a Hellraiser, right? You been rocking with Hellraiser?
Yeah, Hellraiser. Oh, I got I got to play it at Summer Game Fest. I wasn't able to talk about it last week because the embargo still wasn't up.
Mm-hmm.
I think the embargo went up like 3 days ago,
Mm-hmm.
3 or 4 days ago. But I'm gonna be real that game's gonna come out and do well. Like that besides Blood Message, that might have been the best
I've heard good
look
things.
I've seen.
Yeah.
It kind of gives me like they're going with like a Resident Evil vibe, how it feels with like finding things and going back and looking for other items. It even has like, you know how like when you click on Resident Evil, like the little menu pops up and you have to click it to physically and it's even got that that kind of impressions are. I did not see Hellraiser. Pinhead. I didn't see him.
Okay.
It's interesting you have one of the boxes that he has. The puzzle box that you saw.
The little thing.
But I asked him because I called him up there. I'm like, yo, why do I got like Pinhead's like prison in my hand? He's like, no. He's like, first off, that's not a prison. That's a gateway to hell. He's like,
I had to correct it, be accurate with the demonic nature of it.
And he said, second off, there's more of those than just pinheads. There's not just pinheads. Like there's other boxes. And I was like, is that like canon, or did you guys just make that shit up?
Language. Yeah, that's hilarious.
And he's like, no, he's like, it's canon. We the I guess the person who wrote them all wrote that game.
Okay. Oh.
And he's like, yeah, it's completely canon. And you know, essentially it's like the way he described it to me. Maybe I misspoke.
Shout out to the homie Jay Shock Flash, man. What's going on? I get you in the row, man.
It's like the sister box of that. And what was interesting is like you could pick up like fire with it, blood with it, and it would like combine with it, and you could shoot the element with the cube. So it was a very interesting. Yeah, that's his name, Clive Barker.
Yeah, Baker. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so he made it. I will say this game is going to be a little bit more free roaming in terms of combat than the Resident Evil Warriors, because I walked into a room and saw like 5-6 people come out of like these little coffins.
So it's survival horror action? Like what's the genre?
It's survival horror the way I'm perceiving it, but I do feel like there's a little bit more action that would be in a typical like Resident Evil game. And more action,
even more so than like Requiem during Leon segments.
Yeah,
more,
maybe about the same.
Okay, that's good. That's real good.
Maybe about the same. Maybe a little less. But like the difference between Grace and Leon's, because Leon they just want you to kill people.
Yeah, it's let you get your frustration
I don't
off.
think there's that many.
Yeah,
but to keep in mind, I only got to play about 15, 20 minutes because we had another meeting and I had to bully my way into that meeting. So, I walked in there multiple times and he's like, I could look at 30 minutes. I'm like, okay, I'll be back in 30 minutes.
I hit him with the 6'3" at it. Yeah, I'm gonna be back.
The dude there was mad nice. I had to go there like 3 times.
Yeah.
He's like, let me go look. And he's like, I got you a station. Like, so, I got to play. But there's a reason that it was hard to get into that because I do think that game is going to perform well.
Who's the dev? What's going on?
Saber is the publisher. I don't know who the dev is.
So the publisher is Saber, though. Okay, Saber.
Yeah. So I think it's an October release date because they already have a release date.
Let me see. So it's the Hellraiser joint.
Hellraiser games probably because there ain't that many Hellraiser stuff. But it was. Okay. It was interesting. I do think people are gonna like it. Now,
all right. So, is it Clive Barker's Hellraiser Revival? Is this what we talk about?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Yeah, Saber Interactive in the building. Checking it out right now. Taking a look at it while we're talking. Oh, that joint look crazy.
No,
it look crazy.
It looks.
Shout out to Boss Team Games. That's what they call Boss Team.
And they bossed the hell out of this game.
Yeah. But it says Saber on the Steam page. Says even though the trailer says Boss Team, the Steam page says developer is Saber and the publisher is Saber. So that is interesting. Saber
probably owns that company.
Oh, this joint look twisted.
No, it's gonna be good. I think that this is probably an 85 above Metacritic game.
That's crazy. Yeah, this looks sick. And then you got to also think that. Remember, I'm not really like a Hellraiser guy, like for the movies and stuff like that. But you got to think that franchise, that people who love that franchise are going to the movies. Is gonna
I'm standing on it so much. I'm doing my publisher change. From Fable to Hellraiser.
Oh, so let's get where we document this now. So because based on law publisher rules,
I'm screwed regardless because one of my games probably isn't coming out, and the other one got delayed. So they're both
crazy.
But I'm not changing the Fable. I'm not changing the Fallout because for all I know, they could shadow drop that in like the game awards or something.
Okay.
But I'm changing my Fable to that game.
So now we got Hellraisers on the list. We gotta let the homies know. I gotta let Hodge know. We gotta update the choice. Let me document this so we know Attic has changed. So Fable's off, and again we get one trade out based on our low publisher competition from Lords After Dark, by the way. And all right, so we're gonna put that in. Fable out.
Yeah, because the sad part is like I if that game can hit, which would be funny, I end up liking it, and it'll be like one of those games I only like and no one else in the industry likes. But to be fair, I do think that we didn't play a lot of it.
Yeah.
But it was pretty consistent that a lot of people that played that liked it.
Okay.
So those are the same people that's most likely going to be reviewing the game too.
No doubt.
So but it was good. It was a good time. I really enjoyed what I played of it. But like I only played like 15 minutes of it.
But it left a strong. For you to say that, and I know how critical you are. That left a strong impression. That's what's up. Shout out to the Hellraiser joint. Got to check it out. And that's been it, sir.
Yeah, that's it.
No doubt. And of course, we had a gaming ninja himself, the Shinobi, Lord Cognito, spreading that realness in the rum and ILP, not telling what you want to hear, what you need to hear. Man, shout out to my man, Matty Plays, the Fighting Duke, had a good one going over some of the stuff that we will go over today in terms of the studio identification of who could be shut down and all this crazy stuff. What a crazy time right now. Shout out to Lords After Dark, man. We had the gang up in there with Solve, you know what I'm saying? And go check that out. That was actually a funny one on the GTA 6 Blast Zone that's going to be coming to the Insider Gaming app. Shout out to Insider Gaming. A lot of acquisitions lately. A lot of acquisitions I'm seeing from Insider Gaming. I see y'all. You know what I'm saying? Again, shout out to Stella and all that and making the team. And then, like I said, for those who want to support as far as us, as far as the Inside of the Lord After Dark, it's on the app. Go to your Google Play, go to your Android store, all that, and Apple Store, excuse me, and go download that. And it's in the podcast section, Lords After Dark. We drop them once a week. Crazy fun. The more raw, uncut version of the Lords, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, that was a good one. We had some fun with that. Also, I want to shout out to the last word. We did
hold up. Maverick, the reason I switched is because it's this year. Fable got delayed till next year. I wouldn't get any credit for the game.
Correct.
Right now, I already got one game missing. I can't afford two.
Yeah. So just to be clear, like I said, the rules of the joint was all pick. We act as a publisher. We pick games that we are picks that are. What was it? 5 picks we had. We had about 5 picks. So 5 picks of games that release in 2026 and that you think will have the highest Metacritic. And it was like a draft. So we had to draft each other out and stuff. Again, go check it out. It's on Lords After Dark. Publisher. It's crazy.
And to be fair, the way people be acting about exclusives, I can't rely on anyone on Xbox for a review. So.
Yeah, man. So again, check out the publisher draft. That was where we made our initial picks, and we get one swap out for the year. So if one of your games, like for example, one of your games doesn't make 2026, you're screwed because your Metacritic will get your score and get affected, kind of thing. It could hurt you. So, yeah, Attic had one of his games. Now that we know Fable was delayed, that was one of his initial picks, and now he's changing that out. He's got the Hellraiser joint. But as far as me, got the last word, man. And man, shout out to Ty Guy Travis. Shout out to Ibantis, man. We originally, Last Word with Destiny podcast, originally started on ILP, on the ILP channel. That was like season 1, you know what I'm saying? And then we moved over to a podcast channel once it started to get a little bit bigger and my responsibilities started to get crazy. And then we consider season 3 is where we got Travis, you know what I'm saying? From Fire Team Chat and IGN. And yeah, man, it was, we owed the community something because obviously the game is doing its final update, but we had stopped doing Last Word for a couple of months. And, Ebon just hit me up. He's like, yo, you think we should do something?
You started doing Last Word like 1.5 years ago.
Yeah. And then I was kind of like, you know what? We owe the audience, what happened, and then to do a proper final send-off. So it was dope. Go check it out. It's on the Ebontis channel. A lot of fun. Again, shout out to Bungie. Shout out to everybody that's the community. Shout out to everybody from the Iron Lords. You know what I'm saying? Obviously, Iron Lords podcast initially founded with me and Attic, just us. You know what I'm saying? As far as making a podcast and wanting to do it. And then we used to be called as ILI. Remember Iron Lords Intervention? And we try to get people like a guest on to say, why aren't you playing Destiny? And all this other craziness. And then from there, that transformed to the podcast. Shout out to the original 4. Remember Lord SWAT, Lord Sleet. You know what I'm saying? And, doing that joint. He said, wait a minute, ask Joe Parrott. We love our Raw and Uncut. Yeah, Raw and Uncut, son. That's Lords After Dark, sir. You can go catch us there on the Insider Gaming app, sir. Make sure. And if y'all subscribe, please, on social medias, tag the Iron Lord Podcast account, tag the Insider Gaming account so you don't let them know that they subscribe. It really helps us with the algorithm and all that. And also hit the like button here. That helps us with the algorithm. But so that was that. It was a great show with the last word. So we did a send-off to all the people. It was dope. As far as what I'm playing, Destiny, of course. I've been playing, finally got some time to myself after all the Summer Game Fest reviews and content with Bubble that we've been in. This was the week I said, you know what? It's time to go back home. Really get a chance to play. I've been blazing, I play doing my subclass. I'm doing all my min-maxing, subclass building. They put so much new stuff into the game, Attic. It's crazy. I'm doing a lot of build crafting. Remember at the end of the season, they would have like these artifacts, and then you'd mess around with the artifact it would be a seasonal artifact that would go. So now they've got 5 artifacts that are permanent that you could switch around, and they work with different subclasses and builds. And yeah, man,
it's like the next 5 artifacts they had in plans.
Yeah, probably, right? And they're like, okay, now you got this for the rest of your life. But the fact that they're on the fly, you could save them. Everything from a quality of life to reprising. So many new weapons, reprising way older stuff. So much content. It's actually overwhelming. You can get paralysis. Okay, what should I be doing or whatever? So right now, I've just been in mostly build crafting. And I think Stasis Warlock is crazy. Got my little Balador's Weavers doing that. Got my solo builds, Black Armory weapon. I'm just doing so much, having a lot of balls. So shout out to Destiny. Been rocking at my own time. And then, as you see, I got my Demio shirt on. Battle Mark, y'all. Battle Mark, new joint is out. New droid class is fire. Don't know if I feel how I feel about the character designs. I feel like Demio's character designs addict are more serious, whereas like Battle Mark are a little bit more whimsical. And I don't know how I feel about that because I feel like Demio had a nice darker tone. You know what I mean? Whereas this is, but I will say, the story, the voice acting, and the fact they're getting out content so fast, and the actual turn base is way better. Like, and then they got challenges now, difficulty, all type of stuff. Druid class is fire. Also, shout out to the Golden Company standalone adventure. That joint is dope, so I've been rocking that. And then there's a game I need to talk about. And shout out to King. He's not here, but he was the one that played it with me at Summer Games Fest. I want to shout out Hot Wheels Infinite Rush. Shout them out, man. Got a chance to play that at Summer Games Fest. I've never really played like Hot Wheels stuff like that, but I grew up with a kid. I was a kid with Hot Wheels. Y'all had Hot Wheels around you?
Yeah, I think everyone's had Hot Wheels. I think that's like so old. It's just what type of Hot Wheels do you have? Like
Facts.
Like do you have older ones, the newer ones? I guess everyone's is older ones when you use them. Like,
so the kids, like for my generation, the kids, you bring them to school and people trade.
My brother even had the same experience. Like,
oh, all right.
My mom used to throw them away because he wouldn't want to get rid of them. Like,
yeah, kids, with them Hot Wheels, son. Yeah, we all had, y'all shout out to the chat. We all had that Hot Wheels phase, man. It's really crazy to see. So was doing that, and what I was going to talk about the game in the sense that basically it's like 4 island hubs. And you know what I'm saying? We got, open world, the vibe is dope, the atmosphere is dope, the control is good, especially the drifting. You know what I'm saying? I will say graphically it's kind of like a 360 game. Don't expect Forza Horizon levels of fidelity here. You know what I'm saying? But it is really fun, man. You know what I'm saying? You got all the loop-de-loops, the boost mode, the jumps, the stunts, the collectibles. You got all that stuff. And then it's just easy to pick up and play. Like I said, it's open sandbox, different car classes. They got a versatile class, which is kind of self-explanatory. They got the drifter class where you can kind of whip around corners and all that good stuff. The speeder joint, you know what I mean? As far as just speed. And then they got the Titan class. I think it's beefy trucks you could just use to like destroy things in the world, get all like crazy, and that joint is really fun too. So yeah, man, got a chance to check it out. Really enjoyed it. Comes out big September 9th. It's coming out for mostly all platforms: Xbox, PlayStation 5, Switch, Steam, and Epic Game Store. So yeah, go check that joint out. Yeah, me and King had a ball playing that joint, and it was really fun. So Hot Wheels out in them streets, go support. And yeah, it looks like while I'm talking, we got some guests rolling through. You know what I'm saying?
Go ahead and pin me.
Yeah, I got you. No doubt.
Just pin me real quick.
I got you. One second.
Yeah.
Pull. That was a crazy pause, but we're gonna let that rock.
Yeah.
What's up?
Our guests, your real names there. So if you don't want that, you might want to change.
Yeah. Guests, if y'all want your governments out, just go into Zoom and yeah. There you go. Do what you got to do. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, man. It is. Hold on, I protect the innocent. No doubt. And just let me know when y'all ready, and we can do some mic checks because we got some fun.
We can do mic checks now.
Yeah. Well, what looks like what you call Xbox Ready ain't ready, but we got a samurai, I believe, has rolled in.
Yeah. Well, how we pronounce your online persona? Because I don't. I'm butchering it anyway, but this is the best chance of me not butchering if you tell me how you pronounce it.
Well, first off, I'm not here. You guys hear me?
Yeah. You're here.
Yeah.
We hear you.
Oh, okay, good. We're good.
Nice.
I think we're good then. All right,
No
good.
doubt. Just make sure there's 2 things. Probably with Zoom, I would say, just make sure that in the audio setting in the lower left-hand corner, just hit that little arrow. Sometimes just make sure that it's picking up your correct mic. Sometimes it picks up the wrong mic. So just check that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And then the other thing I would say is go into audio settings and just make sure, I believe there's a setting that's kind of like automatically adjust your volume on the microphone. Just make sure that's unchecked, and then you should be golden on that one. And then let's see, we got Xbox Ready as well. We gotta get a mic check from Xbox Ready.
What's up, man? Can you hear me?
Yeah, crispy. Also, Samurai,
Crispy.
just make sure if you want to change your display name, you can do that as well if you're comfortable with that.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah, just want to make sure right now I got
People be like, "Who's this Ray guy?" I don't even know this.
Like, who this dude?
How do you sneak in?
How he get up in here? No doubt. So you go into the
You right click your
box, right?
Your box, yeah.
Yeah, so you can right click your box, and then you can go in there and edit go to rename. So yeah. So I got you protected right now. We're gonna get the fence off you, and then we go. The fence is off from that. Now I can raise that up. There you go. Y'all good. Woo! Everybody's good.
Appreciate it.
Down, man. Appreciate y'all for coming through in the realm. Let's unpin. Let's get this thing going. But
I'm always used to hopping on these like Discord calls or StreamYards or whatever. I'm like, a Zoom thing. That's cool. Like,
professional.
I was wondering how you guys do it, man. So awesome. Yep.
Appreciate you.
You guys can hear me okay? It should sound like it's on the correct mic now and everything.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Crispy,
good.
Man. Appreciate you. And then one more mic check for Xbox Ready, Mr. Ray himself.
What's going on, guys? You ready to talk some games?
Woo!
Xbox, let's do it.
No doubt, man. We're going to have some fun up in here, man. But so before we do that, we still got one more game we need to talk about. And Addict, you've been playing something. New Square Enix butters? What's going on? You been doing some adventuring with somebody?
Yeah, but I've been playing the Adventures of Elliot, the Millennium Tales. First off, I did not know this game was a time traveling game. I ain't really looked into it that much. But it's actually been, at first I was like a little bit in the middle with it because I typically like Square Enix for their turn-based games. But I will say that like the more I play this game and the more abilities you unlock, like it's gotten a lot more fun. Like they have essentially like a fairy that follows you everywhere, and that it gets abilities and it's able to attack it. And now I got like a ability to make me go faster. Like,
nice.
It's been a very interesting. What I will say is like people are trying to compare this like this is the Zelda. I'm
hearing a lot of Zelda comps.
It's definitely got some mixtures between that. But one thing I will say is like I already have like all the weapons almost. Like I got them like very, very, very fast. Like Zelda kind of gives you the weapons throughout the game. This is like first 5 hours, you got everything. You good. Now I don't know if like we eventually get to the point where we're switching these weapons out for other stuff, but
Super
this
Check
is just
came in,
cause
sorry.
you got Xbox Ready on. Dope collab.
Oh wow! Somebody's big fat Xbox Ready. Okay, continue.
Dude, I have to admit, I'm seeing him here. I was like, I didn't know he was coming on. That's cool.
Yeah, we're amongst friends.
that Pikachu
What's up, guys?
thing.
I love doing these, man. Like it's easy to feel kind of. I mean, when you're doing just like the solo content creation, like you're just shotgunning your thoughts like into a void almost, because that's what it is. Like I'm just in my
took
room,
me a long time
and talking to myself.
Yeah,
It
I
took
love,
me a
like,
long
getting on
time to get
conversations.
used to just talking to nothing. When you're making a video, that
There's a
is
reason I tell people, man, I'm just like, if I get comments on this, then I feel like cool. There are peeps down to talk about this, or I engage them enough. I always tell people, like, if I get 50 comments over 50,000 views, I'm cool with that.
I used to feel that until I started reading the comments.
Yeah, that's true too. That's true too.
You can't take the comments too personally, man. Like,
but sometimes
it's so weird because it could be we're talking about 50 comments, right?
Yeah.
49 of those can be, yo, Ray, that video was awesome. Like, I love the content. One of them could be, dude, this sucks. This is the worst thing I've ever seen. And that's the one they're going to focus on for the
It's
like,
funny.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Instead of taking them personally, whatever like they're attacking me with regards to like my looks or anything, I just come right back at it. I'm like, okay, what now? Okay, I just took your best
shot
that you put in the chamber, and I just ate that. What now?
My favorite response, I just put neat. That's it. Just neat. Just neat. Thanks, buddy.
Hey, I respect it. But it's a good point what both of you saying in terms of also like this human nature that you see it, and then you get like 50. The video's awesome, and it's the one comment, and sometimes we will hyper focus on the one negative, which is kind of hilarious as a creator.
You gotta keep it pushing.
If
you gotta keep uploading, and you can't let it stop you.
Facts.
If I could bring up earlier, because I was kind of troubleshooting, you were like, "Could you like make sure we're doing right by your name or whatever?" And
Yeah. Pronunciation, yes, please.
Yeah. So first off, hi. Everybody watching, it's great to see you. I've never been on, so it's just super pleasant. I can't believe I'm on.
Neither is Xbox ready.
Yeah, y'all both making y'all debuts.
Perfect. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, that's what I love. It's just, but yeah, so it's Kibiji, which is Kibiji, is the way I put it. But yeah, so Samurai Kibiji. Some people just nickname me like, "What's going on, Keebs?" or whatever. But
all right,
I'm just
Kibiji.
I'm just an anime gamer enthusiast that is like buff or whatever.
Oh,
so
all right. We help as well.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Cognito. We can both go. Let's go.
Let's go. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Health is wealth in the building. No doubt. But continue, Addy. I'm sorry, interrupt you. You were talking about the adventures of Elliot.
Yeah, and Endgame says, yo, Kibiji, I think I saw you on Game On Daily back in the day. Yeah, I was on Gaz's show a good deal. So, yep.
Salute.
That is another place I was at.
No doubt.
Yeah, so I think it's definitely a fun experience. The story's definitely seeming pretty interesting. It's like I said, it's got time travel kind of scenarios in it. And go back, find someone, they do something, and then now it's like, now I gotta spend the rest of my life like finding this dude. So that I don't want to go too much in it because I don't want to like spoil anything.
Yeah.
But the combat's fun.
Combat's really fun.
It is like I've been enjoying it.
I had like just a few questions for you in reference to it. Like in reference to, I'm getting like a lot of the Zelda Link to the Past comps, and then I think currently right now sitting at an 82 meta. And what I was gonna say is like, as far as like, how's the story, the presentation for you right now?
The story's good. Got plenty of side stuff. The voice acting I think's done pretty good too.
Nice.
I will
is it tactics level? Because tactics is fine. He said relax. We ain't doing that. Okay.
There's not many games tactics level. Like tactics has some of the most dark, grimy, like things I've ever seen in games. Like it's literally the closest thing you ever do a Game of Thrones in a video game. This game is pretty, but there's a lot of like cringe dialogue in this game too. Like there's pretty much at the beginning, you pretty much get your own, like the princess is like projecting her voice to you, and you can hear, and I was complaining about her the whole stream. I was like, she's literally saying some of the most basic non information I've ever seen in a game in a long time. And then someone's like, Addy, you could turn her off in the settings. Oh, really? Bet. Because she'll be like, I wonder what's in the chest. I don't know. I ain't opened it yet.
Yo,
see, but she's saying it every time almost. So I do feel like you should probably, dialogue is overly polite. That's a great
overly polite. Like a lot of children's shows, Mexican software. Okay,
it is pretty bad. Like I kept her on. Now I stopped complaining about it, knowing I could shut her up if I wanted to. Because she does give you valuable information occasionally, so I wanted to keep her on. Because if you come around like a chest or something, she will tell you there's a chest there. So I was like, all right, now I know I can shut you up if you get too annoying. But I do need you on right now. But keep in mind, your days are numbered.
It's just a way of phrasing that. She gives me valuable information, so sometimes I let her talk. I was like, all right.
No,
without any context. Without any context.
That poor voice actress just trying to do her job.
Trying to do her job. Addy, go on here.
There ain't no letting anything happen. She gonna talk regardless if you want her to talk. Like you don't understand though. Like, have you played it, Ray?
I have not, but this whole conversation's reminded me of the Campaign Evolve demo that was live that they did.
Yes.
Like if you couldn't play it at the event, you could play it on your Xbox because the menu reader was on just by default. So when I turned it on, like everything that I was scrolling through, it was campaign blah 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 da 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 da, da and like read the whole thing, and it took me forever to try to turn it off. I tried to find the setting, and even as I'm looking through the settings, it's reading each setting as I'm going.
Yes, hilarious. Oh, by the way, Ray, turn yourself up just a tad bit. Just turn a little bit. You sound good though. But
hello.
Yeah, perfect. There you go.
And so that's probably my biggest criticism I would give is like you don't like think about it like Atreus and like the head thing,
yeah
but
from
on
God of War.
steroids, being overly nice over everything. Like they be saying like they be talking like every 20-30 seconds sometimes, like. But that's probably the biggest criticism. Like everything else I played about the game, solid. Like it's definitely been a fun experience. I'm only like 5 to 8 hours in the game, so but I have been really enjoying my time. I played it yesterday for like 4 hours straight.
Okay.
But yeah, you know, I will say, homegirl talking. You know, she's not too much of an issue because they kind of switch her out with someone the fairy. So it's not like I'm mad, but the fairy doesn't talk as much as her, but the fairy be saying some annoying stuff too. But it don't talk nearly as much as she does. I'm not even joking. That fairy, that princess be talking way too much.
That's hilarious. You're disgusted for this. It's hilarious to be fair.
It
is what it is.
A Japanese game with cringy dialogue? No way. Well, see, here's the thing. Like, it's not cringy dialogue entirely. Like, it's just like I don't like when a game is trying to like I don't mind if like you're on a puzzle for like more than like 5-10 minutes, and then it's like, okay, let's remind the player what you're supposed to do.
Yeah,
this person will just be telling me everything. So it's like I got my own narration of my whole life at this point. Like I'll be, she'll be like, oh, you know, I wonder if you put a bomb there.
Oh, it's one of those. Oh, okay, yeah. I got you.
There definitely is a balance. Like there's a way to do it right.
Yeah,
you know,
I see what you mean.
Great examples of that, like the person in your ear, right? Or like he was just saying with Atreus and Mimir. I mean, you gotta have those quips in there. Like you gotta have like some funny jokes sprinkled in, and you know, it's not there. It's not there.
And see, I wouldn't have mind if there were dialogue between them. That's like, you know, like actual dialogue that like builds the relationship between the person and the kind of like when you're going in the boats in God of War where they're talking about like lore and stuff, like because I feel like that's actually information,
relationship building.
It's just like if you give me a tutorial, I do not need a tutorial on my.
So basically, it's like onboarding all throughout the
game. It's not onboarding on throughout the game. It's onboarding the same information over and over again, no matter how many times you do it.
Got you. Okay.
So that's probably my biggest criticism. But it's not even feedback because they knew what they were doing because they're like, we're going to give you the option to turn it off.
Okay. Fair enough. At least the option is there. And so the HD 2D goodness. And like I said, about a couple of hours in, again, Adventures of Elliot, the Millennium Tales. And I'll just, last question was just like, you're an Octo guy. Like, we're not there yet with the levels to Octo. It's just, you know, it's good. You'll see where it goes.
This game kind of reminds me of like Octopath Traveler, with, you know, kind of like a 2D type of stuff, or it's not turn based,
so it's action.
Apparently the Elliot came from another game. I don't know the logistics behind it, but he was an NPC in another game, and they gave him his own game.
Wow, okay.
I don't know enough about the information to talk about it. But you know, one thing I will say is like Square Enix, like they're doing what Capcom's doing, being in a different way, where they're like, look, we're not going to remake our old games like that. We're going to do some of them, but we're just going to make other games that look like our old games. So they made a whole 2D Twitter, like a whole 2D part of their company. Like this is the initiative. Like this is their like North Star going forward. They're like, we got our 3D team and our 2D team.
Gotcha.
And Elliot is one of the 2D team because that Final Fantasy Resident or whatever, that's one of the other 2D games that's coming out this year. And I think the reason they're doing that because they're like, we don't want to keep just remaking older games like the older Final Fantasies. So what we're going to do is we're going to make new experiences with that style of art. So you could still get that feeling, but you don't have to play games you've already played. And to some degree, I think that's that's a better approach than Capcom did, because Capcom, they're like, you're just going to play the old games and we're going to expand on them heavily, but they're still the old games that you played years ago. But Capcom, we'll see exactly how they handle Code Veronica or Veronica. They took the code out for some reason, but it's definitely a fun experience. I think this is a W in their book.
No doubt. Shout out to Square and all that with that adventures of Elliot, man. We're going to get into it. We got some other topics we want to jump into, and we got a big one, man. GTA 6 is outside. Grand Theft Auto, y'all. The big one. We got some pre-orders going on June 25th. It goes live. We got the official box art reveal. Everybody's getting crazy. Now, some people get scared. There's apparently since they've done this, there's two things that has happened. One, the pre-order page has actually on socials as well as the Rockstar website itself. People have noticed now the November 19th release date has been removed. So people, oh no, could it be moving again? You know, even though the pre-orders are up, some people are panicking about that. Then the second thing is what we call in the attic, the great exodus of the blast radius.
And what's crazy is all these people that moved if this game does get delayed when they announce the
exactly
price and pre-orders,
bro.
Like imagine all these companies. Okay, now we could go back to October. We can go to November. COD can get pushed to November. I don't think that's the case. I think that I don't know why they would switch it. That's kind of a little concerning, but like at the same time, I don't think they would be. I think announcing a pre-order with a release date change, a delay, would be kind of contradictory to both statements.
Yeah.
So I don't think that's the case. I think you would have got a couple days ago an announcement that got delayed, not you're pre-ordering the game on the 25th.
Yeah,
like
just
that's just my honest opinion.
Just tell you what the streets were saying. But yeah, so we got that, and obviously we talking about the blast radius and stuff like that. So let's start with Xbox Ready. Let's start with you first in terms of GTA 6 and obviously the pre-orders being live. How confident are you on the release? And then also in terms of another big discussion now the pre-orders are live, that price point. What are you thinking that people are taking it over and unders? I see Ryan McCaffrey outside doing polls for what's it going to be? And it's a dead heat. It's like 50%, 49% kind of energy, $80 versus $70. So Xbox Ready, Lord Ray, where you at with this?
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty confident about the release date just off the bat. Everything that we'd been hearing up until that point, like if you've been tracking like the earnings calls and things like that, it seems like they're on track. Mm-hmm. Now, everything else, this mystery behind why they would remove the release date, I'm not so sure. I hope this game drops in the fall because, as we've been alluding to, the blast radius that everyone wants to avoid because no one wants to release their game and get just absolutely demolished.
If it got delayed? What happens if it got delayed and Fable got pushed back up to 2020?
Another Fable delay. Fable's never coming
out.
I'm saying it got pushed up. I'm saying it got pushed up to November. It got delayed.
Oh, that's wild. That would be wild. And yeah, that would affect Ray because you're a Fable guy, big time.
I was, yeah. In that OG series, I was a big time. It was foundational for me and my love for video games, love for RPGs.
Man.
Yeah, you were addict. Y'all brothers for life. Now you said that, y'all brothers for life.
Trust me, I went to make a collab video with Fable, and I found out how many people frauding about their Fable love. Like,
stop exposing people.
I didn't.
Where were you when Oakvale was burning?
Ooh.
Tell me.
And
where were you?
I'll be asking people.
What's your favorite shop in Bowerstone?
Fable talk.
I'll be asking people. I'll be like, yo, I would love to do a Fable collab. I don't really mess with Fable like that. And I'm like, okay, I asked like. Cole East was the one that did it with me. Like
that's hilarious.
Because at least he knew something about Fable. Because I didn't want to bring someone on that I have to educate live doing the content.
That's hilarious. But continue, Ray, in reference to the GTA.
Right. That reminds me, Maddie, get back to me.
Oh damn, call out. Shout out to Maddie. Make sure you better hit him up.
But yeah, hoping this game drops. It almost feels like it's not real. With the pre-orders going live because it's been such a long journey to this point. Trying to get this a long
that game coming out is going to be a moment. It really is.
It's going to be
a moment.
As far as the price goes, I mean, I think it's still going to be at that $70 price point.
Interesting.
I'm still thinking that $69.99.
Okay.
I mean, you can make the argument for an 80 since it's only PS5 and Xbox Series X and S. So we've seen other publishers in the past bump up to that $80 price range specifically for that kind of current gen or next gen
2K Sports
price
2K
bump.
Sports.
Yeah. So,
sorry.
but I mean, the truth is that they can do whatever they want. They can price it at $100 and people are still going to buy it. So,
yeah, let's not say stuff like that out loud, though.
You always put that out there, the energy out there. Look at you. All right, so you got that, and then I was gonna say, so you got the price point. You're thinking that, and then I was gonna ask you in reference to another talking point is early access. Do you think we get the practices that some are not a fan of, where it's like, hey, for 7 days early, you too can play, Grand Theft Auto. Do we see that? And does that, if it does happen, does that get the crack the $100 price point?
I don't think. Yeah, I mean, it would probably be up there in a bundle, digital deluxe, early access bundle. I mean, remind me, because I'm having really bad memory of. Is that something historically that they've done with 5 and 4?
Well, with 5,
not early access.
I would
early
say
access
the
is like a
industry-
later on thing.
I would say the industry's rapidly changed since then, though. So I don't think that this was a business model back then. Then they realized gamers will pay to play something early. Yeah. So
to your question, Ray, GTA 5 didn't do it, but 2K recently has done it with like the NBA 2K.
Oh no, they're definitely doing it.
Yeah, they do it. They have like an early edition, 7 days without no doubt edition or something like that. It's called like Leave No Doubt edition. It's kind of funny. I'm like, all right, Leave No Doubt, you paying that money. But so they as a company have started to do it as it changed. So
yeah, I mean, I don't see outside of the money. If they wanted to get that extra cash, sure. But other than that, I mean, there's something cool about, this is the day that you're going to be able to play. And that's the day that everyone has marked on their calendar. That's the day everyone's calling out of work. It's making an event out of it, I think, would be to their benefit for this kind of once in a generation game.
They're still going to do that, right? This is the day that everyone get out for. But if you want to pay more, this could be your day.
So I have something on this. I think, because even Red Dead Redemption 2, that was the last game Rockstar released. They didn't do it then either. That was in 2018. But when I look at the calendar, GTA 6 comes out November 19th. And that is on a Thursday. That's on a Thursday. And that's usually when something goes... Exactly. Most of the time, it comes out. So normally it would be like it's releasing on the 24th. And then if you do early access, you could start playing it on the 19th. And they usually do that. So it's like just before, my camera's on, it's all good. They usually do that just before the weekend. And so them doing that, like, I feel like they're not going to do that, because if it, I don't know, you do early access, so you do it throughout the work week. They could, and people will do it. We've already seen these stories. I don't know if you're going to bring it up about like a car business or something shutting down work.
Closing.
That's crazy, dude. But wild. It's possible. But I just feel like usually early access, they're smart about that. And it's like, let's do that right before they take work off. You know what I'm saying? So
you say like that Thursday, I wouldn't be surprised if they offer you a week. And they're like,
that'd be wild.
You could play it that Friday the week before. Like,
7 days is
everyone using that PTO.
So another counterpoint is, and this is only reportedly, this is not an official thing or whatever, but I thought I saw something, whether it was in an interview or an insider or something, and they were saying like, even they are debating about how they're going to do reviews for this game.
Interesting.
Like they were saying something about that, and they're just like, we genuinely might not even release review copies because we don't want anything spoiled.
Most likely they're going to do review camps.
I'm curious as to who's on the list.
And see, to me, when I hear that, if that's true, if they do like, if they do review camps or they're not going to do review copies, that to me tells me we're not doing early access. It's like everybody at the same exact time is happening. Now, might they release a deluxe bundle? For sure. And maybe that's something else. Like, here's a bunch of shark cards. here's an exclusive outfit or something. But
if they don't do early access, they get an 80 for this. Like that's why. First off, they can do it all. Like this is
right.
This is GTA we talking about. They I wouldn't be surprised if they're like, you want to play 3 days 80, you want to play 5 days 100, you want to play 7 days 120.
Where's gonna be a scaling?
There was a funny thing about, I was on another podcast. They're debating just like what GTA could do, and then one of them just gets very angrily and says, GTA is gone. It's gone.
It can do what it wants. It can define the industry. That's hilarious.
Like, you don't understand.
It's real. It's real. I mean, they do hold that the power. But continue. I'm sorry. Continue. Kibiji.
I wanted to comment off of just earlier the release date stuff and just like, what does this mean? First off, one question to you guys and everybody watching. Can you recall a time that was like, we're giving you a week notice to the pre-order?
Yeah, that's wild.
For a video game. Not for hardware, but for a video game.
No, a pre-order. A pre-order, dude. And everyone freaked out about it. Yeah. Like that is,
I cannot remember a time. For hardware, yes.
Box art and a 7-second clip of the game.
Yeah.
And people like,
it's funny because I think the pre-order date was a bigger deal than the box art. To me, I think the pre-order date was a bigger deal than the box art.
It's because a lot of people wonder what that price is going to be, so that we're finally going to find that price out.
No, I agree.
I do stand with Ray though. I am very cautiously optimistic that I think it will be $70, which is crazy because they could get away with 80. They absolutely could, but I think there's something about, because there's some smart business people up to the top there, and you might hear that and go, then why wouldn't they charge more? Accessibility is another part of it where you want as many people in that place as possible. And we don't know if it's going to launch with online. Maybe it won't. It's like a month later or something like GTA 5 did. But you want as many people on that game as possible. And you're not releasing to Steam either. It's already going to be the most highest selling game ever, potentially. But when you're only releasing it on consoles, and some people don't even bother to upgrade to next gen because of the prices and stuff, this is the time that it's like, listen, this is the game that's going to make you upgrade. And after doing an upgrade, if we have the most expensive game in the market, people will buy it, but it'll also become a bigger like public PR debate. How could you guys support this or whatever? And I feel like they just want to make it as like, we'll just set it to the top of the line that's available right now. I'm going to hit that again. And yeah, it's I just have a feeling. I absolutely am prepared to be wrong, but like, yeah,
this is your prediction. It is all good. And just a final question with you, Kibiji, in terms of, you said the early access things, you said the pre-order stuff, and then in terms of like, you're confident. I just want to reiterate, you're confident that they still hit the date, even though some people are freaking out because the pre-order page has now erased the November 19th thing. So people are like, yo, how come they scrubbed it from socials? How come the site doesn't say the release date anymore? It just says the June 25th pre-order. Are you still confident on the release date?
First off, I saw a funny message. I forgot who put it watching live, but they were like, what if they pushed it up?
Oh, that would
it's
be
like,
wild.
bro, so many publishers would
That
be
actually,
furious.
that could be a realistic thing if they
no,
but here's the thing, they took that number off the website. I think I don't know why they would do that, dude. Like it is like, I don't think they're pushing it back because they wouldn't do a pre-order if they're pushing it back. But what would get people more crazy than a pre-order?
Fair.
A pre-order, you play the game early.
Oh, well, yeah, like I'm not dismissing that as a possibility, but more like
I'm
pushing up the full release date.
Game early,
Okay, yeah.
And then everyone who's going to release the game in September, October just is.
Oh, bro, yeah, we're gonna get to that. That's the second part. We're gonna get to that. We're gonna get to that. We're gonna definitely get it.
But basically, Ray and Lord already sort of said what I said. What I'm thinking, where if you're putting out a trailer for the pre-orders, normally that's like a 3 to 6 month like heads up, like, hey, we're coming out, and that's about the time that the game comes out. So
fair enough, no doubt. Lord Addict, moving on to you. Obviously, we did a little preview for those who listen to Lords After Dark on the Insider Gaming app, but we got to get back to it, man. This GTA 6, the pre-orders is out. Where we at? The release date? Where we at with the price point? Early access? All that good stuff. Where you at?
I still think this game's going to be 70. I know like some people leaked some stuff that said it was 80 because we talked about it at the beginning. There's some things on that, we could show that quick. There was some things on that kind of made me think it wasn't true. But because here's the thing, we've learned as time goes on, it is so easy to fake stuff these days.
Sure.
Like you just got to know a little bit of information. You can make a little bit look like a lot. So here is the actual. I gotta find. Someone sent it to me. Now I can't find who sent it.
Posted what they had, like deluxe versions or editions and all that good stuff in terms of what they're. What they try. I think from allegedly some type of British outlet or something like that, European outlet.
Oh, they removed it.
Guilt.
Usually not a great sign historically.
Not a great sign.
You delete a post.
But see, no, that makes me think it's real now.
The Rockstar Ninjas came out and said, cease and desist. Cease and desist. Uh-oh. My $80 looking good.
Well, see, the reason that starts making me feel like that stuff's real is because Rockstar be very famous for pulling up in your DMs and say pull up and find out.
Yeah. That part.
They removed it. I mean, there's still conversations about it. I could see like there's still some people going with it. It's $80 for the standard edition, $100 for the deluxe edition, $120 for the premium edition, and $200 for the collector's edition. But one of them said there's early access to the online portion, and then another tier, the premium edition, said it was early access to the story portion. And I just don't see them splitting that. Like, I don't see you spending $120 just to play the story 2 days early, but you could spend $100 to play the multiplayer early. I feel like if they are doing like an early bundle, they're putting them together, and I don't think they would do it for the multiplayer because they're going to want everybody playing that multiplayer at the same time over everything in this. So that kind of makes me feel like that might be a little bit fabricated. But like, here's the thing, that they can get away with whatever they want. It's GTA. This is going to be the only time. I do lean more towards Ray and Samurai that it's going to be 70 because part of me just feels like I could see them doing 80. Like, I don't even think that's not like a non-possibility. But I feel like they know Rockstar and GTA 6 can get away with an $80 price tag. But
dude, you know what I just remembered? I mean, I said earlier, like, they'll just push whatever's the top of the line. Freaking Nintendo. Damn you.
I was about to kill you. I was sitting on it. I was like, when it's my turn, I can't wait.
Sorry. Sorry. Feel free to speak on it. No. Just realized that. I was like,
that's literally one of my bars. You were stealing because I was just going to say, you really think?
Go for it.
Rockstar, you think Rockstar's going to sit there and let Nintendo or Mario Kart have all the shine to themselves? I was like, if anybody could push the coach, if anybody could set a new precedent, it's them. And again, just for the record, we are all not advocating to pay more, right? I think for the most part, we all in alignment here. But it's just one of those things, man. They're bigger than the culture, and I can let you finish. I want to go off all the way on my points, but I'm glad you said that, Kibiji, because that was something I was sitting on. I was like, oh, because Mario Kart is.
So remember, when it happens, we blame Nintendo.
We blame Nintendo because Rockstar, they got the out. They could be like, bro, we didn't set the bar. We're just following
didn't do this.
facts. We're
just going along with trends in the industry. Yeah, I mean, there's all sorts of corporate speak.
Trends in the industry.
Ray, I like that one. Okay, Ray, I'm sorry.
Like differing market conditions. Yes, like whatever they like to say every time something. We're trying to acclimate to certain market conditions and given the current blah blah blah. Yeah, they got it. They got the PR book ready to go. They got all that verbiage ready to go.
Ray, I can totally visualize the PR statement. Like I can see it when people start the outrage. If the few that do, because I still think people are frauding. I'll put the fraud alert on. I think people are frauding. They're gonna talk to. I remember people were talking tough on Nintendo. Remember when they dropped that 80, and people was like, "This is ridiculous." And then we saw the sales when it was time at launch. we saw a lot of gamers all of a sudden bend the knee, and all of a sudden they was there. People found out a way to be day one on the games that like this, but
because Nintendo is the same as 2K, man. They both know like we can do this, like we can do this. Like, they'll complain, but they'll like.
I see someone in the chat saying like Mario Kart at 80, not really worth it. But 80 for GTA 6. Like that's a lot of value. You're getting a lot of game for that $80, and that. So if I had to pay 80, I wouldn't mind, since I know that's going to be a game I'm going to sink hundreds, if not even more hours to. So I think it's a fair trade.
All right, sorry I interrupted you. Finish your thought.
Yeah, you're fine. I think that the difference between like Nintendo and Mario thing is like they ain't really tried that, because Donkey Kong was even 70, wasn't it? I don't think Donkey Kong was 80.
I believe you're right.
Yeah, I think they tried. There's been very few titles that pulled an 80. Now GTA would be one of them, but they also pulled an 80 with a $50 bundle that you can get it for 50. So I think there was circumstances that led to Nintendo doing it the way they did, because they knew that if you can't get the bundle, you giving us an extra 30 right off the top. So I think there was a couple scenarios that went into that. I would be a little bit more open to 100% them doing an $80 price tag if some of these companies have been running from the $80 price tag. I feel like this industry kind of does know that $80 is like a taboo. Like I feel like the difference between 60 and 70 has been different between 70 and 80. Like I feel like 60 and 70 people complain, but everyone got with it pretty fast. That 70 to 80, that's when people really start to be like, you know what? Not only is this game getting it, all your games getting it. We ain't supporting.
You know what? Can I comment on that? Because I think a part of that is like that was almost the next gen price.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like we were 60 in the last gen, and then when PS5 and Series happened, it's like, guys, we're gonna go to 70 now. And I think that was their like, okay, fine kind of a thing. But then you try to do another price jump during the gen, then it might be a bit more like, ooh.
They tried to sneak in 2 price increases. They tried, because $70, everyone was like, okay, whatever. $80.
Iron Rook said
you can only take 1 per gen.
Iron Rook said, isn't the new Fire Emblem 80? It's 80 if you get the physical version.
The physical edition.
I was thinking about that too.
You got that $10. You got that $10.
But it's also Switch 2 exclusive, right? You can only play it on Switch 2. You can't play it on base Switch.
If you get it the digital, it's 70. They charge you. See, to me, the game's 70, and they charge you to that $10 cartridge price. Because if it was 80 on both, I would say it's 80, but it's not. They charge you $10 to play that, because they know you physical media people gonna pay that tax.
Physical bros go hard, bro. They not even try to hear that.
So I think if the industry was more open to an $80 price tag, because here's the thing, I think they know for a fact 100% GTA 6 getting that exemption from that $10 increase. But I also think Take-Two understands we publish more than just GTA 6, and we're not trying to start a giant boycott everything we do over a $10 price tag on GTA 6. But I can also see them be like, we can make more money off that $10 off of GTA than all those other games we're making combined. So it just depends on, does Rockstar want the smoke or not? And it does, even though if they know their title can handle it, is it going to be worth hitting a little bit on sales wise? Because there are going to be people that, like me, that I love. I like the GTA franchise, but I wouldn't say I'm in love with it. Like if I cared more about that $10 price increase that some people will, I don't care enough to not buy it because of a $10 price tag. But there are going to be a good amount of people, not like a large amount of people, that probably would stand on their ground because they don't care about GTA to that degree. I mean, there's people that ain't never played a GTA at launch. Like my brother was like 11 when GTA 5 came out. So like there's people that's literally born after the fact. They're of age now almost. That never touched a GTA. Like you got all this new,
should be their first one.
New that they have to get them too. And if they don't have any, any connection to previous GTAs, that extra $10 might go a long way to get them into it. Because right now, people say GTA 6 is a huge brand, and it's a massive brand, probably the biggest brand in the industry, but I'm curious on what it means to the younger demographic of people that were like 3 or 4 when that game came out and didn't play it, and now the new one's coming out and they're like, I've never played a GTA, like, because there's a lot of those people. Like,
no, for sure. I mean,
I think there's enough clout there that people are just going to want to play it, even if they have no connection to it. They're going to want to play it since that's the thing right now. That's going to be a cultural event, not only in gaming but in pop culture at large.
Right.
And you also have, all the streamers are going to be playing it, so that it's going to proliferate that way too. So I think but it is crazy to think back on when GTA 5 released and the state that the industry was in, and just the state that the world was in. It was a totally different place.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
No, well said, well said. So to get a couple super chats before I get my bars on in terms of shout out to Con Artistic. He said this super chat, $5 super chat. This is just because you got Xbox Ready on. Dope collab. Salute. We got big fan Xbox Ready in the building. The Iron Rook, $5 super chat. He says, I somehow haven't ever played Fable, but I'm interested in the revival. Is it okay, Ray? He can do that? He can jump in? You're not going to judge him? You're not going to slam him?
You can play the revival. You're just not invited to the cookout.
He's not invited to the cookout?
You're not invited to the cookout.
He can't go to the Fable cookout?
Sometimes there are just franchises that you miss out on. For me, it was Fallout.
Yeah.
I was always an Elder Scrolls guy. I came to Fallout later in my life.
Okay.
And so people were telling me, like, I can't believe you never played Fallout 3. I can't believe you never played this. I'm like,
you're not invited to the cookout either.
Oh, damn. Look, we all got those blind spots as gamers. We all do. You never played Mass Effect. I had to put you on.
No, I played Mass Effect 1.
Well,
I just never beat any of them.
All right, fair enough.
That's fine. I look, man, if you don't want to invite me to the cookout, you're not invited.
You're not invited to Mass Effect cookout.
You're going to be to the point where it's just me at this cookout.
We're going to leave you at the We're going to leave you off at the Andromeda section.
I ain't never played that Mass Effect. I'm sure the Mass Effect fans they're jealous that I've never played that game.
they happy. You definitely experienced it in the correct way. You know what I'm saying? But then we got D-Harm Thread. It's 20. He says, Ray, a.k.a. Timu Shroud. Are we accepting this or are we fighting back? What are we doing? All right, we're going to leave him alone. You're being disrespectful, D.R. Relax. All right, check, please. Check, please, T.Y. $5 super chat. Dang, not even an hour passing. We're already on the second topic. Yes, that is rare for the Lords. That is very rare. Oh, my homie, Joe Var. Salute to Joe Var Iggy with the 750 Icelandic Chroma. He said, I'm not staying. Need to go listen to more Uber stories. Have fun. So he is visiting. He's in Boston, all the way from Iceland right now with the family. I see the pictures up. Salute, brother. We already got Iron Rook there. We got Iron Rook again. $5 super chat. Fun fact: for most of the Sega Genesis life cycle, games were $70 to $80. All the old folks remember that. Yes, I do. I remember old $100 cartridges as well. Shout out to Fonz, no doubt. Fonz gave it to us. Chat towards my GTA copy. Oh, okay, thank you for funding the GTA. I'm gonna need that $2 right there. You know what I'm saying? Oh, hold up. Salute to the homie P Lump. $5 super chat. Shout out to the Iron Lords and Ray from X Rock Ready. But stop the madness. Play my damn theme song. It truly was a pleasure meeting all of you guys. Salute. Definitely a pleasure meeting you at Summer Game Fest, brother, no doubt. But yeah, I was jumping real quick. I agree with mostly all you guys' points in terms of, GTA. Look, this is the biggest game culture moment, I think, for the industry. This is what the industry's been waiting for as far as to finally move current generation consoles. I think of it kind of similar to the college football effect. I don't know if any of you guys played that, but there were guys who waited and bought Series X and Series PlayStations just for this game. You know what I'm saying? It's one of those movers. And I think the industry has been waiting, especially in a time where there's so many past gen players that have remained more than any other industry prior. You know what I'm saying? In the sense of that you could play the Fortnites for the most part. You could play all these what I consider Sinister Six live forever kind of games and still be there. So GTA is coming. It's going to be next gen only, not on PC, which is interesting. Look, man, I think they got that. Like I said earlier, they got that gamer clout that even though we would be annoyed, I think they could get away with $80. I think they could get away with early access. Again, not condoning practices, just saying how they would, like Ray said, use the, due to market conditions, due to industry, that kind of verbiage and do it. But yeah, man, it's very interesting. What I realized though, Kibiji too, is that GTA, let me tell you how big they are in the culture, how much of an inflection point. We had bets on Iron Lord's podcast as to who potentially could have the marketing rights, right? Bro, we went, think about this. We just, a week ago, we went through a Sony State of Play. We went through the Xbox Showcase. We went through the Keeleys Summer Game, and no GTA to be found. So to me, they move at their own. They're bigger than the culture. And of course, no Nintendo, because they're not coming out with Nintendo, but you know what I'm saying, on the Switch. But it just showed me the impact because, you know, a lot of companies will pay top dollar, especially for Keeley, the One More Thing game. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just look at it from that, how they're bigger than the culture in a way, and how they move, how they want to move. And like Ray said as well, in terms of like, all it took was a trailer, you know, a little snippet, a box art, and an announcement. And the internet blew up. It was like, oh my God, it's crazy. Look, this is one of those things. And the last thing I think that's interesting to see, as far as Attic, your point in reference to the younger generation, I think that's fair in some respect, because obviously there's going to be people playing this for the first time. But I think, at least from how I view it, is like GTA is one of those games where you're young. You're like, oh my God, you could do that in the game? It's like everything you're not allowed in real life.
Spot on, dude.
Yeah.
Spot on, dude.
You give a kid...
we had to play that game in secret.
Bro!
When I was coming up.
Facts!
Oh my God, you could do that.
I could run up to anybody, snatch them out their car, and rob them and do it. Like, bro, you giving all this youth, all this power. I'm from the era, because I'm old. You know what I'm saying? Where they tried to ban this game. They were like, oh, hell no. We let kids do X, Y, Z. And then, let's be real too, and you know, not to get political or too cultural, but GTA touches those, what I consider those parodies on real life and subculture, just accurately enough when you like, yo, yeah, that's kind of, I'm like, yeah, that's kind of Florida there. I mean, no matter what part of the spectrum, right? You be like, yeah, I know that section. You know what I'm saying? So to me, it's a level of fearlessness and boldness. Now, granted, there are some that's going to be like, in this day and age, right? Are they still going to be able to go the extra mile? Will they still push the envelope? Will they restrain themselves out of fear? But there's a part of me that just says, nah, GTA knows.
If there's something, I mean, if that trailer's anything to go off of, they already kind of got like the Florida Man, like parody down,
yes,
you know?
Yes.
It's nice to see. Sorry to interrupt you here.
No,
Clive,
no,
but
please.
It's nice
please.
to see, even though I'm on the same page as Addict, I don't really have as strong as a connection to GTA as some other people out in the world might. I appreciate it. I've played the games. It's not really, you know, what lights my fire. Right. But I'll play it. They're fun. They're great. But it is, regardless of how you feel about Grand Theft Auto as a franchise, it's nice to see this energy in the industry. It's nice for people to mark it on the calendar. Yes. It's nice to, you don't really see that anymore, right?
Yeah, facts.
You don't see like that midnight release energy, or, you know, when a game's about to drop. You know, I'm thinking back in, you know, Halo 3 days when, you know, the excitement about that. So it's nice to see that kind of energy, people moving this way.
Absolutely. Kibiji, I got a final question before you move on. In terms of your connection to the GTA franchise, you a GTA dude, or you casual? Or like, you know what, it's an event, I'll still check it out, or I'll be playing other things. Like, where you at with it, with GTA as a franchise?
Let me put it this way. I think there is a conversation that we haven't had yet about like how much GTA is affecting all the industry and the publishers, and how much we're scrounging together in September and October.
I was going there. You read my mind. Go ahead.
And everything. Okay. Yeah. But everything put together, if I could play one game out of all of them this year, I admit it would be GTA. Which is crazy, you know, because we got a lot of amazing stuff coming up, but like, well, correction, Gears of War E-Day and then GTA, but, like very close. Yeah. But the only reason I say that is because, not necessarily because of how much of a Rockstar fan I am, but it's just like, it's like how filmmakers had their like 10 years of building shrines for Christopher Nolan, you know, like it's one of those things that I'm like, every time Rockstar releases something, that's a freaking gold trophy to me, where not like a favorite of all time, but like, I got introduced with GTA 4, and I actually stand GTA 4 is actually my favorite.
That's your goat. That's your goat. Okay, you standing on it. We
I
respect
think
that.
the story of that game is awesome. It's just a village rat coming off of a boat.
Wait, he's not invited because
That's
GTA 4?
That's fine. No, I'll stand on the hill. That's fine.
He said, I'm going to my own cookout.
That's the worst one.
I'll stand on the hill of GTA 4.
Talk your talk. Don't listen to
but
that.
Nah, don't.
But that said, it was like ever since I played that game, I thought I was like, wow, these peeps are incredible. And GTA 5 didn't actually like impress me as much. I was just addicted to the online. Loved Red Dead Redemption. It was the reason I build this all up is Red Dead Redemption 2. When I played that game, I consistently said if I have a single phrase to say, like to describe this game, it is a game beyond its time. That is my personal opinion. It is a game beyond its time. Like it's too much and we weren't ready for it. And if there was ever a GTA game to release with a level of detail, writing, side characters, and world that they put into Red Dead Redemption 2, that will be one of the craziest games in the history of mankind. And that's where I'm at, where it's like, oh, it's time. Like if it's just the tech and detail of Red Dead Redemption and writing of Red Dead Redemption 2, but in a GTA game, I don't think we are prepared for that.
It's well said. I mean,
but then that's how God of War beats it. So God of War beat Red Dead Redemption 2.
I remember that.
I understand that, by the way. I'm like, I get it. Again, it went over people's heads. It was too much.
It was spicy.
I understand.
A lot of people were upset.
God of War was exactly what people wanted to eat. It was exactly what people ordered at the restaurant. Red Dead Redemption 2. It was too much for people to eat. They did not order all this food. I get it. I understand.
No, fair enough.
Anyway, so yes, I'm looking forward to it, but I'm mainly looking forward to just finally the publishers can just be free from it. That's the main thing. I'm like, I look forward to playing it. I hope it lives up to the hype, but I am looking forward to the era afterwards. So we can just be free. We can be free.
Facts. No, I hear you. Good segue. Again, this is the final point I was going to say on this topic before we move on, which is in terms of what I'm considering, what you said, Kibiji, what I consider the blast radius of GTA, right? Everyone has scurried. They don't want no smoke. We are moving away from November. We are out of there. And a lot of them have scurried to September. So the question I have for you guys is reference to now that has settled in. I'm looking at the September release date. It's kind of crazy, bro. You got Blood and Dawn Walker, you know what I'm saying, in there. You got Wolverine, Fire Emblem from Switch, Warhammer, then we got Control Resident, September 24th. We got Silent Hill, I'm affectionately calling Silent Hood, Top 4, PS5, September 24th. we got Valor Mortis, and we got Omnimusha, Way of the Sword, who has now been rumored to move up from September 25th to, I believe, September 3rd, around the same time as Dawn.
Is that going to do much? Is that going to do much?
I know. Hey, dudes are just putting it out there. I don't know what the thought process is, but hey, I guess they want the smoke. They're not afraid of Dawnwalker. I don't know. But and then the last one is Minecraft Dungeons 2. So the question I got for you guys in reference to September, like, do you see that everyone has scurried into? So the analogy that I've made on Lords After Dark was like, is there enough room in this new Fallout shelter that everyone is running away from GTA from in September? Do you think people move out, delay, or they just go just stand pat and say, hey, we got no other choice but to release the game, must come out? You know, where you guys at with that? And I guess, Ray, you can start with this one.
I think there is enough variety that each of those games, to me, serves... I mean, there may be some overlap in the audience, but they serve different audiences. They serve different niches. I think for me, it's like I'm going to have to pick two. Like I'm going to have to pick 2 or 3, especially with something like Fire Emblem coming out. That is something that every time a new Fire Emblem game comes out, it takes over my whole life. You know, with Awakening and 3 Houses, and even before that with... when the first games that came over to America, Sacred Stones and all of that.
Okay. I mean,
it's going to take. I just know that is going to be a time sink for me.
It's one of your children.
It becomes where else? Like, what else do I have time for? For me, it's going to be Onimusha, Way of the Sword. I've been looking forward to that for a long time.
Nice.
Fire.
And it's great, and I'm a fan of the franchise too. So I think there are. The question marks for me are kind of the new IP coming out, Blood of the Dawnwalker. highly anticipated game. I haven't really been hearing a lot about it, and that just might be my personal algorithm, but kind of even when we were at Summer Games Fest, I didn't really hear a lot of people bringing up Blood of the Dawnwalker in just conversations of their highlights or really anything about it. So that'd be a big question mark for me. I know they just had an event here in LA, so I'm curious just to see people's thoughts on that too. But yeah, September is going to be a bloodbath for attention and engagement. I think but somehow that's preferable to these studios than launching alongside Grand Theft Auto 6. So someone ran the data somewhere at these studios, or they did a Q&A, or they did some sort of testing that led them to believe that September was the month. That's going to be the time. So I think, it's going to be a great, people are going to be fighting for people's attentions, these studios. But I do think that just from the games that we've listed off, and there's many more beyond what we're chatting about. But I think that especially with the established franchises like Fire Emblem and Onimusha, those will be okay because they already have a fan base built in.
Fair enough. Before I give it to Addie Kibiji, I just wanted that you would expound on the point that you brought up in reference to the September fall shelter. Is enough room in the house for everyone to get in there? Is anybody going to be kicked out? Is anybody moving? Like, what are we thinking is going to happen?
So it's funny because I'm trying to like talk with the chat too, and I love this analogy of like, is it better to jump in the mosh pit, or is it better to have a one-on-one fight with the heavy champ? You know?
I like that. I like that.
Like that's the situation, you know? Like, do you just jump into the insane free for all, or do you get into the like, man, I'm probably gonna die here, you know? Like, the battle royale or the 1v1 Street Fighter? Who knows? But anyway,
great analogy.
But the thing that I do wonder is, so one, I don't know if this is what's gonna happen. I'm just saying what I would personally love is push it. I've never been all the more for delays than now. I'm not one of those people that's like, I forgot what the saying is like a delayed game is a good game, whatever. I've never aligned with that. Like
slandering Miyamoto, slander.
Like I understand the meaning, and it's like if it needs more time, yes, but like I don't like it to constantly be thwarted.
Got delayed a couple times, so
yeah, you just never know. But anyway, the main thing is it's what Xbox did with Fable, and I'm so glad they did that. Where it's just like, this is a and Ray, you brought up a good point about like how's the new IPs gonna do? Where if you're not something like Wolverine that everybody knows, it's a huge Marvel IP, and you don't. Like people are associated with that as a brand, but Fable, like people know Fable, but it's been over like a decade or around a decade since their last game. I can't remember when. And so if you shove that out in this time that there's so much chaos, that would have been horrible for the game, even if it's, 10 out of 10 masterpiece. Who knows? Who knows? But so I bring up that example because what I hope is that you don't pull a Titanfall 2.
Oh, thank you. Good call. Yeah. Oh, God, I hated that.
And what I mean by that is EA. EA was like, let's release Battlefield 1 right alongside Titanfall 2.
Never forgive
Why
them for
not?
that. Never.
That's such a good idea. We could sell so much doing that. And that I truly think that was a big reason why Titanfall 2 didn't hit as much. Again, speculation.
I think they did that on purpose just to put the situation.
That would be wild.
I do.
Don't let that Justice Riot expose come out.
Part of me feels like they did that on purpose to put them in a situation it's easier to negotiate to buy that company.
That'll be wild.
Because they bought them not too long after that.
I mean, I get that the fall season is like the most important time of year because it's when people shop the most and stuff.
Yeah.
But to me, you look at all these publishers and I'm like, just make sure you have a game in that season. Maybe two if they're super different. If they're super different types of games, one's a shooter, one's an RPG slasher or something, sure. They're two completely different games.
Right.
Then maybe, but like, I don't know. I just feel like if you already got a game in that season and you're trying to put like 3 or 4 of them or something in when you don't need to, I don't know. Like I just worry I don't know what's better. I don't know what's better if it's to shove it into the mosh pit because that's the highest selling season, or if it's to push it out of the highest selling season to potentially have a chance of standing out in a lower selling season. I don't know, but
no, it's
I just hope. I really, really hope. And people keep talking about September, which I get it.
Yeah.
October's pretty freaking packed too.
Yeah, October's wild.
Filled up. 1 month at a time. 1 month at a time.
Exactly. Exactly.
It's always
but
crazy.
Ray, you said it. It's like you can only choose like maybe a game or two a month. You know, it's not even about the money. It's about the time. You don't have the time to play all these. Like
and Phantom Blade Zero. Phantom Blade Zero I see in the chat too. That's dang. I'm really looking forward to that too.
Yeah, bro. Gear Z Day.
There's going to be some late nights.
Raymond.
Yeah, for sure.
Bro, here's the one I'm super curious about. I almost want to see it because what a fun ride it'll be.
Which one?
Is if they do release that Ocarina of Time remake right next to GTA.
Hey, yo, if Nintendo want that kind of smoke, that'd be gangster.
That'd be wild.
Hold up.
That'd be wild.
To be fair,
yeah,
that is only on the Switch, and I do think that's one of the few games that could be closer to GTA. Don't release after GTA though.
Yeah,
don't really. But if you can release that a couple days before GTA, I think it would still be fine. But for the sake of that game, you should probably avoid the smoke too.
Like, does anybody touch December? Does anybody touch December?
Right now, December. I mean, if we're being honest,
is September still? Is that still consideration for a Game Award nominations? Is that a factor in this too, or is that
December? No. Well, yeah, they push it.
September.
Jedi Fallen Order and Super Smash Bros. Ultimate are prime examples of games that like got pushed to the next year. I think Indiana Jones as well.
Indiana Jones caught that as well. Yeah, as well.
Yeah, but GTA 6, by the way, it slightly falls past that window too. So
I think Keeley might make an exception.
Yeah, he always seems to make an exception when it's convenient.
Well, it's tough because they air the award. The award like airing date is secured, so
I know it's a good call out.
They pushed.
Well, see,
I don't know. I feel like it's a lot of logistics with that. That would be tough. I
did a little bit of research when I made one of my hit pieces on it, and apparently they go by not when they.
I know it's so casual. I did one of my slander videos.
Let them cook. Let them
cook. Let them cook.
Some people just do hit pieces without the research. So already,
I respect this level.
So they go by not when the game comes out, by when the media got a hold of the review codes to go into the game. So it's like the game, because there's still games that's come out on the release but didn't give review codes out enough time for the people to actually play before the voting happened.
Right.
Where it was still discounted because they didn't have enough time to actually play the game.
That's fair. No, that's fair. No, Attic, I'm sorry if Kibiji finished your thought, and I was just give it to Attic, then we move on to the next one. It just reference to blast radius, where you at with the September thing. People cool, people should move, or it is what it is. Where you at? I'm sorry.
I thought you.
No, Kibiji, if you didn't finish your point, I'm sorry. If you didn't finish.
No, I thought that's what you were asking me. I'm like, no, I said my piece. I'm good.
Yeah, you're good. This is for Addict.
That's why I was confused, because you said before I hand it to Addict, I want to make sure that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, my fault. That's it. Professional podcasting. My fault. Continue, Addict.
You're still invited to the cookout.
Thank you.
Sir. But I think Fable got out of the blast. That's all I care about.
Fair enough.
If another game gets thrown in the whirlpool, then it gets thrown in the whirlpool. I will say that I do think some of these companies aren't utilizing December. I would probably try a December date before I try a September date at this point. Because I feel like I'd rather be in the aftermath, the nuclear apocalypse of after GTA 6. Because here's the thing, the core community of GTA is going to be done with that single player probably within like 2 to 3 weeks. Though they're going to be waiting for the multiplayer. So if you can launch your game after that 2 or 3 standpoint with the single player and before the multiplayer, that's assuming that it's not the same time.
Right.
You might potentially be able to strategically put your game in a spot, which is probably the bulk of December, if we're being honest, where you can be in the nuclear zone, in the apocalypse zone, where like there's fallout everywhere and like there's radiation everywhere, but you've avoided the blast zone that happened with the launch toy, and you're avoiding the cleanup with the GTA online. But I think the companies even know that's why nothing's really releasing in December, because they're not sure when these dates. They're not.
Yeah.
I'm sure a lot of them don't know if there's going to be a multiplayer
Yeah.
day and date, or if it's probably going to be delayed. I would say it's delayed
Mhm.
because to me they're going to want to capitalize on both, like they did with GTA 5. That makes the most sense.
Mhm.
But I think the biggest question here is just like, is it worth? It's like Samurai said. Do you go in there to the brawl
mosh
with
pit?
18 people,
The mosh pit.
or do you just strategically sleep out and wait and live to fight another day? And I think it's interesting that if you look at like the November thing, there's like 1 or 2 games that come out in November before GTA, and then after, nothing.
Yeah, November is empty as hell. Like nobody. I mean,
Yeah.
few what.
I mean, Attic brings up a good point. What's the retention on GTA 6 going to be like? I mean, we're expecting it to be this amazing game filled with a bunch of content and stuff. But yeah, how long are people going to stay on that?
Yeah, and
I think
all I'm going to say,
in
when
this
I played
brain
Red
rot
Dead 2,
world,
that was like an 80-hour playthrough, man.
So
Oh my god!
I think people will get through that story in the month, and because the story's not what grabs people, it's that online. And if I'm willing to bet they're going to try to implement some kind of role playing, like, because people making a lot of money, and I'm sure the whole time during that, Rockstar let that go on, but they were fuming from the mouth. They're like, that could be us. Like we could
the
be
role playing
making that
servers.
money.
That's like some of my favorite content out there. Right?
Yeah, and I think they're going to
to
heavily roll into that. They're going to make sure no one else is doing that but them.
Yeah,
And I think
they got dudes like role playing police officers and like
I see people. I seen brothers role playing drug dealers.
I'm done.
They call them like the Boker brothers or something like that. And the whole role playing server, all the cops was looking for them. Like,
It's hilarious, bro. It's a culture. It's
regarding that retention thing, though, like, because another good point is, because that is a good point, and it's just like, sure, I think Ray said it, like probably the first 3 weeks, everybody's really engaged with a single player. Maybe some beat it, maybe some take 4 or 5. But right around that time of a month later, if they launch GTA Online mid-December, then it keeps them. And it's like, nah, you guys don't buy another game for the holidays. Just keep playing ours. I don't know.
And to be fair, like, depending on how well that online infrastructure is, that sucker could go into January. That's probably notice no one's releasing in January really either.
Yeah, man. No, it's crazy out here. We're gonna see what happens. But the news. I'm sorry, get it. You finished?
Yeah, the last time I would say something like, you're gonna get an Elden Ring effect times 10 with GTA 6. Because when Elden Ring came out, I don't know if you guys were making content then. The algorithm was like, oh, it's not Elden Ring. Yeah, good luck next week.
Facts.
That was Forbidden West, right? That launched with it.
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
Every time,
I'm trying
man.
to travel
Every
back
time.
to 2022.
And then Breath of the Wild for Zero Dawn.
Zero Dawn. Oh, that was tough.
That's almost like the barometer at which people are measuring this, right? Because both Horizon games, Breath of the Wild and then Elden Ring.
I know.
And we saw the kind of what, fine.
That's a good point.
Not really my thing, but that's people. I feel like people are using that as a case study. These studios are looking back to that and saying, we don't want to do that. And we already have proof that this
that's
effect
a great
is
point.
real. This effect is real because look what happened to both Horizon games. Perfectly fine games. Not really my thing, but
no, it's real.
Look what happened to the hype and just total mind share of what, and that's what they point to when they say this is why we're releasing in September instead of November.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We speak.
But again, that mosh pit, man, I just don't know how beneficial that is. I just don't know.
It's both of you making great points, and it comes down to, like you said, the heavyweight champ fight versus the mosh pit, and then maybe some people say to themselves, like, look, based on our genre and our platform, we're more comfortable, duking it out in that mix. I don't know. I'm the same way, Kibiji. I don't know how this is going to play out. This is a very tough decision, and we've never really seen anything like that, man. It's brutal.
I 100% rather fight 10 people than one Big E. Like, nah.
You said, give me them 10 middleweights. I'll go head up.
I'd rather fight the people that don't know how to fight than fight the UFC heavyweight champion.
Listen, but what if that middleweight, he's in your weight, he's in your genre, you know?
And that's fine.
He's doing what you doing. He got your fight style.
That dude over there is gonna kill me.
That is true. I get it.
Some stuff literally comes out the same day, man.
I
Like
know.
2 games I'm looking forward to: Galactic Racer and Gears E Day. They come out
Bro,
the same day. I'm
day.
like, get out of here!
Facts.
Stop it.
Facts.
There's the difference between like a giant spark and a nuclear explosion.
Yeah.
No,
like,
fair enough.
Like those games are going to take some of the air out of the room. GTA is going to obliterate the room.
Yeah.
It's a good point, man. We'll see what happens. We go move on, get these super chats. We move on to the next topic. Shout out to the Astro Parrot King with the $5 super chat. He said, as a Floridian, I was smiling ear to ear at the trailers. Given that they modeled us well, I will pay whatever to play GTA 6. Florida man, rise up. I feel you, say. You talking that talk. Shout out to Robin Kellett, Lords of Gaming.net in the building. Salute, brother. He says, for me, the fall is Nintendo releases. He said Rayman retold, and whatever Sega and Capcom put out, he could care less about GTA. Oh, you standing on business. You one of the few. Okay, I respect it. That's gangsta. Okay. And then
Nick's point, that's the thing. Yeah, like if somebody's primarily Nintendo, they're not getting GTA.
So. I get you. Yeah, so Nintendo could be the great survivor of this war.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Robert Kellett again. $5 super chat. Respect to Atari for having Godzilla remastered and Barbie Collection dropping near GTA. Oh yeah, Barbie Collection's going head up. They want all the smoke. That is hilarious. But look, we gotta move on, man. We here for the big one. You know, a lot of discussion has been going on, and this is a follow-up from last week when we heard the rumors. Xbox. We gotta talk Xbox, y'all. We gotta talk what's been going on, and then shout out, to Jason Schreier, Bloomberg, this Monday, bracing for Microsoft's Xbox division, bracing for more closures. And the studios may include Compulsion Games and Double Fine, and currently in active negotiations, may be given a chance to go independent. And here are some of the key points here. So several studios in Microsoft's Xbox gaming division, including the Montreal-based Compulsion Games, San Francisco-based Double Fine, are in active negotiations to spin off as they try to thwart closure. According to people familiar with the company's plans, Cambridge, England, Ninja Theory, also the maker of Hellblade, is also in conversation with Xbox, as are several other studios across the portfolio that are at risk of being shuttered. The studios may still have the opportunity to buy themselves back from Xbox and go independent, although many employees will likely lose their job as a result, said the people who asked not to be named because they were not authorized to speak to the press. Employees at several studios have been informed of the situation and given permission to seek new work, but were told that the status of the studio is still in flux. Since then, Jason, he had shout out to Jason Schreier, the YouTuber. I gotta give him a little rest. I was talking to him at Summer Game Fest. Yeah, it's funny. So salute to him on that, man. He's doing big things. But obviously he put out a video as far as how things got so bad at Xbox. I'm not gonna read the whole thing, but just some key excerpts. He said those 3 studios that he mentioned, again, Compulsion, Ninja Theory, Double Fine, are just the beginning. There's going to be more. There's a lot of negotiations going on right now. One thing is that you might see headlines right now saying Xbox is shutting down X studio. And while that's kind of true, it's not entirely true because, again, all of these studio heads are in conversations, the negotiations with Xbox at the moment. In some cases, we may see studios spinning off. In some, we may see studios trying to find other buyers, like other publishers who might be interested in them. So it's not like nothing has kind of been executed just yet. But this is going to happen in a few weeks. So again, the full picture is not entirely clear. We will see it happening soon. We will find out more in the next few days and weeks. And this one I just wanted to add, I don't know how much relevance is, but I just saw this yesterday, and this is in reference to Linus Tech Tips. And he commented on what he's been hearing as far as Xbox layoffs at Bethesda. He's saying, if you're not working on the Elder Scrolls or Fallout, forget about having a job. He said, what I've heard from a person is that as far as they know at Bethesda, if you're not working on those two franchises, you might as well forget about the job. And then obviously this is similar to some of the things that are matching about layoffs across the industry, and Ashama's comments about focusing on big proven IP. So yeah, there's a lot going on, man. Let's start with you, Xbox Ready, Mr. Lord Ray. This one's been across the timeline. I saw some videos from you, in reference to, some early thoughts about the strategy and obviously the shift. But now that more information is coming out, these negotiations coming on, Ninja Theory being added to the list as far as something that people could be potentially, going. How are you processing? What are your thoughts on this whole thing?
It's been a roller coaster, obviously, because just a couple of weeks ago, we were all at the Xbox Showcase, Summer Games Fest, and the vibe was so different than it is now. And I remember in my video that went up immediately after the showcase, I had Mr. Jake Baldino on for an interview, and he used the phrase that a lot of people were using at the time: when is the other shoe gonna drop? There's all this a positive buzz around Xbox. The showcase was great. Ash is giving away free Xboxes to the fans. Everything's great, but you had this feeling of when is the other shoe going to drop? And, it didn't take that long, right? Because a couple of days after, they posted the Xbox reset memo to the Xbox Wire, and the wording immediately. And I will give them credit for that. They didn't mince words, right? They said, things were great, but things are not so great. Here are the problems that we are facing as a business. And so getting ahead of that and just establishing, hey, these are the problems that we're dealing with. 400 million down in annual revenue, 3% accountability or profit margins, prices, the price to make a console going up exponentially heading into holiday 2027. And so the question then became, okay, the shoe is dropping. So where is it going to drop? Who is it going to affect? We've seen this before, unfortunately, with, the closures of Tango Gameworks and also, cancellation of Perfect Dark, Everwild, Blackbird. And I think Jason did a really good job in his video of kind of tracing, telling that story and connecting those threads, dating all the way back to the Xbox One generation. So many problems you can trace back to the launch of the Xbox One, because that leads into we're going to bounce back with Gen 9, the Series X and S. When that's not really happening, they pivot to focus on Game Pass. Okay, how do we support Game Pass, prop it up? Well, we need more studios, or we need more day one games, because that's the whole gimmick, right, of Game Pass. That's what is drawing people in, or that's what we hope draws people in. Okay, now it's plateauing, right? It's plateauing, especially on the console side. Now we got to pivot again. And so, unfortunately, what we're seeing here is that just a bunch of almost reactionary decisions on Xbox's part, and those hindsight is 2020. At the time, it made sense because Game Pass was an awesome model at the time, and we were all hyped about it. Day one games for the low price of, I remember Ultimate was $15, and then even at $20 a month when they started really cooking on that first party output, still a great deal. Then it jumps to 30, then it comes back down. So the question becomes like, I've seen a lot of criticism on Xbox's part for, here they go again, laying people off, closing down these studios. They shouldn't have bought them in the first place. At the time, under Phil, that made sense, right? Because they were still going with the Game Pass. Xbox is an Xbox can be anything. Xbox games on every screen, right? They were trying to have that broad reach, cast a wide net. And so I see a lot of criticisms. I don't see a lot of solutions from people. What realistically do we want them to do? Because, funding these studios and all these acquisitions, in hindsight, we can say probably wasn't the best decision, but knowing the problems that they face now, realistically, what do people want them to do going forward? Because obviously the strategy that got them here in the first place, it wasn't working. They have to change somehow. So what comes next? And unfortunately, it seems that they've made the decision to part ways with these studios. We don't really know what's going on. There's a lot of information that the story keeps developing. It develops faster than I can even cover it on my personal
Can't
channel.
keep up in real time. It's always something, right? There's something new information coming out. But continue. I'm sorry.
So I think there is something. I mean, this is something that they should have been doing 5 years ago. Like, they should have prioritized shipping Elder Scrolls 6 and Fallout 5 5 years ago. They should have had that right. That's what we were thinking heading into this generation. We were going to be playing those games on our Xbox Series X any day now during Gen 9. We're going to be playing Elder Scrolls 6. We just have to wait next year. Okay, we're 6 years into this generation and it still hasn't happened. But it's hard, it's hard to have that kind of foresight of what the industry is going to look like 5-10 years into the future. Right. And I know this is on the docket, but it's the same. Sony's facing a lot of the same issues, right? Of like their bets not paying off
live service
with
initiative.
The live service thing. And so now, at the time, it was that move made sense, them buying Bungie. Now, a couple years on, not so much. So I would hope that, I would like to, because my heart goes out to these studios that are affected. And I would say, for me, the one that hurts the most is Double Fine, because I'm a big fan of the Psychonaut series and also Brutal Legend.
Absolutely.
But that output has not really been there for me.
Right.
For Kiln. It was a fun game for a little bit.
Your pot on. You was a ceramic pot in it.
Actually,
you did support the studio
or not?
I do have my ceramic pot that I made at their event. This is going to be.
It's a dope event.
This is going to be a relic. I still have my ticket to Redfall that they did for that.
Oh, I still got my Redfall ticket, and I got my Redfall shirt. I refuse to.
What's funny? Called. They gave him a Redfall controller, and when I was there, he gave that to me. He's like, "Yeah, I can't be seen with that controller.
I can't associate with this." Nah, I mean, listen, that's the one I just can't forgive. Well, actually, as a content creator, just really quickly, I learned a painful lesson, which is always comment at least on the platform I played it on. And what I played it for was the most high performant PC. So I'm like, okay, it doesn't look that bad. There's a lot of questions about the game, but I thought from a visual standpoint, and then I saw the console versions, and that was a whole different story. But anyway, continue, Ray. Like you said, you got your pot. You was out there.
Speaking of Redfall controllers.
Oh, he put it when he said it with his whole chest. Put it up on it. Put that Redfall controller. There we go.
Yeah, but I just have it because there's always unfortunately, that's where my mind went to, right? When we were thinking about layoffs and we were thinking about studio closures. I mean, the three that immediately came to mind were Double Fine, Compulsion, and Ninja Theory. Yeah. Just because, like, if you look at their output, it hasn't, there's good things that you can say about their games, of course. A lot of that has to do with the graphics, the voice acting, the music, I would say, especially when it comes to something like South of Midnight. Unfortunately, for a lot of people, the gameplay loop was just not there, especially for a game that we had been waiting on for a while. They were acquired back in 2018, and then South of Midnight comes out in 2025. But I believe what Jason is saying when he was alleging that they're just carrying out orders, right? I'm sure that they were told, make whatever game that you want. Just it's going to go day one on the Game Pass. Don't worry about sales. We're going to bankroll you. We're just trying to prop Game Pass up. I believe that. Right. But unfortunately, it seems that Asha and the new Xbox is heading into a different direction, prioritizing different titles that they know are safer bets. They've did the thing where they've worked on new IP. They've done their job of marketing it, as we're talking about having these events, getting influencers to talk about it as much as they can. And none of it stuck, unfortunately. So they're kind of, I don't know why they didn't go in as soon as they had Bethesda. I don't know why they didn't go in and say, listen, we need Elder Scrolls 6. Like, we need that ASAP. Expeditiously, we need that. And the same thing with the Fallout. I know you're working on Starfield, but like, we need the Elder Scrolls 6. That again, hindsight is 2020.
Fair.
They could have done this, they could have done that. And it's tough because we're commentators, right? We're fans, we are content creators. I've never worked on the development side of things. So I don't like to come off and pretend like I know all the answers. I have all the answers. But from an outsider's perspective, looking in, I'm looking at the games, right? And I'm looking and knowing that Xbox spent a lot of time and money on them. Can you really say that the output was worth that investment?
You being business minded. Oh, okay, I respect it. I mean, look, you're being honest about that.
It's not even just a business perspective, even like a fan perspective. Like he said, he was a fan of Double Fine, and have they delivered the amount of games that he would like in an 8-year span too?
Yeah.
So
Fair enough. What quick follow up, Ray, before I give it to Kibiji, in terms of one of the biggest controversies now that Ninja Theory's name has been added to this list by Jason Schreier and others reporting. The question that I have for you is, we saw Senua at the Xbox showcase, right? I think he was just shaking his head. I know he's funny. I know you got thoughts on this too, but I'm saying, hold your thought. But for you, Ray, in terms of like, how do you process? Because some of the rumors that are coming out now, the reports are that the reason that this was done was to give them the opportunity for potential buyers. And there's a lot of outrage on the internet right now in reference to Ninja Theory's game being showed, and under the impression that that Xbox knew that they were still going to shut this studio down anyway. Where do you stand on that as far as that tactic, if the rumors are to be true, if the reports are to be true, you know what I'm saying, and now Ninja Theory kind of be added to that list with the Hellblade thing?
Yeah, me and Jimmy just talked about this for a video that's going up on my channel today. It is shady if they didn't know, and it is not if they did. So if there was a conversation before the showcase saying, hey, the business is going in a different direction, and we're kind of looking at things, especially your studio and your time being under the Xbox Game Studios umbrella, we're gonna, we're heading in a different direction. We might part ways with you, but we will give you, we'll still give you a slot in our showcase to advertise what you guys can do.
Right.
If they didn't know, that's shady. That's another story. Like if they woke up and they found out on Twitter, basically, because I know that happens a lot. People, unfortunately, if they found out on Twitter, that's shady. And that's another acquisition that, to my buddy Jimmy's credit, that's something that he's always been sus about. He's never liked the Ninja Theory acquisition by Xbox.
Oh, so he's been consistent with that. Okay.
He is for as long as we've been working on the channel since 2021. He has always been like, that doesn't make sense to me, right? Because they have they've done prior work before that, but they had Hellblade 1, and it was like, a $40 game that kind of punched above its weight. It's I believe at the time it was a PlayStation exclusive. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, it was a PlayStation exclusive.
But literally, yes, you're correct.
Because then, the idea was that, it's a small studio that can punch above their weight. If they give it a little bit more time and money, then maybe they can churn out a Hellblade 2 super quick, and it'll be kind of, around that same around that same quality, and they just churn it out quick. But Hellblade 2 takes 7 years to come out, and then in many ways a lot of people considered it a step back. I remember being at the Game Awards in the JW Marriott that year, and people were describing it as the most disappointing game of the year.
Wow.
And that's that's tough. And so you try to bounce back with Senua, and in the trailer, to their credit, it seems like they addressed a lot of the criticisms, at least with the combat
focus
from Hellblade 2, being able to fight more than one dude at one time, right? The dual wielding, throwable weapons. It seems a lot more action oriented, like the first game was than the second game was, which was, let's be real, just kind of like an interactive movie. So yeah, shady if they didn't know, shady if they didn't know, fair kind of if they did, still sucks. Like there's really no other way to say it. It still sucks to be in that position, especially because I was under the impression that they were still kind of, even though the games weren't necessarily knockout hits that everyone was talking about buying up and playing, that they were still they were doing a lot of work as a support studio with their mocap
with the mocap.
work.
That was what I heard. I thought they would be safe because of that. Sorry.
Because I remember, I think it was Matt Booty that was talking about how, like, Xbox game studios are more integrated now than ever before. Like, we take the mocap tech from Ninja Theory and they're helping out this other studio, and then the Coalition is helping out all these other guys with Unreal Engine 5, and then Obsidian developed this thing with NPCs that, like, there's other studios working on. So given all of that, thinking, okay, like Xbox, they're using the resources, even if they're not, those studios individually aren't making breakout hits, they're still utilizing the resources and talent to support Xbox game studios.
Yes.
But I guess, so that is another factor of me being kind of shocked to see all this.
Same. 100%.
But, I guess Ash is really not playing around, man. Yeah. Ash is really not playing around.
She told us. She told us tough times.
She told us tough times, and we know that she moves fast, right? Yes. Like, we hear rumors of, she's working on a Game Pass something. Boom. A couple days will go by, and then boom, the change is enacted, right?
Yeah. Yep.
So she's moving fast. She's being aggressive, and that just seems. And I know that a lot of people are questioning, well, why are they bringing back exclusives, right?
Right.
Why are they bringing back exclusives at the tail end of the generation, heading into Project Helix, especially at a time when Xboxes are so expensive, probably going to get more expensive with this part shortage going on. But, I think there's something to be said. Like, they're trying something, right? That we know the stuff that they were doing was not working. Otherwise, they wouldn't be doing all this other stuff.
Facts.
And sure, maybe like one exclusive this year with Gears, E-Day. Is that going to make people go run out and buy a ton of consoles? Are they going to see a huge upswing? Probably not. But it is a first step. And we won't really know the effects of this until like another 5 years when we're on. We're on Iron Lord's 5 years.
Yeah, 5 years ago. We like, remember the exclusive movement? No, well said, brother. A lot of great points. I gotta get to Samurai Kibiji. Great video, buddy. I watched your video in reference to, worried about the Xbox decisions, and you made an analogy that I thought was very fitting in terms of art, as you're a guy that loves art, and you're a guy that appreciates these studios for what they do, what they present. But you also made some good points in reference to the business, right? And understanding. You were like, hear me out. Don't come for me. I'm just saying, that kind of thing. But now that you got a little bit more time to process, now that more information is coming out, now Ninja Theory could be added to the list. And actually, potentially more studios that are not named. And according to Jason Schreier, he's not saying things are finite. Those three are definitely shut down. They're all looking for potential off-ramps. Negotiations are in place, right? So we got to be clear that is still ongoing. But we are hearing that the Xbox Studio family will be dramatically different past the 30th or whatever the fiscal is and stuff like that. So now that you got more time to process, where are you at with this whole situation?
There's just so much, man.
I know it's a lot. It's a lot.
It's a lot. The thing that I don't think, I try not to think about too much is the whole like, and there's more. And I'm just like, boy, don't say that. Don't say that,
bro. But that's what the streets are talking.
Dude,
they snitching to Jason Schreier. They snitching.
If something I want to kind of latch onto is something Ray brought up about Asha's moving fast.
Yes,
she is moving.
I can't
fast.
keep up,
and for
so
that.
Fast.
Yeah, like I had this theory, and actually I might have heard somebody else say it too, so I don't know if they thought of it first or if I thought of it first, but I'm like, ever since she's taken office, there's like something to talk about, bro, every week.
If you're an Xbox,
like every week,
she's good for business, bro. Like you can't say she's not. Like for something to talk about.
I was like, I wonder if that was an initiative, because she did hire a few people in the first, like, I would say 30 or 40 days. That was like, hey, we need some people about our like the community management, the socials and stuff like that. And I'm like, bro, what if that was an initiative where it's like, we need to have something people are talking about every week? But technically speaking, the only thing that was official this week was Craig Duncan leaving Xbox Game Studios,
which we didn't talk about. Good call out. Yes.
Yeah, but it's crazy how that was timed right alongside Jason Schreier's stuff and everything. But but technically the only official thing we could talk about is Craig, but the main thing is obviously the reports and stuff. So I asked people in the chat, I've been back and forthing a little bit of a good question is like, was this on purpose in terms of the timing? You know, like, because I almost wonder, I feel like maybe not on purpose, but like, it's just very interesting that literally last week, it wasn't last week that Asha was like,
so, hey
guys, just
the 100 days reset. Like, tough times ahead. You think the timing's a little interesting? So someone got the heads up?
I do wonder. I'm like, I opened that to everybody. Like, you guys are people listening. I'm just like, that's really interesting because it's like, did she know that this is going to get out there? And it's also because I almost thought like, okay, since this is coming out on Monday, they usually have like stuff to say on Thursday and Fridays. Again, if this is a weekly initiative, it's like on Thursdays and Fridays. And like, I'm like, wow, they might comment on this on Thursday and Friday. And they didn't, to my knowledge. Correct me if I'm wrong. But so I almost just do wonder if it's like she put out that message, just like, listen, there's no way, like to her team, there's no way this is not going to get out next week. There's no way. So we're going to post something. I'm going to write something up or whatever. You guys are going to write up for me. Who knows? But there's no way like this is not going to get out next week. So I'm going to put something out ahead of time, which I kind of like personally. Like it's not a big deal.
That's a big talking point.
Not the decision, but just like, you know, because something a lot of people said about the Phil era, which is to not repeat a lot of stuff Ray said, like, I think my main point will be about the Phil era of all this, but it was a very reactionary era.
Yes.
You know, like it was very reactionary to things that if Ryan McCaffrey's analogy is when they step on the rake or whatever. And like, I just think this is a sign of just like, listen, we know what's going to go down. So let's say something ahead of time. And honestly, that kind of softened the blow to me because like it kind of like I'm not saying, you know, like, oh, that made it super okay, but just like it helped me understand a 3% accountability margin. Like, holy crap, that is genuinely not acceptable on a business level. That's crazy. And my like Cog, you said you checked on my thing, like something I said in there, it's not a charity. Like Cogs bring it up to you guys watching. If you haven't seen it, I posted just like this raw talk. I didn't edit it or nothing. I'm just like, I love art, but it's not a charity. And I wish, you know, and I want to kind of counter Ray and Lord, like Double Fine didn't put out enough during this time. No, they put out enough. They released Psychonauts 2. They released Keeper. They released Kiln. Now, were those games huge? Right. Psychonauts 2 was, but like they put out 3 games since they've been a part of that studio. Technically, Ninja Theory's put out 2 games too. We don't talk about Bleeding Edge.
We don't talk about Bleeding
Edge. But technically, that was the game they put out. And like, so I feel like these studios, maybe not Compulsion Games, honestly, they've been putting out stuff, but not stuff that as a
commercial
business.
Success. Yeah, like they put out stuff. And, I get what you're saying. Yeah, to your point, to the letter of the law, you are correct in terms of output. You're absolutely right. You're just saying the counterpoint, which would be commercial success. But continue. I'm sorry.
Right, and that's the thing that Asha is just like, listen, this just can't work. Like, you know, like this just does not work. And this is the moment. This is why I was just like, people might attack me because I get too brain instead of heart sometimes. And that's why I'm like, I know, I understand, you know, like I get it. Everybody deserves to be mad. I understand, but I can't help but just the way I sympathize is when I just understand. Like that's all. If I can understand,
help me understand how you got to this conclusion.
Yeah. And so I get it. Now, the Ninja Theory thing, I don't know. Like, I almost want to wait and see because that's crazy. Somebody else brought up a good point that usually these showcases are put together like 2 months in advance. So that's something interesting. I don't know, but again, they could have pulled it if they knew. Who knows? But or maybe it is to help. Who knows? I don't know. That's a big debate there. But
fair.
But yeah, the whole thing is, to me, very interesting that Asha got forefront with this, whereas in the Phil era, it would be very reactionary. And I think this is a lot of correcting the Phil era of the whole point of Ninja Theory, compulsion, Double Fine. I'm with Ray. Like, if something happens to Double Fine, my heart's going to be broken. They are such a pillar of, like, just gem indie creation. I don't want to see them be forced to make certain things, but you got to function as a studio.
You want to put them in a sweatshop, make it a specific. That would be wild. Put Tim Spinks in a sweatshop would be wild. Sorry, continue.
Yeah,
making 10.
Yeah, but
making him work on Call of Duty.
You working on COD now? That's it. Get in there. We are going to High Mood Studios. You are now Double Fine High Mood, and you get on that Call of Duty.
Yo, dude.
Well, isn't that the worst
possible PR thing you could do?
Yes, absolutely agree.
But like the Ryan McCaffrey brought up, like, I think it'd be cool if they were with Nintendo. I'm like, no, but that's the thing. It's like that's the only reason they went to Xbox.
Saying that either. You think Nintendo's gonna let them? Like, no one in this industry is gonna let them do what they did. Let's just be honest here. No one in this industry. You can make whatever you want. We're not gonna care. We're not gonna care how much money it makes. No one in the industry. You go to Nintendo. Nintendo's like, oh, okay, you can help make Mario. Got you.
There's really no kind of win in this for Xbox, because I remember people being super critical of them for their hands-off approach. That was the whole narrative behind Redfall. It was like there was no involvement with Redfall, right? It was a hands-off approach. They need to be more involved.
And now everyone wants hands-on approach again, Ray. Everyone wants to come back.
Yep. Get in there.
And this is where that's my point, is that, like, the Phil era, like, I loved what Phil was trying to do. It was we want to build a portfolio for Game Pass.
Yeah.
Like, I'm so behind this idea of Game Pass and people just hopping on it. We can challenge Netflix, Google, and everything instead of PlayStation, Nintendo. And to do that, we need a diverse portfolio of a lot of different kinds of developers.
That was
We're
the
gonna
North
have
Star.
so many different. Yeah, we have so many different kinds of games we're making. They're not all going to be blockbusters, but there are things to re-engage and have retention and stuff, keep people subbed. I understood the strategy, but just it wasn't working. And now it's to the point that it's like, listen, if this isn't working, that this is the situation, and it's just,
it wasn't working, and that's the core. Yes, like that is what we keep going back to. We keep trying to dance around on it because obviously people's livelihoods are on the line, but it wasn't working. So where do we go?
I did this video about, like, people are wondering about the exclusive situation. It's just like, if they're so unsuccessful, why would they make Gears exclusive, which is a whole other conversation. But something I bring up is, like, I did a whole math video. You guys could go to my short, but I just basically broke down some math, and I used Doom Dark Ages as an example of a day one multi-plat release. That was also a game that launched on Xbox Play Anywhere and Xbox Game Pass. And there was like over 500,000 people that chose to get it on PlayStation. And somebody, like, brings up, like, I don't get why you bring up Doom and how, like, people will buy Bandai and Capcom games on PlayStation then. I'm like, because they were willing to pass up Play Anywhere and Game Pass. Like, if they were willing to pass up those two things to play Doom on PlayStation, they're going to play games that don't even offer those things, hands down. And so that I bring at that point because I guess just Game Pass wasn't an enticing enough thing for people to go for it, you know?
Right.
And so I think that's what Ash is doing here. And again, I just sound like, but where's the heart, Keebs? Where's the sadness? Where's the rage? It's like, listen, it's not good, but at the same time, what do you do? Do you just let them keep? That's a good question to segue. I'll shut myself off there. It's like, what do you do? What do you do? Do you keep them around? Do you, like, force them to do stuff, or like what's the strategy if you don't do this?
I know the other games were a hit, but maybe the next game.
Just keep on.
Just give me one more shot.
Give me one more shot with the business.
Like, we can think about the past and what happened, you know, and blame for sure. But if we're in the present moment, what do we do?
No,
What do we do?
It's a fair point, and I like the point about, you know, looking for solutions. That's a great point, as opposed to, you know, trying to understand stuff. And again, not justifying anything, but just trying to understand, you know, the motion and what this new regime is looking for versus what the old regime was doing. But we got to bring it to you, Attic, because this is a hot one. And, you know, obviously now, you know, more studio names are coming forward. They're still saying things are in flux. You know, we got the Ninja Theory situation, and then people, you know, either trying to get independence, but everyone's kind of scrambling to figure out what's going to go off. And obviously, even spin-off and stuff was talked about. So where you at with the Xbox studio situation and maybe pending layoffs and maybe studio closures? Where you at with it?
Here's the thing. No one likes studio closures. It doesn't matter how far it goes into things. It's a sensitive subject. It's unfortunate. And, I, for one, I enjoyed, Psychonauts when I played that. I even like Kilt. I thought I liked the pottery game. That was actually a fun time. But the thing is no one in this industry is greenlighting any of those games. Psychonauts, you could probably get a company, but I just have a hard time believing that any other publisher would greenlight making a pottery games as a service where you make a pot and you fight on a kind of a lane type of game. Yeah. I think people are focusing 100% on Microsoft shutting them down and the potential, because none of this is confirmed.
Correct.
And they're not giving Microsoft any credit whatsoever for giving the freedom of almost a decade to a couple handful of studios to figure something out. And I think people are just looking at one direction. None of these games made money. None of them did. And Microsoft let them greenlit another game. And then that game didn't make money. And it's just how long does that last? And I find it very interesting that people want Microsoft to compete till they start trying to compete. Part of competing is resizing, downsizing, trying to get more agile. Part of that is that, and it's just these companies made sense for some of the other business strategies that Microsoft had, which, may I add, has changed multiple times, even during the Phil Spencer era. Remember when things was all about Game Pass? Then it was about cloud, and then it was about Play Anywhere. They have pivoted because people are oh, Play Anywhere, this is some new thing. No, Play Anywhere's been around for a long time. Since Quantum Break, Play Anywhere has been around. They just stopped caring about it for 6 years and then started
put it on
caring about
PC,
it
but the dual entitlement. I get what you're saying.
My point is it wasn't a thing they put on trailers. It was just something that you had to have known that was there. Like I said, Quantum Break was the first game they published on PC, and that was a Play Anywhere title, if I remember correctly.
Well, it wasn't Play Anywhere, but it was on PC, and people were wilding out. they were going crazy. How dare you?
Play Anywhere is accessible on the Windows Store and console.
Right, but
and
I believe
was on the Windows Store.
Yeah, but I believe at the time, if I remember, a lot of those games, even though they were accessible both, your save data didn't transfer. It was you had to start over a separate kind of thing. That's pretty much what the Play Anywhere thing. But I get your point, though. I get what your point. Continue.
Yeah, so regardless how it comes down to that, at the end of the day, it's we can't. That's what I'm looking for. People want to look at this trajectory and say, oh, what they're doing, this is wrong. And I'm gonna be honest, it's been some of the most disingenuous I've ever seen in this industry in terms of how they're perceiving Microsoft doing exclusives in general. Now all of a sudden it's the boogeyman, and now people care about Microsoft's money, but at the same time,
that's the problem, right? That's the problem. Xbox was the butt of the joke, and they were going multi-platform. It was perceived as they were giving up.
We doing this. We doing this. Are we Xbox taxing?
And now, dude, I even got Jimmy to admit.
Jimmy admitted the tax is real.
He's up on my latest video saying the hate towards Xbox is unreal right now compared to the Sony, which is doing a lot of the same stuff, and people are like, hell yeah, Sony.
That's my issue, right? I can't stand this rhetoric that's going on, this perception that's oh, I don't know why they're doing this here. And I'm gonna call it out, Greg Miller.
Oh man,
just sitting there saying stuff you know what they should do? They should just keep funding these studios over and over again. Doesn't matter if any of them make money. They should keep doing exactly what they're doing. But it's but that's not working. It's not. And when I go back and I look at these older videos, every time PlayStation ported games to PC, Craig Miller lost his mind. But Go back and look at the video where they where Jason Schreier even hinted that they were pulling off that PC. He had a different tone. Now it's important to the brand. I guess exclusives matter when it's the platform you play on. Like, and it's just like, and it's not just Greg Miller.
Okay.
Oh, hell yeah, man! You keep talking. You keep talking. I'll bring more people.
Let's be nice. Let's be nice.
And it's just like I'm looking at this disingenuous like conversations going on in the industry, and it's just like, dude, like what they were doing wasn't working. And you know, Kofi, there's another name.
Can we spare the names?
No,
Jesus. Everybody getting distracted. Can we stop?
Rated E for everybody.
Oh my God.
And I don't like this
E for
mindset. I don't like this mindset where like people are like, it's too late. Yeah, it very late might be too late. You can make the argument that the damage for the Xbox One generation at the beginning was so devastating they never recovered from it. And I would feel that is a fair argument. But to go above and beyond and say we don't even want them to try is mind-baffling to me. So you're telling me, and I asked Kofi multiple times because I wouldn't let him off the hook with this question because he kept saying, I don't understand why they're sitting Gears out to die when this isn't going to work. I'm like, okay, your alternative is them quitting, pulling out of the hardware manufacturer. In my opinion, there's no single game more important than more competition in the gaming industry. Even Fable. There's no single game more important than having a third hardware competitor on the platform in the gaming industry.
Competition is good for the industry.
But see, apparently it's not. Apparently, people care about now. People care about dogs more.
We want you to compete. Like, we just don't want you to compete that hard. We don't want you. You're doing too much competing.
It's just like people are like, why are they doing it with the hard? If you're asking them to wait for the hardware issues to resolve before they go back to exclusives, so you want them to wait till like 2028, 2029 to do that? By then, if it's not too late, by then it's definitely too late. It's a wrap. Like,
no, the work has to start now. Well, I mean, the work has to start now. The work should. I mean, because some people are like, well, they already tried exclusives, it didn't work. They didn't have the portfolio to prop it up. I mean, we were going. I mean, over a year between first party stuff coming out from Xbox, and then it something like Redfall would drop, right? Like. They tried with like that was the last time they really tried.
To say it like that.
Remember
something
this was
like
Redfall, Starfield, right? And so now they have the games. So now is the time. And if not, like Addict's saying, when? Right?
No, fair enough. Let me hold on.
Start the work now.
No, fair enough.
When is when they shut down the hardware so they don't have to worry about putting games anywhere else. Because that's what this comes down to. They want to play the games, but they don't want to even remotely think. Because you don't know what else she's gonna do. She's been so off the queue. For all you know, she rips Xbox games off Steam next year. And so in their mind, if they
Jimmy will not like that.
Multi-platform, but my point is you know what is not like that. But you know what the point is they would prefer a future where they know what's going to happen than a future where they don't know is going to happen. So if they abandon the exclusives and abandon the hardware, that's a future they know games will always come to their platform. But the other route is a dark route that has no lights in it, and they don't like that know where it's going to get it.
All right, let me ask you this question.
There's already
there's
already so much accessibility on Xbox's part versus other platform holders. Like they put their games on PC, so you can you can buy an Xbox, but their games are already available on so many other devices versus just
no fair.
So people will be then.
That's the funny thing, right?
Gears is going to be exclusive.
They're available everywhere but PlayStation, and that but PlayStation is the problem.
No, fair enough. All right, but let me be devil's advocate for the other
There's
side.
no devil's advocate.
Me too. Lord, go for it. I have something too.
I'm just going to be devil's advocate. It is for the sake of fairness. You know, some would say, okay, great. You know, first of all, they're going to say the messaging is all over the place, right? Which is fair. Okay, right. That 1 minute. The fail era, it was exclusive. Next minute, it's E for everyone. Toasters Xbox, no console required.
Hate us because they ain't us.
And then now it's back with this new regime. It's back to exclusive, and then we get the double down or triple down for the Matthew Balls and so on and so forth. So the question will be: yes, you're doing this now, but the talk will be, you're sending the coalition's game out to die because you're not putting that game and that studio in the best position to win. Because let's be honest, as a studio, you do want your games to sell the most. And if you do eliminate PlayStation, right? Again, not saying I'm advocating for them not to do exclusive. I'm just telling you, for the other side, they're saying you mean the
wrong side.
You are not allowing them to, not putting it on PlayStation. You're missing out on those sales. So, what do you say about that? Like you're just doing all this, like they say, some people say it's reactionary and that ultimately it's a bad business strategy and it's going to fail the studio. What do you say to that, Attic?
I say, why was that energy with Source? Where was that energy with Ghost of Yotai? Where was that energy with Ghost of Tsushima? Where was that energy with Mario Wonder? Because all these games would be better as a multi-plat and be better for the overall sales. But guess what? We're not talking about the sales. We're not talking about the individual IP sales. We're not talking about the actual sales of the software. We're talking about the hardware they belong to. There's a reason no one talks to any of those things. There's no reason no one goes to PlayStation and be like, yo, you sold 400,000 Suros. You need to port that everywhere. Where was those conversations? Because no one cared about Suros surviving.
That's also assuming that every game that Xbox ports on over to PlayStation is going to do Forza Horizon 5 numbers. And we're just not seeing that.
That's not the case. That's not the case.
Like Gears Reloaded, not selling super hot on PlayStation, right? Probably not the numbers that they want. Couldn't even crack 1 million. So there's so many other examples of, just because a game is on PlayStation doesn't mean
guarantee.
That doesn't guarantee financial success or sales.
You know what, Ryan?
I got you, Kibiji. I got you.
Where was this conversation when Concord was on its deathbed that we need to open this up to as many platforms as possible? We need to save this game. We need to save this studio.
All right.
No one
crashing
cared.
out.
They
You
shut
crashing
that
out.
stuff down, and the bulk of the industry
That's a good point.
Concord
Yeah.
was a laughing stock.
So,
they didn't care about that game shut down. They looked at that game like a bad like the bad stepchild that we need to get rid of. Like that's all they looked at. That.
He's cooking. So are you implying that the media and the industry has a different set of rules when it comes to exclusives, when it comes to Xbox attempted distribution? Is this what you're implying, Attic?
Here's the thing. Yes. But Xbox is the one that put
themselves okay, fair
to be in that situation.
Right, here we go.
When you're constantly okay with being the blunt of the joke, you can't complain about being the joke constantly in the industry. So when you're always going on stepping rakes, going out in the backyard, not realizing there's rakes everywhere, and you're stepping on 3 or 4 a year, you can't complain when the 3 or 4 rakes have consequences. But the problem is I do think Microsoft allows. What's what I'm looking for? They don't fight back with these kind of sentiments. They don't sit there and be like, okay, we take your feedback and we hear that. You know what they do? They're like, okay, we're going full multiplayer. We bought ABK. We finally got games that can actually elevate everywhere. You get, what was the first game? You get Horizon. Everyone gets Horizon. You know that Fable game? It's rated E for everybody, buddy. That's going everywhere. PlayStation, and my thing is like every time they have an advantage to the highest degree, those are the rakes they love to step on. It's the rakes that can actually generate any kind of growth for them.
Fair enough. I will give it right back to you, but Kibiji said he had a counterpoint. I wanted to hear what his counterpoint was on the other. Or have you shifted your position?
So much stuff said.
I know.
There's been so much stuff.
Because in terms of the strategy and the exclusives, because that's a contentious part.
I mean, so okay, I'm jotting down.
It's hot.
But I want to. Okay, so just Lord, you were doing like just to be devil's advocate or whatever. There was 2 points I want to be devil's advocate about, but I don't want to like back and forth about them. I just want to bring up the hypothetical other side of this.
Fair enough.
Greg Miller's brought up.
Yes.
I get that point. A lot of people I saw that got retweeted. He wasn't saying like keep these studios around, keep spending. And that's what it seems like at the surface level. You take the clip out of context. I listened to the whole podcast. It's more so let's go. They just basically are of the point, just ditch the platform and focus on making these studios thrive. Like not necessarily keep funding their adventures, but find the middle ground. Don't just keep funding art house things. Don't keep making them become Call of Duty machine. Make them get some talent in to make them do bigger projects and whatnot. So they just have this pitch on like, let's just make this a multi-plat studio. to hopefully make these studios thrive. That was the idea. Anyways, but I'm sure there's maybe disagreements about that. But the other devil's advocate thing.
Let me address that real quick.
He ain't gonna let the Greg thing go, clearly. Good.
I know.
It would be different if these games even remotely sold well on PlayStation.
Right.
They don't.
Which is
and that's what they want.
You can't go out there and you can't say that going multi-platform is the approach to keep some of these studios around.
Right. No, and that's my point. I agree with that. But more so the point was that they want to get rid of Kiln. They don't want them to do stuff like that. Like, that's the point. It's not just the multi-plat. Like, that's what everybody was assuming just on the surface level.
Okay, fair.
It's more about like both, not just both.
Okay.
Go multi-plat and let's start figuring out something, which is a point I did want to make. But there's one other devil's advocate thing.
Were multi-plat though. Like the
other devil's advocate thing I'll get to in a second.
Yeah,
but the other thing I wanted to bring up is just the peeps are mentioned, because this is what kind of funny was kind of getting at is Phil's era. Okay, early 2010s, we were too hands-on.
Right.
Fable, Lionhead, gone because we wanted them to do this thing, yada, yada.
Correct.
They even mentioned that in their official documentary. You know, the early 2010s, that's what put Xbox in a horrible spot at the launch of Next Gen or whatever for Xbox One.
Correct.
Then the start of the early 2020s, it was the opposite.
Yes.
Phil was like, totally hands off. You guys do your thing, build our portfolio. So what a lot of peeps are hoping for now is find the middle ground. You know, find the middle ground to like, listen, and who's the previous PlayStation head before Jim Ryan?
Oh, man, I'm feeling.
You know who I'm talking about.
Yeah, I see the how I forget so many of them.
Yeah, you got to the PlayStation 4 era essentially,
Sean
but like,
Layton.
Sean, he brought up this point of like just we want a lot of things approved, but at the same time we could figure out alongside Shueida, I forget his name. Yeah, like they had this talent of green lighting projects. They really felt we're going to be big instead of just what is chasing the money. What they found that good balance of like supporting the teams and greenlighting good projects. Now, so that's what I think a lot of people are hoping Xbox can do is find that middle ground. But the other thing that I just think it's all about like just finding ways for these studios to survive, essentially, that there's going to have to be some compromises, not full blown become part of the Fallout, Call of Duty, Halo machine. But we got to find some kind of compromise that you guys stay alive. The point about Gears being sent to die.
Let's go.
Did Forza Horizon 6 get sent out to die? It's literally the same exact situation. Is it not?
I got to push back. I got to push back a little, only because we know that it is still eventually going to come to PlayStation. You would be right if we didn't have anything, but that's the only thing. But I understand your point. I understand where you're going. But continue. Sorry.
Yeah, because it's currently the same situation. But you're right. Like that is a future promise. But yet, even though that's a future promise, it sold like 5 million copies in its first week.
I'll be real. Even if they came out and announced as a time exclusive, they would still be saying the same narrative. It's being sent out to die. Like, I'm confident they would still say it.
It's interesting, but some people would
Forza? For what?
Forza? No, for Gears.
Oh, yeah. Are you talking about Gears? He's talking about
even
Forza.
If Gears was announced that day to be a time
I'm talking about Forza.
He's talking about
being
Forza.
Like a potential. I'm talking about.
I was talking about COG because COG said they're not the same, and I've said even if it was announced, I'm confident they would still say the same thing.
Got you. Okay.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
but I just think that's an interesting point. Like, I know Forza as a brand is maybe more appealing to the wide spectrum, but it's a driving game. But yet, the first week it was out, I think we do have official numbers that the 5 million copies sold. Somehow, like 2 million of those plus were Xbox. They weren't Game Pass peeps. They were actually sold copies on Xbox somehow. So that's a thing. And they got another 2+ million from Steam. That was in the first week of that game coming out.
Right.
And so some say, you know, like you're sending Gears out to die. It's like, did Forza get sent out to die? Like, and even I would say, COG, with your point, like with the promise of it coming to PlayStation eventually, how come those 2 million people on each of those platforms bought the game? It might be 2 million, you know, like, so I don't see that as an absolute, but I don't know. Anyway, those are the main things I'm trying to down. There's so much stuff that I'm like, I just want to comment on these.
No, fair enough. And these are good discussion points. And to Ray's point in reference to the other side as well, which is, yes, we have the Forza Horizon data, right? Tremendous numbers. Like, what's it, 4 or 5-year-old game, comes to PlayStation, does all this stuff. So people look at that as maybe as an inflection point for it being a success. But to Ray's point,
Forza Horizon 6.
6, correct.
Yeah.
Gotcha. But to Ray's point, you look at, all the other ports that have gone to PlayStation. How successful, like you mentioned, Ray, I believe you mentioned the Gears Reloaded, right? And we're seeing soft numbers. Let's be honest. We're seeing very soft numbers on some of these ports. So is that an indicator like, maybe, if you look at all the ports, we listed them like a spreadsheet, right? And then you got like Forza Horizon, but then you got like Gears, Hellblade, South of Midnight, you know what I'm saying? Like, all the Double Fine games, as much as we love them as artistic games, how much did they say? This is something that maybe potentially the new regime and Asha's looking at and saying, okay, maybe this is why this strategy isn't something that we want to continue with, and we want to kind of double down with the exclusives. But I'll let you add it. It was you. I want to let you finish. Sorry.
And so it comes down to, it's just like, look, like, I'm not even against people saying it's too late. Like, because it's like, it very well that it might be, back to the Xbox One generation. I would say that Phil cleaned up a lot of the issues like late on in the Xbox One generation, but I feel like by the time the Series S and X one was at the point where it can capitalize, that's when they went multi-plat. And it's just like, Starfield wasn't the game that the whole industry wanted it to be. And not a lot of that's not really on like any particular person. It's on like whole entire teams. I'm okay with you saying, "Hey, it's a wrap. This is good." What I'm not okay with saying is, but I want them to stay multi-plat and not try to compete in the platform, because that's why I said, I keep going back. Would you prefer only Nintendo and PlayStation to be the console manufacturers in the industry? Because if your answer is yes to that, then that's fine. But I find it very hard to believe that you would prefer to have games be multi-plat than actual more competition in the space. Because we don't have we have a bunch of publishers, and that's what you want them to do, is to go being a publisher. We don't have a lot of hardware manufacturers, and you should want all of them to be as strong as they possibly can. And even though that Gears can go out there and be fractured in terms of how much it sells, which I'm curious how much it would have sold anyway, because the remake of the original Gears, which is literally the entry that people would need to know going into E-Day,
on PlayStation,
did not sell well at all on PlayStation.
That's a good point.
So, maybe Asha looking at that, and it's like, look, how do we know
is the juice worth the squeeze? Yeah, is the juice worth the squeeze of the ports?
And it's just like
versus brand damage, right? That's a good point.
Yeah.
And then it's like, you look
losing
at
third-party sales too.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's the thing people don't want to look at. People don't want to.
They never look. I don't know why they never look at that. That's a huge factor. The third-party sales.
That on ILP, when the third parties, the more they sell those first party, the less they're going to sell those third party, and this is not going to clear the gap. The first party. I really do. I think Xbox and Microsoft generally thought that they can publish games on PlayStation and people are just going to buy them, and they found out real fast that, this is what it's like being a publisher. We don't got the Resident Evil Requiems, the Pragmatas, the sales that goes on. We don't got that money to help offset what we don't make. Because
I think they saw a couple games perform well, and they were like,
Horizon.
They got gas. You said they got gassed up.
And Sea of Thieves.
Sea of Thieves was nice. Grounded, I heard was okay.
First one, right? Like that was part of the first.
Yeah, the first four. Yeah,
so
just hashtag just 4, no more.
Sea of Thieves. There's a 1 in 4 chance that an Xbox game is going to sell really well.
You might be right.
That's good enough for me.
Yeah, you might be right. You might be right.
And it's just like when you're a platform holder, you have more tools to offset that cost if your games don't sell well. They found out when they're a publisher, if their games don't perform, they dead in the water. They cooked that whole year. They cooked. But when you're a platform holder, you got if the industry does good, you're doing good. If GTA 6 comes out, you're making all this extra money.
Yeah,
if Requiem sells 10 million, which I don't know if it's there yet, but you're making, I'm willing to bet you, if you go and you look, besides Horizon, because that is a huge offsetter when it comes to the games that went to PlayStation, PlayStation probably made more money off of Requiem with that 30% than Microsoft made off 70% of all the games besides Horizon going over to PlayStation, because they sold like what 3-4 million just Requiem. We're not talking about none of the other games in the industry. They probably make more money off Fortnite in a month than all those games made. And that's the point. That money is going down. I wouldn't be surprised if they make more money now off of Game Pass than their own store. And that is a huge issue, because when you're not making money off of your store anymore, that is the whole point in going into a hardware manufacturer, is that you're trying to push that. And I think that's the reasoning that you're seeing a lot of this go down, because they used to be able to rely on that money. And people say, well, Addict, the reason they're able to make these games is because they're subsidizing these games with Game Pass. They have to subsidize it with Game Pass because of Game Pass. They're not selling them anymore. And you can make the argument these games weren't going to sell good in the first place. Like if Game Pass wasn't there, what would have South of Midnight really sold? What would have Killick would have sold? That's up in the air. Killick probably would have been a free to play at that point.
Killick,
but
Killick. I like Killick though. Killick.
We're talking Soul Calibur.
Soul Calibur. Killick. I was thinking Killick. I was like, oh, he got the staff.
Keepers. It's a surprise on what Keepers would have done.
Yeah.
But the thing is just like, in my personal opinion, if I want competition in the space, even though some of these games didn't, the only one I'm going to talk about the Ninja Theories thing in a second, because that's a completely different issue.
Yep.
If they have to restructure to bring more competition into the space, because let's be honest here, let's keep it a buck. These other hardware manufacturers have been running wild since Xbox put their gun down. We've seen all types of bad practice, and you can make the argument that the other two have always been more anti-consumer, and I feel like that's gotten worse. What PlayStation has done a variety of stuff. They got rid of their rewards program. Remember that? It was called the Stars, and they downsized it and got rid of it entirely. Because like it comes to like the PlayStation thing, like, oh, people are like, oh, I wonder if PlayStation's going to stop doing money hiding games, because no, why not? Like, they're like, oh, we get their games, and now what we have to do is find other games to choke them from getting. Like,
you mean they were still playing? Okay, still like they're the ops.
No, they are not happy unless Xbox is out of the hardware. That's my personal opinion. They're not cool unless they dead.
So even when Xbox was doing Kumbaya, they were still doing them deals.
They're like, okay, you got on one knee, we gonna put you down now.
What about Helldivers? That was a gesture.
Microsoft gave them a whole platform, essentially. And then when it came to making a Marvel IP known as Token, they're like, oh, Xbox is putting all their games. We could put not Chief, not over here. Okay. They can do that Kumbaya stuff. That's for us. Just that game alone, because that game is literally what they said, games as a service. It's the definition of what they said, but that game's not on Xbox.
What was the question? So I saw someone ask a question. Someone said so.
No, I just. Oh, wait, what?
Yeah, I heard someone say so. Like they was going to say it.
Yeah, me.
Okay.
I just wanted to kind of just bring it back to the studio closure.
Sorry, please.
But those
things.
Yeah, those things. I mean, I was just hypothetically, because like I said, I hope that they figure out the middle ground. I hope this is the sign of that, where it's like not as hands-on as early 2010s, not as hands-off as early 2020s, but figuring out the middle ground. And we heard them also say, like, I think is if this was a part of this story or last week, I can't remember, but just we want to get Fallout, Halo,
right,
Elder Scrolls to move faster. And that's understandable. Those are their big IP that they spent tons of money on, aside from Halo mentioned there. But you got those huge IP, and it's Bethesda joined you. You did the acquisition, I think, like 2020, and they joined you in 2021 March. But you still have not gotten the major thing that you kind of bought them for.
Good point. Good call out.
So I do wonder how they mitigate that, how they boost getting those things out. I just kind of wanted to bring that up too, because I feel like that's a big part of this. Like these are studios that we're not going to force them to be support studio. Maybe they give them the option, like if you guys want to stick around. But I hope that no, don't do that. But
that's where I was getting to. I think that's the whole point of the restructuring. If you're cutting all this funding to all these other studios, you could put that money somewhere else. And I think that's their mindset. It's like, look, we have these studios that's not really moving the needle in any way. They're not really making no money. They're not even really being like, there's certain icons. Like, I'm sure Astrobot doesn't make like a whole lot of money for PlayStation, but they looked at it as like, that could be our next mascot if we really nurture that brand. So they're willing to fund that, even though they probably won't make them a ton of money. So
Addict is cracking me up.
Dude,
I know you
can I
are
please?
broke. You don't make good games. You have no money. You have nothing. But
can I please bring up something from like the chat, because I see Gauntly Stone, I think.
What's going on?
Stone, how much of this current problem is on Booty's head, and can it be fixed while he's there?
Pause.
Booty.
Yeah, there's a lot
that's interesting.
That was
to me, that's a very interesting question, because if he's the one in charge of the content, and I also wonder if that's why, like, this news came out about the same time Craig Duncan pulled out, and also I think Luis something, they both pulled out, and in the meantime, they're going to be answering to Matt again until they find a replacement. But that's a good point. Like, this has all been, people blame Phil, which understood, technically Phil was the top of the top. But Matt was the one that was in charge of overseeing the content. That was his job. So as long as Matt is around, what happens? Matt has a new head with Asha, but that's a good question.
Right. And we know that Asha's been very clear about, like, she's learning the business. She's not some person that's coming in with this she's not a gamer. She's not coming in with this gaming sensibility. So to your point, that's a good point, Kibiji, that is still his responsibility. And also under him with the Duncan thing, which we kind of glossed over, that you also mentioned earlier, that who's going to be the replacement for him that's kind of doing the day-to-day with the Xbox Game Studio family, right? So these are all questions that have to be answered as far as quality, release, and all these things that, they seem to have an issue with, say with the last regime, so as far as just the, these critically acclaimed games as far as these artsy games. But Addict, finish your point, then I'll get my bars after you.
I think, back to what Ray said, it's not just about like the money they're making, or it's about the output too. When you take like 7-8 years to like make one game, like if they could have got out like a South of Midnight a couple years ago and they got another one out, I feel like there would be more room to have conversations with. But when you're also taking that much time and it's resulting in the product that didn't move the needle, because that's the thing, it's both of them. It's not about, you can spend a lot of time on a game like a GTA 6, but you better hit when that sucker comes
Facts.
out.
Good point.
When you're taking that kind of time and it's not making a splash, it's a fun game, but it's not really moving the needle.
Right.
That's where the issue is, because now you wasted all this money into this project and it didn't do anything for us.
From a commercial success.
Which I think goes into Perfect Dark and Everwild's cancellations.
Yes.
Like you've been developing this for so long and we don't even know when it's coming out. Like, I think that's something that I have this whole thing about, like, what I would love is within about 2 to 3 years of development, if you don't see the end in sight, like I'm saying within the next couple years after those first couple years, if you don't see the end in sight, we have to debate, are we going to reveal this? Are we going to continue this? What are we doing?
Fair enough.
Because
for instance, you look at like Fable's looking like that could potentially be worth the 6-7 year lifespan of working on that game. I don't know if it's going to hit when it does come out, but when you look at that game, you clearly see, okay, I can see people going out and buying that game. It looks great. And we'll have to see it, and I think that's the whole point. Like, I'm about competition. I've always been about it. I don't even care about exclusives, but if they have to do this restructuring to make sure that they're able to compete in the space, then so be it. Because what people want to look at is they want to look at all their, they potentially getting rid of all these studios, but they're not. It's like you guys said, but what they were doing in terms of the business model wasn't working. So they have to restructure. And a lot of the times when it comes to restructuring to this degree, it always means scaling back what they're doing and building up what they're doing right.
No,
and it comes to the Hellblade thing. That's the only studio I disagree with shutting down. I don't particularly like Hellblade. I think they're okay games, but once again, I don't think it moves the needle that much. But we got a Hellblade 2 not long ago, like a couple years ago. Now I don't know if this 2027 thing is a legit date or they just throwing that out there to show interest. But if that rumor is real, that means you could potentially have another Hellblade next year. I feel like that's a good output. I've always felt like, as much as Ninja Theory gets on my nerves in certain aspects, I felt like Ninja Theory has the potential to be a very successful studio if they're nurtured correctly. I don't know, just because you funnel money into somewhere doesn't mean you're giving them, because we heard about rumors that back in the day certain of these studios wanted to expand more on certain areas, and Microsoft was like pushing back on that.
Right.
So if they're not letting, because you can have the money, but are they giving them the ability to hire the right people or to get the right talent? Or, you know, some of these studios might be in a bad area to get good talent. That could, because it's not about just extending the head count. It's about getting good talent with that head count. So I think it comes down to there's a lot of aspect that goes into this, and I think that's the biggest thing that people aren't really looking into. Now, as far as like what's going on with the what's going on with the Hellblade, and potentially it was being canceled before, I'm in the middle with that. I don't like the practice at all. I don't
mean
like
the practice of showing it at the showcase,
showing a game that you might cancel. Because in my opinion, as a consumer and a content creator, if you thought that was even remotely going to be a possibility, you should have just pulled that sucker straight out of the showcase. But then I feel like this is a gray area where I can't speak that I want, these companies to treat developers better, as long as they knew, like Ray said, they knew this was going on. I can't get mad at them either for being like, yo, we know our direction is no longer in line with something like a Ninja Theory. You guys have a game that's semi-close that we can show off to like get some form of hype to be sold to. We're going to put this in there hoping that it would generate attention when we do shop around for this game being sold. And as long as Ninja Theory is being told,
okay, I see where you go.
As long as Ninja Theory is being told, even though I think that's bad perception and that's a bad message.
The main thing is the transparency. If the studio know it was communicated, then you're cool with it.
Because to me, it's just like, I can't sit here every week coming on this showcase saying they should treat developers better. Treating developers better would be not shutting them down, but it's just like, if you could do something to save Ninja Theory, and it is this sketchy practice, which I don't agree with. I understand why they did it. I don't have to like it to understand why they did it.
Right.
Are we going to have that same conversation if it does save Ninja Theory?
No, I get it.
To me, if you go out there and, like, let's say they do save Ninja Theory, the people that was complaining about this practice can't really talk about it, because in your way, they wouldn't have announced it. It would have generated hype, and Ninja Theory would just been shut down.
Right. So you're saying basically, if there's a means to an end,
it's a gray area.
No, fair enough. Look, I'll jump. This is a lot. Whew, there's a lot going on, man. I don't even know where to start. But actually, we get a couple super chats, because I don't want them to linger too long. Because everybody's spicy right now. Everybody's talking. Shout out to Akizi Boo Boo, $5 super chat. He said, "Happy Father's Day, everyone. Hope all is well. I want to say thanks for the support, Lord. To Cogs, you're still a bam. I think you meant to say bum, but you messed up. That's good for you." To Liz 22, shout out to $5 super chat. Happy Father's Day to the realm. Enjoy your day and blessings to everyone. Salute. First road to Germany, Gamescom, Glizzy super chat, $10. And you can see that's what Asha is building towards. Close smaller studios, divert those funds to double down and speed up on the major IP you own to have them exclusive and drive up hardware sales. Okay.
And I will say on that, I think a lot of people ain't looking at that as well. Like, and if they're able to do this correctly, you can generate more income with like more Fallouts, more Elder Scrolls, more Halos, and you can subsidize other smaller projects when you have brought in more high-pilling titles that's generated more income, because
that's the only time it works. That's the only time it works for sure.
They said that back in the Halo 3 days, they were able to fund 3 or 4 games off the money they made off just Halo 3.
Yeah, no, I get you. Shout out to the JD Gaming $5 super chat. Stop it. Just stop it. Everyone up in arm about studio closures. Nobody likes to see people lose their jobs, but how many are making videos for mailmen? Yo, why mailmen are getting UPS? What's going on? Why they get slandered?
I mean, if that's true, man, there probably are content creators out there that are making the videos about that. You know, you're just watching the gaming stuff. Like, we're talking about video games. Like,
shout out to the mailmen out there losing their jobs.
I feel like that's a direct shot at someone. Someone looks like a mailman making videos.
Yeah,
someone is. I don't know who it is.
There probably is, man.
I might go get a mailman's outfit, and that's my next video. I'm gonna have that on.
Shout out to the Silver Squad member for 7 months. Hear ye. Sad news. Claude, Guillermo, founder of Assassin's Creed, maker Ubisoft, passed in a plane crash last Friday. Rest in peace. Yeah, our condolences. I did hear that. That's unfortunate. JD Gamer, $5 super chat. Xbox just need to stop trying to get people to like it. Just make great games, hardware, and services. Become the behemoth that you will be inevitably. Okay, all right.
I do agree with to some degree. It's like make good games, and people will eventually stop clowning you.
Yeah, I mean, good games is the great deodorant. Shout out to listen, I've always said that. There's people that get away with
game
murder.
of the year contenders, game of the year contenders, and moments, and like those two things.
Yes,
yeah, moments.
100%.
Yeah,
there's a difference between like a fun game and an iconic game, and I think they have too many fun, great games that aren't enough iconic games.
I agree.
Like this year, Forza is a moment. Forza is a moment that they had, you know.
Hopefully, Fable's one.
Yeah, I agree.
However, for previously, Psychonauts 2 was nominated for Game of the Year.
No, I think that's a take where, maybe they should have pushed for Psychonauts 3 instead of, the.
Well, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
According to Ashin, but man, we'll see. All right, shout out to Tarnish Gamer UK, $5 super chat. The rakes that Sony steps on are padded by pillows, and those pillows have IGN and Kotaku's name on it. Greg Miller will rub the head bump as well. Y'all messy today. Y'all messy today. Oh my God, the slander. Guys didn't like this. Whatever. I gotta watch whatever Greg said because y'all upset.
The industry crashed out over the stuff going on with Xbox and their studios, but I didn't really see a whole lot of people talking about the Bungie stuff.
Are you implying there's a double standard? The tax is real?
I'm not. I'm implying that there's certain outlets that have people. I don't even think it's a hatred towards Xbox. They just don't care about There's a difference between hating something and not caring about something.
Yeah, when you don't have
true.
I agree. When I always feel when people don't have any investment on the platform, it's not that I don't take your opinion seriously, but I have to look at it because it's just like, okay.
I'm not saying I don't.
I mean, are you invited to the cookout or not? I'm not going to trust someone. I'm not going to trust someone doing a Fable review if they never played the original trilogy. If they didn't know about like any of So
talk your talk.
I won't.
You gotta have cred.
Gotta have some cred.
I won't even go into that.
I feel it. Listen, dudes are talking. I respect it. Shout out.
If I'll go on another rant, I'll crash out.
Yeah, let's slow down on your diss track, sir. Black Cat 4040 salute with the follow super chat. He said, "I would love if Matthew Ball would be more involved with Matt Booty to make sure these studios are performing, hitting deadlines, and not wasting." Oh, so you want the ball on the booty? Okay, I see what we doing. I see what we doing.
Here's the thing. I have to push back on that. I don't know if Matthew Ball is.
He just started.
But I don't know if he's qualified enough to like go around the studio.
True.
Like that's
what I'm thinking.
A different quality.
That's a good point.
I'm sure he could play the game because he's a gamer. He knows. Hopefully, he knows what's a good game and what's a bad game. Mm-hmm. But that doesn't necessarily mean there's probably a lot of qualities that Matthew Booty knows that Matthew Ball doesn't know. That
it's skill set. It's one is a strategic officer. The other one is actually a studio head. So it is a different. Definitely toolbox, so to speak. But no, I get what you said. That's fair. Shout out to JD Gay. Oh, $10 Germany Glizzy super chat. Let's go. We're going to get the games calm because of this. Panel, answer me this. What do all the IGNs, here we go with Greg Miller slander, and Greg Miller, what's DC guy? I'm assuming that's Dreamcast guy? Do if Xbox, they're going at you. This is crazy. If Xbox, all right. So answer me this. What if the IGNs and yada those people
if
Xbox goes away, completely shuts down, no third party license, just shut all down. What will they talk about after 2 weeks? So his questions to the panel: if Xbox is completely shut down, what will they have to say? Let's start with Kibiji. Let's throw you right to the fire. Where you at with this?
I think they'll still talk about it.
Even when it's dead?
Well, literally, they'll use it as the example. They'll use it as the example of just like PlayStation do this thing that Xbox did, and look what happened to them, and like they'll be used as the catalyst to like.
I do think that that's an unrealistic situation because I do think if they abandoned hardware, they wouldn't just leave; they would be a third party.
Ray, I'll put you on the spot. Mm-hmm. If Xbox is completely shut down, what will they still talk about the Xbox? What they gonna say?
Because for better or for worse, people are always talking about Xbox, and that's something I've learned 5 years running Xbox ready, there'll be some, dry times, like all of 2022, dry times. But people still tune in.
Facts.
Right. And then, when they raise the price of Game Pass, everyone was like, that was a bad move. And I even started out the video, I was just coming in hot.
You heard what Satya said, didn't you? There's more monetization for us than there is him.
Yeah, he did say that. He said YouTube was eating.
Yeah, exactly. And even when I think, man, people are not going to be interested in Xbox because they're doing this crazy stuff, like, whether it's the raising the prices on hardware or the Game Pass, and no, that's almost when people tune in more.
Yes,
and then post showcase, I'm like, oh, look at all this real stuff that Xbox is doing, real stuff, and they don't really care. But then, oh, Xbox is something crazy, everyone's tuning in. It's a a 1 to 10. All the metrics go up.
All the metrics go.
That's just my personal experience. And there is the opposite too. Like when they do cool stuff, and and they're really the first 100 days for Asha, people are tuning in.
Xbox
people are tuning
business.
In.
Xbox when Xbox went capital. Sorry,
if they're doing bad, and people will make jokes. Oh, it's time to shut down the channel. After they announced they were going multi-platform and stuff. People keep watching. And people keep talking about it. People keep, and like views are up in every conceivable way.
Oh, you eat,
just
I do like when
what?
Wall Diggity says, like, there's no gaming news if there's no Xbox news.
I mean, there's an argument to be made. Yeah,
people will talk
about it. This is a segue really briefly, because this is also another contentious point where people say Xbox talks too much. But the funny thing is that, to your point, Kibiji, like, it always gives people something to talk. Even if you're a PlayStation, Nintendo content creator, people are consistently talking about Xbox. So I wonder if they did have the opposite approach, saying what would happen, or if they were shut down. It is interesting, man. Good call out. All right, we got the homie Hargeet Shadi Chadi $2 super chat. Happy Father's Day to all the dads in the realm. Yes, sir. Salute.
Yeah, happy Father's Day, everybody. I haven't said that during the stream yet, but happy Father's Day.
Happy Father's Day for sure. Again, Hargeet Shadi, he's getting us to Jeremy. $10 glizzy's coming. Ray and Kibiji on ILP. Salute. If they want to do exclusives, Fable needs to be pulled as one as well. Just saying. # make Fable exclusive. Shout out to Phil for giving us awesome games and Game Pass. # great while it lasted. Are you in agreement? Is the chat in the round table in agreement? Fable should be pulled as well.
Should or not, I don't know. Like, it's tricky because it's first off, I don't even know if they legally can. I know there was this talk about that they may have pulled Gears off last minute, but the thing, everybody's like, how come they did that? Like, I mean, that's because Gears wasn't officially announced.
That part.
It wasn't officially out there, but these things are, and I don't know what the repercussions of doing a. I know a lot of people
could be legal,
but I have to say it again. And another pullout, but
yeah, that's not that bad. Pull out that they're killing me for ball on the booty, but yeah, you can kill again.
I would actually fight. I would actually fight more for Halo than Fable.
From the essence, soul of Xbox.
If you can get one more game off of PlayStation, get Halo. Like if you don't play
retain your soul.
Like Fable going over there, that's one thing, but Halo is literally the pillar that holds up the Xbox ecosystem, even if it's in a good or in a bad place. Like if you can get that off, get that off.
What's up, Kibiji? What's up?
I like what Joey Phantom Kraken. They can delay Fable for PS5 for reasons.
I mean, that would be diabolical.
Due to certain marketing conditions.
Yo, you write up the statement. Ray got the statement ready. Asha gonna come out. Oh man, we heard you. Oh, okay. Listen, that'll be wild. I've never seen that type of thing, but yeah, let's see. All right, let's go. Move on. Please go.
No, move on.
No, go, Ray. Get your point. Yet. No, get your point off. Finish your bars.
If you're looking at those three games, Gears, E-Day, Campaign Evolved, and Fable, if you had to make one, if you had to choose one to cancel the PlayStation 5 version, I understand why they went with Gears. I understand because Campaign Evolved, just a remake of that first game, right?
Yeah.
And especially if if that's going to be the last Halo that comes on PlayStation. I don't think there's going to be any hard feelings as opposed to a brand new Halo game.
Yeah, I see what you're
whatever
saying.
they decide to do after Infinite. And Fable.
How you feel about Fable?
Fable, all the systems are there, but it doesn't feel like the old Fable. And maybe it's like I need more time with the story in it.
Okay.
Maybe it's the art style. I think that's a big part of it too, the NPCs in the world. I understand why they would go for something like Year's E Day. It's a new entry, a return to that core, kind of the Dom and the Marcus.
Yeah.
And Fable kind of seems like it's a reboot. So it doesn't feel, it already feels sort of disconnected in a way. I mean, they could do all they want, like bringing back Jack of Blades and all that, but it's clearly like a new thing.
It's a new thing. No, fair enough. Shout out to Lucius Augustus giving me smoke. Cog, the ball or the booty is diabolical. Look, man, I'm just pointing out the executives, man. That's all I was doing. we got one more super chat. Shout out to that.
You said on instead of accidentally saying in.
That would have been wilder. Shout out to Ian Rook, the homie. Oh, another getting us to Germany. Road to Germany, $10 glizzy. Let's go. I'm going to review the new Fable out of spite. Oh, you gonna do that for lordsofgaming.net? I respect it. Out of spite. Salute. All right, so let me get my balls off because you guys made amazing.
What's funny, real quick, when me and Cog were actually talking about, because we were fixing a bunch of stuff on the overlay last night, and we just, because Cog never really heard the Waka 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 thing from King.
Oh yeah.
And he was listening to that. We were listening to that while we were changing.
Hilarious.
We just could not stop laughing at that noise it makes.
Those Road to Germany emotes that we did on OBS, they're absolutely hilarious. But look, you guys made a lot of points. This is a crazy week, right? It's just so much information, so much uncertainty. Like we said, it's still developing. We're trying to figure it out. I'm just going to start from the beginning. I guess my mentality is Asha was very clear from the beginning, in my opinion, that tough times are ahead. Once I start to hear that verbiage, to me, you are foreshadowing that what past regime was doing is no longer working, and you're showing a level of transparency of how bad the business is. So once you start painting the picture, I start to brace for impact that something's coming. So it wasn't a surprise to you. That Kibiji made a fantastic point. I'm also of the belief that they knew that Schreier article was coming. Again, this is just my speculation.
I agree.
The way that media rollout as far as the Xbox, the next 100 days, the road ahead, and then she started using verbiage about going fast, we're too slow, improving process. To me, that is an indictment that they want to get the bigger games on the platform that are profitable. They mentioned Halo by name. They mentioned for what you call it by name on Elder Scrolls, Fallout. They are and Call of Duty, they're lighting up their tent poles. They're looking at all the family now that she's been there and doing her assessing and saying, these are the things we need to focus on. Why are they not out faster? And then also with the current studios that were rumored to be shut down, I have to admit that it doesn't align. Not saying that we want studios to get shut down, but based on this new regime ideology, it does not align with their strategy. So the question becomes, okay, who is it? What are their next projects? How long does it take to make? And thus these studios are coming up. And to the other point, what you said, Ray, was another fantastic point in terms of when people say, look, this was a mistake, look at all this, bad things that they're doing. They're shutting down studios again. Again, that was the North Star for Double Fine, Compulsion, and Ninja Theory at the time. Be as creative as you want, right? You're going to feed this service, right? That was the mentality. You're allowed to do what you want. I think people are also forgetting a key point that really gets me upset with the Phil era. I know I get labeled as a Phil defender. I don't care what y'all say. I'm about survival. I'm about living to fight another day. Let's be clear. Those three studios, for the most part, prior to acquisition, were most likely on their way to be shut down. I've interviewed the head of Compulsion. He told me multiple times we were on our last leg. We were after the We Happy Few disaster. There were many times that
Ninja Theory and Double Fine.
Yeah, Ninja Theory would have been out of here. Bethesda was out of here. Remember the Save Player One and whatever. Because of I know people hate Phil Spencer. It's not fun to say, that. I'm not saying that he's perfect. He's definitely mismanaged studios. I will say that on some levels as far as cadence and stuff like that. But I'm talking about Xbox would not exist. We would not have them in its current form. And I understood the strategy. And the same thing with Double Fine. A lot of these studios, here's another thing people are forgetting. Prior to acquisition, like you said, Kibiji, Xbox One, before Xbox One, the mentality of Xbox, they're too hands-on, they're too meddling, they're too involving. That was the talk about Xbox. No one would want to be part of the Xbox Game Studio family because of this mentality. When we interviewed the Obsidians, the Faircross Marquardt, part of the stipulations was like, yo, we're not signing with you unless we have the ability to create. That was part of the reason why these studios were acquired. I think people forget that there would be no acquisition if Microsoft did completely hands-on at that time. Now, it is fair to say after they were acquired, you could make the argument, yo, okay, maybe you should check in after 4 or 5 years of what's going on with the studio, or maybe, hey, we need to have more critically acclaimed. It's what I raised like. It's kind of what I...
Or what do you have in mind?
Right. It's kind of like what I consider cool uncle energy. Versus, you know what I'm saying? Versus like
5 years, checking
yeah,
back in on that $100 million gave you.
Facts.
It's like, oh, we got to settle some. Uncle Ray's coming to
exactly. Versus mom and dad, is the homework ready? Here's your deadline. What's going on? We like to know, and we want to have really big success. I get that. I think that's a fair criticism of the Phil era, but I just want to be clear. These studios, a lot of them would not have existed or even signed with them based on the fact that I will always give Phil credit. I don't care how many people hate him and how many he ruined the brand.
Regardless what it comes down to it, there's a reason these companies signed in the first place.
Exactly. We've got the evidence. So now let's get to where we are now. New regime, and I'm just going to be honest, I'm selfish. All I care about is an Xbox console. I'm not a PC gamer. I will review games on PC, but I like the console. The best thing she did for me was say, one, we are focusing on the hardware. We're focusing on giving people a reason to, get the hardware with exclusive content. The same thing, Mackie Ball. I like that. When you tell me you're making Project Helix is not going to be canceled, you're making a new console? Yes, I thought they were dead. I'll be honest. I was like, oh, it's a failure. Multi-Plat was a failure. They're on their way to being a publisher. I have to accept this reality because I'm a former Sega kid. That's what happened to Sega. I was just like, okay, I just got to accept this. This is the new fate. But no, I'm with Addict. Once you show me that you are willing to compete, that you are willing to fight, I feel competition is good for the industry. No one likes a complacent Sony. No one likes a complacent Nintendo. The customer,
and that's what's happening.
Yeah, the customer does it all. So that's my thing. So now here's the Kibiji side of me. I go, okay, I love what you guys say. This is awesome. But I understand there's a business here. And how the hell are you going to make this work? Like that's my conversations, you know what I'm saying? And I say to them, okay, how do you do that? And that's what's going to have to be determined. That I don't know how this is going to work for them. I can't predict the future. Go ahead, Kibiji. I know you want to jump in.
I think the way they wanted that to work was the Game Pass growth. If Game Pass kept growing, then that was the way. Like it was but it didn't, that's what I think. That's what I think was the point.
We got to break protocol.
Right. Before you click it, guys, chat, listen to this noise.
All right, first, before we break protocol, final super chat with the Mr. Irishman. He said maybe Xbox should cut media for review codes for the games if they continue to push their bad faith takes with their game. You doing retaliatory tactics, Irishman? No codes if you talk bad about Xbox. And
I don't like that.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that.
You gotta have a diverse range of opinions.
I will admit that if like a particular content creator or a media is just doing stuff for clicks and they don't care about your brand, they're not trying to be fair whatsoever, that's a different conversation. But criticism, and that's two different.
Yeah, I feel it's criticism as long as it's not disrespect. I think you can be critical, just don't be disrespectful overtly. And then also sometimes a favorable review from someone who generally does not
kind of
like the
don't call Salty a bunch of names.
Yeah, that part. We don't say something. But all right, so now we got it. Here we go. $50 Glizzy super chat. Road to Germany. Here it is. You unlock the emote. The Iron Rook. My question is, where's the fire? You've got studios like Double Fine that we know can perform the way the new Xbox wants on the chopping block for projects that were aligned with the previous regime. Have Double Fine put out Psychonauts 3 and see how that goes. Okay, look, I get what you're saying, Rook. you know, me and you interviewed Schaefer together, right? So that's the homie. Laws gave me that. That's my man's. You know what I'm saying? I hear what you say, but again, we got to remember regime change. You know, they were allowed to be free to make art. That's what they were allowed to do. So I can't get mad now. I mean, now I understand the frustration, though. If a new regime comes in, it's like, okay, that's nice, but that's not what we're doing. What we want you to do is kind of, you know, what's next on the pipeline, how long it's going to take, and we want kind of critical success. The best that we can hope for, in my opinion, is, hey, they're allowed to keep their IP. They're allowed to go independent. Or, you know what I'm saying, you know, kind of similar to what I consider what happened to Tango. Remember, Tango was given a home.
And Toys for Bob.
And Toys for Bob. Right? Tango was given a home with Craft on. Right? Toys for Bob. One of the things, I don't know if you got a chance to sit on this, Ray, at the, you know, while we was doing showcase media stuff. You know, one of the things when I saw a Spiral behind the scene, I was talking to those devs, they kept on bloviating about how it was to get their freedom and you know what I'm saying, and be able to make a game, and then obviously Xbox is a partner. That's the best thing that we can hope for, and we'll see what happens. You know, as far as you know, everything else, as far as, you know, the creative risk and stuff like that, the only concern I have is this. I get it from a business standpoint. Focus on the big titles, trim yourself down, trim the fat, be profitable. I get it. I understand the strategy, right? Even though we're going to have to sacrifice a lot of studios or some things that gamers are not going to be happy with.
It might even be more than 3.
I get it. You know what I'm saying? My thing is this. And I think you said this, Ray, in one of your latest videos. One of the things that I love about Xbox, this is just me selfishly as a gamer, right? I love the diversity of the portfolio. I love the fact that all these different type of genres exist, right? No disrespect to Nintendo. I mean, I'm just not in the kiddie younger demographic as much. That not saying that all their kids are that. It's just that
you need to stop with this.
I'm just saying I feel creepy at the playground sometimes.
He's like, all about this Star Fox though.
I do like, but see, think about it, Attic. You're right. It's a good call out. I'm the weird Nintendo guy. I like the ones that don't pop. I like Star Fox. I like Metroid. All the ones that are not the big ones.
Notice these aren't kiddie games when it's a game appealing to him. Now they ain't anymore.
Look, Star Fox, you know what I'm saying? Dogfighting.
At the playground. I've never heard that, but I'm going to remember that forever.
Bro, when I play Switch, I feel it's inappropriate sometimes for me to be... I'm being I'm doing too much. I'm over exaggerating, but y'all know what I'm getting.
Better not catch you talking about Star Fox.
I am playing Star Fox. I will be there with Nintendo. I don't care what y'all. Star Fox and Metroid. Let's go. I'm with that. I'm with their third party exclusive. But anyway, my whole thing is, and then with Sony, look, I'm an advocate for #JustWhat. I came up with that term because I wanted Xbox to at least have a game like a Last of Us or a God of War that's super cinematic, third person view, over the shoulder, slow cut, high fidelity. Like, I want Xbox to at least have one of them. And people on the Xbox guys like, no, we don't need to copy that. I'm just saying just one. But I have to admit to the guys who are disagreeing with me, that now, if you look at the PlayStation lineup, it tends to kind of fall into that category as if that's the style of game for the majority of their first-party releases. And me, where I'm at as a gamer, I don't appeal to that. So what my concern is, when you start doing blockbuster only, right? My fear is, do you lose that flavor, that diversity? And here's the thing that Xbox doesn't get enough credit. I'm a huge, like, let's be real. Remember the PS4 era when PlayStation was like, PlayStation for the indies, and they had Resogun and they had all that. Remember how awful Xbox used to be back then? How indies used to complain about we couldn't get our games on the platform, how terrible it was. They've done such an amazing job with the ID at Xbox program, with the curation of these smaller titles. Think about, bro, Expedition 33 was found, you know, saved through them. Blueprints, Balatro, Vampire Survivors, Echo Generations 2, which I love. There's a lot of these gems that they find, and they do an awesome job of curating. And I just want to make sure that they don't lose that spirit when you go all blockbuster, or maybe you find out a way to use third-party deals and stuff like that. So that's it. My final point was just about Ninja Theory. I'm with you, Addict. You know, there's a lot we don't know. It still bothers me, though, if you knew that studio was getting shut down and you kind of put them on that screen, because to me it's disingenuous to the Xbox fan base to think that, they think that they're going to get that game. And then, you know, look, if it works out for them, look, as long as what Ray said, they told Ninja Theory,
that's the biggest thing.
Yeah, that's the key key detail.
Like, screw us. Did you
Yeah.
tell them?
Did you tell that studio what their fate was? And if that studio was transparent, you were transparent with them and you let them know, cool. This is a new strategy that I've never seen before. But at least if the end result gets them a new home, I take back my slander. I'm like, I was wrong.
Yeah.
I got it back. It's just that I've never seen that before. Go ahead, Kibiji, you want to jump in?
I don't think. It's
I wanted to bring up
practice.
something that what was that?
I said I don't think it's an everyday practice. I don't think that's further been done.
Yeah. Okay.
I think I just want to bring in somebody in the chat, Ziggy Dust. Xbox needs to make blockbusters with their first party studios and do deals with third parties for the passion projects and indies like Expedition 33 and so on. Yeah. I think that's personally where I'm kind of at. Like because I'm with you, Cog. I do think those Yeah, exactly. It's just like I still want those, whether it's the Pentiment or Keepers or whatever. I want Xbox to still have those, but like I do think taking the approach of what was it called, As Dusk Falls? Was it? As Dusk Falls?
Wait, you talk about
that was a good game?
Yeah, I like that. Oh, you ain't like As Dusk
Falls?
Yeah, I like that game. I thought that was great. You know, another great example, Ori.
Yeah,
another great example.
Wait, Ray, hold on, real quick. You was an As Dusk Fall guy or not? I didn't hear that. We cut you.
Yeah, I got a couple playthroughs of that.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
That was like my first gaming event that I'd ever been invited to.
Oh,
as a
that's
creator.
What's up. Me too. I went to that one.
But just to find peeps that, like, you know, they got project ideas and to greenlight them, and you don't have to pay for their employee benefits and stuff like that. But you are being like PlayStation does that a crap ton. They reach out to peeps and like, hey, let's publish your game, you know, and Xbox does do that. I think their most recent was Towerborn. Was there something after Towerborn? I can't remember. In terms of just not it's first party, but you know what I mean, the second party thing that people don't anyway. But I think that's potentially an approach, and I hope that's what they're working out with these teams. That's what they did with Toys for Bot, where it's like, hey, we'll let you get out. You know, the team they basically got cut in half, and their studios like space got cut in half, like, but they got to be independent, and it's like, hey, we'll let you work on Spyro. It's like, great, that's what we generally want to do, you know. And so if they can figure out that and just cut down what is their in-house costs, they still have to pay for the development, but I think that's a great move, and I see people throwing that out all the time of like, Xbox hasn't fostered any of these studios and whatnot, and it's like, fair enough, but like I'm Ziggy Dust, I'm pointing out your chat because I personally align with that. I think that's a good point of like the in-house stuff, let's just make those our biggest names, but we're still going to reach out to these developers to greenlight some cool projects that who knows where that might take us. But and
that's a good strat. I mean, I would be cool with that. I think that's really cool. You know what I'm saying? Again, just as long as you keep that diversity and stuff like that, and then
especially if you find another Expedition 33.
Oh my god! Like I said,
I was about to say that. Can you imagine?
Everyone's going to be chasing that dragon,
bro. Facts. Because think about
chasing that dragon.
They had the model, right? Which is like, you know,
they got the marketing to but they didn't publish it. But yeah.
No, and shout out to them. You know, I totally hit on that. And
the fact that game came out on Game Pass was wild.
I remember sitting in the Xbox showcase seeing that game and like, yo, what is that? That looks amazing. And then to see what it came, it was just amazing. So I agree, Kibiji. I think that's a good balance. I would like them to keep, you know, third party deals, global publishing, maybe to focus on that part for the diversity part, whereas the main studios pump out, you know, because let's be honest, I think we all agree, and Ray, you said it best. It's kind of inexcusable that hindsight's 2020 that we didn't know the Fallout series TV show would do what it do, but it's inexcusable that I feel like you don't have a mainline Fallout game announced. You don't even have Fallout 3 remastered ready to go. You don't have Fallout 4. You don't have New Vegas remastered. These should have been ready to go. Like, you are literally sitting on this tent pole. You've got the hottest zeitgeist pop culture show associated with an IP you own, and you have nothing to show for it. But no disrespect, Fallout 76. I love you. I mean, that's cool. I get it. But you're not that. You know what I'm saying? Like, respectfully. You're not that. And I think it's great.
You're not him.
You're not him, buddy.
Your resurgence is amazing. And we like infestations and we like the new things you're doing. But we're talking about for the single player main vein, it should have been ready. And that's the thing. It should have been me. Yeah, it should have been ready. And we all agree. Halo, what's up? You know, this is your tempo. You know, where's that? You know, all the Elder Scrolls, what's going on? You know what I'm saying? Like, I agree. The question's going to become, when you adopt this strategy, like I said last week, you know, there's going to be some feathers ruffled. some people are not going to like being told what, you may have to accelerate that. Some luminaries, let's just say, may not like that. And we got to see how that plays. So hopefully that relationship is massaged. I'm thinking about the God Howards and how protective he is of his IPs. These are all sensitive issues that I got to see how they handle that. Because again, like I said, a lot of people don't realize behind the scenes, like a ZeniMax, Todd Howard was like Phil Spencer's best friend, and the owner of ZeniMax was before he passed away. Like they gave their blessing that this is the Xbox because they were going to go under. When those relationships are gone and there's new leadership, you have to see how that interacts with the luminaries. You got to how that interacts with the creative process, because some creatives don't like to whip over them saying, you know what I'm saying, you better, or get in the Fallout sweatshop.
And maybe that's what they're feeling out right now.
Right. Maybe. Facts. No, good call out. Yeah, good call. Finish it. Yeah, no, that was literally what I was saying.
I just it could be.
Yeah, so that's it. And I guess the final thing is also got to think about the bigger picture, not just studio closures, also big entities like ABK. Layoffs from basically teams getting smaller. Kind of thing. So we'll see what happens. We're going to read this super chat. But hey, guys, I want to be respectful because I know we are long. And I just want to make sure we go long. Hi, Lord Ray, Lord Xbox Ready, how you doing on time? If anybody has a hard stop, please let me know. Lord Tony, Lord Kibiji, let me know. Are you okay? Are you guys okay?
I thought I did, but I'm having a blast with you guys. I'm feeling good. I thought I would just get winded by the end. And I'm like, no, I'm here. I'm enjoying this.
Because we got one more. I just want to make sure everybody's okay.
It's hard to get winded with us. Like, it's hard to get winded with us.
Lord Ray, do you have to go? Are you
it's
okay?
my introvert muscles. That's what I mean.
I'm also having a blast. This is awesome, but I do have to bounce out.
All good. That's why I wanted to respect, brother. Before you head out, man.
You saw that Bungie topic coming up. Was like, yeah, I don't care.
No, it's all good. It's all good. This is what we do. But Lord, Xbox Ready, man. It's long overdue. I know we've been, planning and trying to get you on for so long. A lot of this is my fault because I got so much going on. But it was dope to build with you. I really had the best time I had with you was at GDC. You know what I'm saying? And we was kind of
that was awesome,
bro.
I'm glad I made it out there, and I'm glad I made it onto the pod.
Thank you, brother.
Like we've been talking about it for a long time. We'll collab, and then like a year will go by.
A year go by, we see each other, still don't happen.
That's how it goes, man.
Awards.
Facts.
And we're like, damn, another year went by. We still haven't collabed.
I know.
But yeah, thanks so much for having me. Addict, it's great seeing you this summer too for the showcase and Days of Play and all that. Kibiji, I just followed you on Instagram, so I'll be checking you out there.
Oh, on Instagram, nice.
Get on YouTube.
I'm so happy to meet you. I've seen you before, and I'm super happy to talk to you. That's awesome.
Absolutely.
I did not expect that. I did not know that.
No, because what it is, we put a feeler out, and we didn't know. Sometimes me and Addict be like, "Hey, we don't know how people schedule." Because in y'all defense, it was kind of last.
We don't want to assume anything.
Yeah, you guys still showed up like
Father's Day too,
and
man.
it's Father's Day. We were like, "This is a long shot." You know what I'm saying? But we're so appreciative. You know what I'm saying? Especially like I said, Ray, that you took the call. We're going to do more stuff together. Again, I want to shout you out because GDC. I felt like GDC was like us in college together, going to different courses. We got to get the homeroom, but we got to get to the Xbox showcase next. We got to do this. The Xbox reveal Project Healing. It was so dope. For the people who don't know, where can they find you? Plug the channel. What's going on? Let them know the information where they can get you at.
Sure. My main channel is Xbox Ready, as it says in my name. It is part of a little content network me and my buddy Jimmy Champagne run. Ready Media. So we have PS Ready, Deck Ready, and
everybody
Xbox Ready. Everybody ready. We stay ready.
Stay ready.
And then you can also find me on Instagram at Ready Ray with 2 Y's. At Ready Ray. Ready Ray. You got to work on the pitch for that one. But went up with a video today talking about a lot of similar stuff with me and Jimmy. We do 2 post style videos on the weekend, and then during the week I do just Xbox news coverage, anything I want to talk about as long as it's Xbox. So I see some people in the chat showing me love. I've already seen me over there, but if you don't know, now you know.
Now you know. Ready, Ray. We'll put the Instagram also. I got the channel in there as well. The link to make sure you go sub. Fantastic content. Shout out to anybody who's family with Jimmy Champagne's family with me. That's the homie right there. Love Jimmy, man. That is the homie. Yeah, man. So again, enjoy your Sunday, brother. Thank you so much for spending some time talking some games, talking some Xbox. We'll have you back on again and enjoy your day, brother.
Yes,
first of all, Addict, you want to give an outro to Ray before you head out?
Yeah, I appreciate you coming on. What's funny is like I be seeing you everywhere now. Every event, there's Ray and Jimmy. There's Jimmy and Ray.
Hey.
it's
That's
nice to
us.
get you
Jimmy and Ray
to
back at it again.
Back at it again.
It's nice to formally get you on the show, because what's funny is Samurai asked to come on like a year and a half ago.
I know, that's our fault too.
And I put like we have like an Excel sheet, and I put his name on there, but that was like, we haven't really had guests on in a minute. Like, we have like flash guests. They come on for a topic and leave. We don't normally do like full-blown guests.
Yeah, it's rare that people have hung out because everybody's schedule's so crazy. Yeah.
And I was talking to Cog, and I was like, he's like, okay, I'll hit up Ray, and you hit him up. And I was like, okay. And I first thing I said is, yo, I promise you we ain't been ignoring you. Like, I promise you.
100%. 100%. I appreciate you, Ray. Enjoy your Sunday, brother. We will talk.
All right. Happy Father's Day, y'all. Thanks for having me.
Father's Day. You already know. We got
Bye,
Kibiji
Ray.
for one more topic. And let me just finish the super chats until we rock this thing out. So we got, damn, a lot of stuff that came in. What did I miss? All right. Holy, we done miss. Oh, we got the Iron Rook. Okay. I think we missed this one, which is Susgard. Susgard with the two. I love that name. With the two. Phil was trying to be the cool uncle to the studios. Yeah, that's my analogy. You know, I think that that's a good argument. All right, shout out to Harky Charlie, $5 super chat. If Xbox are doing third-party exclusives, bring the big guns. Tomb Raider, Splinter Cell, Mass Effect. Oh, I like that. Get some of those Sega games and Last Rotor. Okay. Oh, you going all out.
I disagree.
Oh, you disagree?
If you're gonna go after third-party exclusives and like second-party stuff, I think that's where you should fill the gap with the smaller titles. Like because you have some of the biggest IPs in the industry. You don't need to money hat some of the other biggest IPs in the industry.
Asha did say M&A and third-party. She actually said it about word. I was shocked. I was like, oh, she's put money hat on in a third-party thing.
I think you should money hat Game Pass deals with some of these games if you're able to. But as far as like, I want them to focus on their own first party and nurture that and not spend money somewhere else.
All right, but the chat wanted to clarify earlier. You guys said you don't believe you're not exclusive guy anymore. They was on you. I forgot to mention.
No.
Like exclusives.
I literally just said exclusives 20 minutes ago.
Okay, no. Earlier you had said something like you don't care. They was on. I just wanted to make sure you clearing it up.
I don't care about what.
You had said earlier, like a topic at the beginning of the time, something about exclusives, and people were like, "What do you mean, Addict don't like exclusives?" They were confused. So just to clear it up,
what was the topic?
It was we were talking earlier. Somehow it came out, and you said, "Chat, y'all know what I'm talking," because I saw y'all in there. It was saying like you kind of said like we partly didn't care about it, but you care about the strategy.
I think it was a conversation about competition.
Yes.
He's like, I don't even care about the exclusive. I care about competition or whatever.
No, I said. I said the only reason I care about exclusives is because it leads to competition.
Oh, okay, got it.
If Microsoft was able to compete without them, it wouldn't bother me. But when they pulled back on exclusives, I knew for a fact, 100%, this ain't gonna work out for you. Because that's just the way the business.
Fair enough. All right, let me get the Iron Rook is upset, but he throwing down the 20 for the Germany Glizzy. We got to take care of this. All right. He says, I just can't get behind closing studios that were doing exactly what the previous regime wanted when they're proven perfectly capable of making games like the new regime wants. Give them a chance to realign to the new direction. I hear you about giving them a chance.
I understand that.
Yeah, I hear that part.
Are they perfectly capable of making what the new regime wants?
Yeah, that part.
That was my point. Is when it comes to the particular games that Asha's wants, she's wanting games that she feels is going to move the needle. And I don't feel... Besides Ninja Theory, I think Ninja Theory, because what they specialize in is graphically looking good games.
Yes,
and I feel like that is one of the core things to moving the needle. Is that's the foundation. You can build up from that. That's why I feel like they're the ones that could potentially make that type of game. But like those other like. Double Fine they specialize at smaller indie games. And if you're pushing, I think they're good to keep around if you do keep them around to make those small indie games, but they don't want to waste money anywhere that's not going to move the needle right now because that's the type of energy they need currently is to move the needle.
The way you got to look at it, Rook, too, and I hear no one likes studio closures, no one likes regime, but it's almost like it's like politics. When there's a new administration, people are going to bring in their people. They're going to have their directives and their initiatives that they go want. Is it fair? Absolutely not. I agree that it's not fair. All these studios, compulsion, they were signed under that pretense that Phil was going to exist and Game Pass was going to be the funneler to all our creativity. It's just that's what's happened. That's the hand they dealt. Now, I will say this. What I'm hoping, because for the record, the negotiations are still going on. What we're hoping for is they get to keep their IP or they get to studio independence, and that's the best bet to allow them that. Now, I agree. If they just shut down, that's going to be horrible, especially for the Schaefers. That his reputation in the industry,
that'd be huge PR.
Bro,
it would be devastating.
Disaster.
You thought Tango's closure was a disaster from a PR perspective? Yeah. If Tim Schafer is put on the street, there will be blood to have for Xbox in PR. He is highly respected. So
can somebody explain to me, like, if there's like a business practice or something, like, is it a tax write-off or something as to like why they would shut it down instead of letting them go or something like that? Or like, what's the benefit of shutting it down? I don't know. I'm assuming there is a reason, but
yeah, that's a good question.
I think too, if there is any time to like take loss, because not losses on like the studios, but if Osh is able to talk Microsoft, look, what's the lowest we could sell these studios back to these companies for, so I can avoid this PR nightmare that's about to hit me in the head. Bro. Like, it's like, look, Ninja Theory don't got the money you want. What can we sell it to them that makes it work? Like, what are you okay with taking?
What I'm hoping for is, like I said, you put them in the room with other publishers and you say, hey, this is what they're doing, and you facilitate, again, like the Tango to Craft On, Toys for, like, you facilitate a new home. You know what I'm saying? Just don't throw people out the street. I agree with that part. Like I said, I don't.
Here's a hypothetical, though. Do you hope that they get to be like a Toys for Bob situation? Do you hope that they get to be independent again, or do you hope that they get picked up by somebody?
To me, it's all personal, right? It's like it's independent, choice of the prerogative of the studio head, and again, I just don't want to wake up and it's just they're shut down, and that's it. Like, that's brutal. We lost.
But that's what I'm saying. I wonder of the two paths, which is better.
I see what you're saying.
Know.
No, that's a good question.
The best case scenario could be Osha lets them. Here's the thing: they could go off independent with no IP too. That's definitely a possibility if they're willing to sell their IP back with them.
Right.
So I think the best case scenario, and this is probably a huge stretch, is we're letting you spin and we'll license you your IP. And you can make it for us until it's beneficially not viable for us to do it anymore.
What I would be careful of, though, is I hope we don't get no scale-bound situations where it's like Microsoft owns the IP and then they're just, that's horrible. You know what I'm saying? Because if let's say Microsoft got nasty, right, and was like, because
they already ignore so many of their IP.
Exactly. There's so many that's just dormant. And even Kamiya to this day, again, not saying that they didn't have any blame with the older Platinum games, but he's just like, Microsoft, please, we'd like to do another one. They have no control over the IP. And that would be a disaster, like I said, for certain studios if they can't have control of their IP as well. So hopefully
the only one I'm really worried about is Double Fine, because they own a lot of IP.
Yeah.
And I'm worried that Microsoft be like, I say you won in one game, one IP. You're not taking all of your IP with you, my dude.
We're gonna see. That's where it gets touchy. So we'll see.
I do think if Ninja Theory sold, I do think the Hellblade IP will go with them. Like, I don't think they're gonna try to hold on to that.
Shout out to the Iron Rook again. Follow Super Chat. If they put out their bid to be part of the new direction and it flops, then boot them if that's what's necessary. All right, Rook, you outside. Shout out to Mikey B, $2 Super Chat. Flagpole sitter, white boys in chat. No, it's a song. Okay, I don't know this hood song yet. Tell me, I don't know about this one. Shout out to Mikey B, though. 10-pound glizzy Gamescom, road to Germany, Super Chat. Max Arthur.
Good job, guys.
Good job.
Yay.
Good job. Good to call out the
That's
vision.
awesome.
Good to call out the visionaries who don't like too much oversight. Look at what happened between Kojima and Konami when they wanted a return on their investment and couldn't sit around waiting. Do you agree? Yeah, with that. All right. I see what you're saying. All right. Then we got Iron Rook is outside today. $5 Super Chat. If Ubisoft did a Splinter Cell original trilogy and Rainbow Six 3 plus Black Arrow remaster, no one would see me for months. Facts. I'm with you. I need Splinter Cell. I need Xbox. I need money hatting that. Give me something. I just need it to exist. I don't even care if it's multiplayer. I just want it to exist.
Look, man, I said building up to that showcase, I'm like, what a cool way to have their 25th anniversary showcase. If Splinter Cell Remake showed up there, that would have been so cool. That would have been so cool.
Kibiji, could you imagine it dark? The lights would have went dark, and you just hear the sound and the goggles, bro. I'd have lost it. Lost it. Hell yeah. I'm with that. I'm with
so
that.
Cool.
Sick. And then the last thing, shout out to the Rook again with the $5 super chat. Oh, yeah. Tim Schafer called me a bodybuilder before I stepped on stage. I'll die for that, man. Facts. Yo, funny story. Shout out to
He's not
Rook.
lying, though.
This
He's
is
not
true
lying.
story. This is fact. So you will like this story, Kibiji, because Rook is obviously he's being a professional bodybuilder.
On what stage? Where was this?
This was
he's a real. He's a real.
He's trying to compete.
bodybuilder.
Yeah, he's trying to compete right now. So he's been on multiple stages. He's in the early time. So he's with me. He's down with LordsOfGaming.net, one of my writers. He's with me for GDC. It's our first GDC. So I'm like, bro, I need just a cameraman. And then we get the Tim Schafer exclusivity. So we got our ILP shirts. And obviously we're big dudes. You know what I'm saying? Because Rook is just as big as me, if not bigger. So we go to interview Schafer. And Schafer's looked at it. He's like, are you guys like a bodybuilding team? Like, what's going on? He's like, what is, he said, is the prerequisite to Iron Lords, everybody's got to be jacked.
They gotta be made of iron.
Facts. It was the funniest pre-interview conversation I've had. So we will always.
It's funny because I can picture Tim saying that 100%. Like,
bro, his humor,
I can totally picture that.
Humor is hilarious. So shout out to Rook on that. That was a funny inside story, no doubt. All right, last topic, guys. We got all the super chats for that. Go on. We're gonna get to the last one, and Bungie, y'all. Bungie. Whew, reportedly set to lose around 400 staff members as a result of summer layoffs. I'm going to quote this article from PSU.com, so credit to them. Bungie developer, Destiny 2 developer Bungie reportedly facing a large number of layoffs this summer that could see around 50% laid off, according to French journalist Sylvain on X. To put this into perspective, Bungie has around 800 employees. That would mean that 400 staff members are at risk of losing their jobs. Sylvain noted that the former Halo developers should expect massive layoffs this summer, and that follows Bungie's decision to stop support for Destiny 2, with the final update arriving earlier this month. Furthermore, Sony posted a $765 million impairment loss due to the poor performance of Bungie games during its latest financial quarter, including Destiny 2 and Marathon. Speaking of the latter, it is reported this week that the game's free week period and the launch of Season 2 failed to turn things around for the troubleshooter. That is true, as well as the Destiny 2 numbers being higher than Marathon with the final update and the huge outcry from Destiny 2 players demanding on Destiny 3. And this isn't the first time we heard about impending layoffs at Bungie last month. Bloomberg, Jason Schreier said the studio was facing significant layoffs and claimed that a third entry in the Destiny franchise was not in the cards at this point. We also have some additional context. Shout out to the homie Paul Tassi. He put out, because apparently there was a rumor going on that Sony is punishing Bungie, like there was some type of retaliatory thing. So he has some sources, so he wanted to get in front of that. So all right, so according to his sources, Bungie, not Sony, as far as this Sony revenge storyline, his impression is that this is reported info probably comes from a PlayStation employee observers, not anyone high up on the significant knowledge of leadership's mindset. He said, now some at PlayStation have publicly wondered why D2 is ending support, but keep in mind there are like 12,000 people working there. He said that this is almost entirely financial as far as the decision not to do Destiny 3. He said simply Destiny 2 cost more than it made. Math. Cruel math, but math. No one at Bungie has any belief that this is some sort of revenge idea by Sony. He also says it is obvious to everyone Bungie has not performed well and is not exactly Sony's golden child. So he admit that part. But this idea that Sony is blaming Bungie for Concord and all the rest of the Sony live service stuff is a huge reach. Sony isn't doing this to punish Bungie for some transgression via its live service plans or game underperformance. Despite atomizing Destiny 2 support to the point where there won't even be hotfixes, there are zero plans to wind down the actual Destiny servers. So he says, take anything too hyperbolic with a giant pile of salt. Like the basics may be true, Bungie didn't live up to what Sony wanted. Some employees working at PlayStation may not understand or like the move not to do D3, but this isn't a cloak and dagger as it's being portrayed. It's corporate, albeit that it's obviously its own kind of bad. I'll probably have a piece of video on this all tomorrow because I see the spread like wow. So shout out to Paul Tassi with his sourcing a Destiny community, pretty big, pretty top notch and spot on. So yeah, I want to get this over to you. This is a lot, very spicy spicy one, Kibiji, in the sense of, we heard about Xbox and then people are saying, look, this might be more employees just with Bungie alone as far as what Sony is doing. Then obviously we're talking about some people feel Xbox tax energy as far as, I'm not getting into that, but I'm just telling you what the streets are saying, say in terms of that. And then I guess my final question is, how do you feel about the decision for them not to move forward with Destiny 3 and just overall Bungie potentially being in serious trouble?
Yeah, I mean, well, there's some interesting things that you were reading in that report, like, because without that report, I would have very different things to say. But hearing you read that, him saying what, like Destiny 2 costed more than it made, and I'm just like, really? That's pretty interesting, But then when you think about maybe the longevity of it and maybe how much content they were making for it, maybe that's how it costed more. And if it's true, like this wasn't punishment on PlayStation, that's what I'm saying. That you reading that report kind of changes what my initial thoughts were, because admittedly I hadn't heard that. But so this is how information can change things. Don't just react with emotions, people. But yeah. So that's why I'm saying that report kind of changes, because initially I was just like, well, was it last year that we also, like, they had hundreds of people trimmed? I could have swore.
Yeah, it was layoffs before.
I don't remember the number, but I could have swore it was like in the hundreds.
Yeah, right after the Final Shape. The Final Shape drop, which was their best DLC, and immediately
and that
after
underperformed.
They underperformed and they were layoffs, and it was devastating. You're absolutely right.
So I do want, and it's funny because these things happen. It seems like June. It seems like June is the time or
fiscal,
something. I don't know, or
fiscal year,
June,
baby.
I don't
Facts.
know.
Yeah.
That's, I guess, why. But yeah, it's just amazing how, to me, this was the biggest bet from Jim Ryan. Like, this was Jim Ryan's biggest bet to me, that he was the one that was really all aboard the listen. Like, we could still make the single player narrative stuff that we're known for. That is what makes our brand. But we got to get on this live service train because it could be a great cash cow for us. And, understandable. However, how much you invested in it was the dangerous part. That's the dangerous part of how much you went in.
Good call out.
It went from I think it was 70% single player, 30% multiplayer. They swapped it, essentially. They swapped it. Yeah. So, and in that part, we got to get one of the best live service people on the market. So let's get Bungie. And it's amazing how, I brought that up last year, that we already trimmed hundreds of people and now we're trimming hundreds more. And that was a good point to bring it up, not to bring us back to it, but yeah, 400 people. That's probably the size of Double Fine, Ninja Theory, and Compulsion combined. Combined.
Yeah.
Just about. I think each of those studios have around 100, give or take, So it's, again, this is a huge story that probably, not enough people are talking about. But the question is but I guess you asked my thoughts. My biggest thought on my mind is how does this affect what Bungie does going forward? Yeah. Because that's I know they're a huge studio, but that's another huge chunk after the huge chunk we already trimmed last year. So how does that affect what Bungie is going forward? Yeah, they are still alive, but what are they, did this ruin some projects of theirs, or what that's what I want to know. And anybody watching, give your take, but that's the question. It's I don't have answers on my mind. I have more questions than the Xbox stuff. I understood, I could think of stuff, but the Bungie thing, I'm if this isn't out of punishment, I'm not sure if that article is correct.
Yeah,
sure,
no, I see what
but
you're saying.
I don't know.
Yeah.
So I have more questions than ideas.
And to your point, what the reports were also saying was that there was no current new thing that was successfully pitched and accepted by Sony right now. So I think that's where the rhetoric of the punishment did start, because people are like, okay, if there was no retaliation, then why aren't you greenlighting Destiny 3? It's clear that there's a ravenous base that wants to do this, and then on top of that, they have to have ideas. But it did come. I think it was Tassie. Don't quote me, but I think it was that said that they had about a bunch of ideas that were pitched. I think one of them included a Destiny. Maybe Tassie or it may have been Jason, one of the two. But at this time, nothing was accepted, and they're not working on anything. The only thing, to your point, is marathon, and that's where the questions are, because people obviously have concerns about that. But yeah, it's a wild time. If you want to finish your bars, otherwise I get addict in on that. If you had anything else on the Bungie thing.
I mean, Addict, you can jump in.
Okay. All right, Addict, this is where we are. Our beloved Bungie, man. No D3 greenlit. Set to lose around 400 staff members, literally about 50% of the studios. And according to you, earlier, you made a good point about, media coverage. And some have said, where are the angry rants for this? Where are the...
Some have. No, it's me. I said that.
Are you standing on it? He's standing. You want the smoke today. You're all about the smoke today, I see. Okay. But yeah, some people have said, you have said, and others have said
that's
that,
right.
You're hilarious. Where's the same energy for it? So now that you got a chance to process this new information from Paul Tassi and him saying that he doesn't, from what he hears from his sources, that it's not a retaliatory move. What do you think is going on?
I don't think that the anger is probably more Jim Ryan than it is at Bungie. Bungie was just bought from a decision from a previous regime. I don't think they're like looking at Bungie like pointing fingers or anything. The only way I would probably say that might be different. I don't know if they resulted in some of the decisions that led to Concord being shut down when it comes to like the modeling, how the game was designed. I don't know that. Now, if Bungie helped build Concord in the way that Bungie thought the game would sell, and those decisions led to Concord being destroyed, then that's a different conversation.
It's a different conversation.
PlayStation to look at that like, oh, I got you, buddy.
That might be a revenge story there.
Yeah, but I think most of this is just business. They're like, look, if they felt like Destiny 3 can generate them a lot of money, they would be fine. I think they would greenlight it tomorrow. But I think Destiny 3 is going to be a very hard game to develop for, because
the rumors are 500 million for, I think, Jersey Schreier, something crazy just to get it off.
And look, PlayStation got that money, but they're at the position where they wasted so much money on games as a service. They're not just trying to waste 500 million.
Yeah,
like even at the potential of making more money, they're looking at that and is like, I don't know if we could risk that money, because like they're not like Microsoft wastes 500 million. There's going to be repercussions, but they can continue going. If PlayStation wastes another 500 million on top of the money they've already lost, like we're talking, we got to sell some stuff per position. So they're not trying to be in that position. I don't blame them. I do think that it is a worthy investment. Probably not in the way it was, because I think Destiny's always had issues, and I think one of the reasons it always had issues is because of the output. If you could solve that issue, maybe another engine works better for it, where you can update stuff more swiftly, way quicker. Maybe you can make stuff work with that. But I do agree that like a lot of people feel like the only reason Bungie was able to survive as long as it does is because they always got money from someone else. Like I remember they got $100 million from a company after they got Activision, and then they got Activision's money, and PlayStation was probably only reason they got to the final shape. So they've always been burning from both ends, and they've always needed a company to make the candle longer. So I don't think that the business model that Destiny had going is going to be a profitable one in the long term.
Yeah.
So I do think the brand is worth saving. The brand's worth investing into. But you might need to go back to the drawing board and figure out how you want to execute it to be a little bit more consistent.
Yeah, no, good point, man. This is tough for me. Bungie's literally like one of my favorite studios of all time. I'm going through it, man. I'm going through it. I shed my tears with that Destiny. Destiny is my game. Literally, ILO podcast was started because of this damn game. It was a fun little Xbox Live chat bet between me and Addict. And he was like, oh, what's this Destiny game? He's like, all right, I heard it wasn't that good. I'm like, nah, bro, it's good. You got to play with friends. He's like, all right, I'll play Assassin's Creed if you play Destiny. I mean, that was our little trade-off. And then we ended up playing Destiny.
I don't think you played those Assassin's Creed.
I didn't play Unity. Me and you played Destiny. 2016, we started doing raids, and we just had a whole crew.
And then 4 years of my life gone.
4 years of our life gone. Some of the best moments in gaming, friendships, raids, the arguments, the chaos. It was just so fun. But it was always that moment. Destiny's dead. Oh, we back. Destiny's dead. Oh, we back. It was just this cycle. But I will say, like, when Destiny was good, peak Destiny,
it was good.
It was I'm thinking, bro, I remember taking King Attic, and we like, yo, they showed they could actually do a dope story and a narrative in the campaign, and one of the most amazing
to this
raids.
day, the queen in that ship, and she says, claims to be king. She's like, but I bow to no one.
The
Marisol
cinematic. Marisol bows to no one. Sacrifice blew up the whole dreadnought. We like, yo, we see the potential. We know when it comes to gunplay, they are second to none, in my opinion. This is peak level, gunplay,
for sure.
Fidelity, skyboxes, music, some of the most. I mean, these are the people that make Halo. Like, what I'm saying? Like, we understand now. Are they flawed? Absolutely. Do they have issues with the stakeholders not listening to the community a lot of times, chasing the money and all types of dumb decisions? And to Addict's point, he's right. Like, there's been. Look, I'm sympathetic to everyone who worked on the game from a developer standpoint. They try to do what's right for the player. But these stakeholders, and I'm not going to name names, but people who have high car collections and other people who got golden parachutes to sell, when the reality is they took their eye off the board. They got too big. They try to announce all these other projects when you literally have your money maker right there. Just invest in it.
They should have built on the core and find outside investing to build another team for Marathon. Bro. Instead of like, let's pivot all of our talent to the new stuff and let our old stuff with. Because I generally do think that they thought the Destiny community wasn't going nowhere.
Yeah, took it for granted.
They took them for granted. And that blew up in their face.
Absolutely. And it's just like, man, it's just so fun. And what's crazy about the situation is that I follow Bungie. So this studio they're like, bro, you want to talk about 9 lives? Leave Microsoft. Thought she was going to get shut down. You know what I'm saying? First get it quiet. You know what I'm saying?
Ran out of life.
Ran out of life. Yeah, it's like I'm so accustomed to the Bungie Houdini act always.
To the gotcha moment.
Yeah, like they're going to escape. They're going to figure it out. Right?
It's got the you activated my trap card.
Yeah. Bro, they
jail free card.
Then we like, all right, they got Activision, baby. Ooh, they got that Activision money. We lit. And then you start to hear the rumblings. Activision like, yo, we're not satisfied with this level. With Forsaken, we thought was a success. And Activision like, that ain't Call of Duty success. So we expect you to be pumping these things out like every year. We hear expansions get delayed. That's how Rise of Iron started. Remember, Destiny 2 was supposed to come out at that time. The Iron Lord podcast would not exist without the Rise of Iron DLC. So we glad the timeline worked with it did. But it just goes to show you, like, to your point, they could never produce the content to satiate the audience with the speed. And even though they were given extra resources, they were given High Moon Studios, Vicarious Visions, and still, even though they were great DLCs, it couldn't satiate it. So then we like, okay, this is not working out. ABK is like, we're good with you. Luke Smith is like, great. Guardians make their own fate. Hate you, too. It was a messy breakup and disrespectful, but they got their independence. We're like, how the hell did they do that? They're independent, free to play. Okay, cool, ready to go. Now, here come Bungie. As soon as they went independent, that's when me, Addict, we realized they're the problem. They started doing slimy microtransactions.
They're the common denominator in every equation.
Bro, I'm old enough to be like Scooby-Doo. If it wasn't for these kids, like they pulled the mask off, it was you. Bro, you're the villain. Like your stakeholders are.
Away with it too, if it wasn't for
I wouldn't have got away for it wasn't for these. For those pesky kids. I'm like, damn, Bungie. So then now they're down in their luck. And remember, shout out to our homegirl, Liana Rupert. She put it out there. This was the big argument I had with Travis back then. Travis was like, yo, it's a big mistake for them to sign Sony. I'm not saying he was completely wrong, but what I always say, and I've always been consistent, this is with Xbox, with everybody. I'm all about self-preservation. If you do something that allows you to exist, side with another publisher, I'm not going to be mad at that because I want you to exist. And now Liana Rupert confirmed what I've always been saying, which was they were on the way out. They were out of here. They were so in the red. They were going to be shut down as a studio. if it wasn't for the Sony acquisition. So
they could have did layoffs and stuff, and that would have been alternative. But the problem with that is you may have never got to like the final shapes. They couldn't be. It's a possibility, even if they went the layoff routes and didn't get bought by PlayStation. That's it.
That's it.
Another expansion, and that's it.
Exactly. Do you want a world where all these future things those will come out? The same thing I say with people like the ABK was a mistake, or the Bethesda them acquiring all these Xbox. Would you would like the other timeline where you don't get any of those games and they were shut down before acquisition? Tell me how that you like that. So that's where I've always this is my personal bias, but I've always been on the side of I agree with people trying to live to fight another day. Now, again, when you do that, you have to deal with the repercussions of who owns you, right? And that is another story. So now we get to, the PlayStation thing. And again, according to, it doesn't seem retaliatory, but, it is interesting. And I think you said it, Kibiji, is that people forget, Jim Ryan publicly said that the Bungie acquisition would be better than the ABK acquisition long term. That was a better move. He said this. You know what I'm saying? Then we had the 10
that was a lot of copium.
Bro. Then we had the 10 live service games initiative. Now we finding out that you pulling single player studio games like Blue Point to make a God of War live service.
PlayStation's better for them.
Somebody said that earlier. Bungie's the reason Blue Point got shut down. I'm like, Jim Ryan more so, but yes.
Right. You know what I'm saying? Listen, I don't know how much of an involvement, if Bungie was consulted on, then yeah, it is what it is. Then the smoke will be there and there will be some resentment. I don't know the fine print.
Imagine, that's scary, man. Imagining them being like the inner virus. That's
you know what is crazy?
Yeah.
If there is some truth behind that, you find out that like all these games as a service that they shut down, Bungie consulted on them all.
I mean, that was the rumor that Bungie was part of their expertise.
That was the thing. They bought Bungie because of that direction they were going, So it's like, we want you guys to help all of our teams and whatever. And maybe, maybe that's potentially, again, that article's like, this isn't blowback, this isn't payback. Like, it could potentially be like, listen, guys, we really pulled back in the live service stuff. So we don't need as many of you guys consulting on all of our projects.
Yeah.
I don't
could
know.
be their course correction, their new regime.
They're like, we don't 100% blame you, but you were part of the equation.
Yeah. And now that we're not doing that, right? It's like, now is it Hiroki Totoki, Nishida, all the new people, like, okay, we're not doing it. Remember, he publicly lambasted Bungie as far as the money spent, then obviously the impairment cost. Like, we could say in those earning calls, he never, remember, they got called out by name in an earning call. And it's like, hey, this is a law. This is not good for us as a bit. That's an indictment. Now, I'm not going to say it's retaliatory. I'm just saying, like, hey, we bought you with this impression that you were going to be this. And even in the Xbox FTC leaks, remember, Xbox, Phil Spencer is the biggest Bungie fan, the biggest Destiny fan. He plays Destiny till to this day. Remember the leaks that came out when they had Bungie as an acquisition target? He was like, cons, high burn rate. That is an indictment. That means the numbers that you are saying, we don't really believe you, or, you know what I'm saying? Like, you kind of go through money and how much you're really making kind of thing. Like, that's an indictment. So, yeah, it's just interesting to your point, Attic, about the media coverage. I agree. Like, we just got to call it what it is. I'm not seeing, outside of the Destiny community who's standing on business, they are standing on business. They are doing petitions. They are like, we want our Destiny 3. They're doing it. But what I don't like is, unfortunately, but I told you, great games are the deodorant of the industry. And I'm going to stand on that one. And I feel, because, listen, bro, it gets the smell away, Kibiji. It gets the smell away.
I was going to say,
bro,
that's a very specific analogy. I understand. Yes.
You know where I'm going, because like I said, you could be good looking. You got all these bad.
Taking the showers every day. It's the
exactly.
It's the deodorant.
It's the deodorant. As long as you good looking and you provided some great times, you know what I'm saying? So what? You killed Blue Point. So what? You shut down, PlayStation Japan. So what? You had the worst flop in the history of gaming with Concord. It's interesting to me, that disconnected, we shut down Fire Sprite.
So what all that, but that God of War.
But that God of War, though. You know what I'm saying? Like, again, it is interesting how, again, because what I always say to myself is when I see a headline, just replace the subjects in it and imagine how the story would play out if you read it with the other person inserted, the other publisher, the other platform holder inserted. See how that would play out. Could you imagine if Xbox now had an article, because I don't know if y'all saw PlayStation initiatives about AI, right? Could you imagine if Asha Sharma put that and it was like, Xbox is doubling down on AI, and could you imagine how that plays out? Like it's interesting. That we have to be honest. Again, it's like, oh, Cog, you're a fanboy. No, I'm just talking about the disparity in coverage, because what it is when you are a favorable platform holder in terms of the quality games you make, sometimes you are allowed a bit more rope in public relationships, in my opinion. But go ahead, Attic, who's gonna jump in?
I think a lot of the things that goes on in this industry, they look at someone like Microsoft, they're like, we can clickbait the hell out of Microsoft because there's no repercussions for it. We can like stretch the truth and get as many clicks as we possibly can because they're still going to work with us. I don't think the rest of the industry works that way. If you're disingenuous a couple times too many, some of these other places be like, we good on you. You on timeout. And I think that's the reason that some of these companies don't do this to PlayStation, because PlayStation has been notorious for blacklisting people just because they question stuff.
You said the quiet part out loud. You said the quiet part out loud.
I saw someone in the industry. It was a TikTok that it had a couple million followers on TikTok, and he said, I used to have a good relationship with PlayStation, and they asked me to go to an event. And I asked him, look, I'm busy. Like, is there going to be reasons to go to this event? Is there going to be exclusive coverage? They're like, yeah, you'll have plenty of stuff to talk about. He went to it, and it was literally just like a chill event. There was like no real exclusive stuff. It was like, so when he left, he said, look, I appreciate the invite, but next time I would like more transparency with what's going on in these events, because I have a lot of stuff going on. He said, that's the last time I talked to PlayStation. Just me saying that.
Wow.
and just that is enough to get some of them riled up. And it's just like, look, at the end of the day, I think that's too much. I think you should be able to criticize. You should be able to push back on people on things. I think that's too much. But I do feel that one of the reasons that we see this media thing the way they is because some of these, I mean, how people were literally paying to have ad promotions on Starfield's review on IGN. Like, and that, I don't know if that's a common practice. I've never seen it. Seeing like a review being put everywhere like that. They posted it like 8 times in a couple days. So it's just like, you know, when it comes down to it, you just look at it like, I do think some of these companies are like, I could say whatever I want about Xbox, they're going to take it, and they still going to work with me. It's not the same much about everyone else. If I push too much, they're going to be like, we good on you.
Access is definitely a factor. We can't not say that the elephant's in the room. And then, you know, obviously when you're the lead platform and you're the more thing, you have more of a say. And then in Xbox's defense, though, I will say, like, I understand people like, yo, they need to punish them, but it's hard to do when you're the challenger brand and you're the third place brand, because you need anyone to pay attention to you at all. You just happy people even like, yo, you like us? Okay, great. Let me like. So I do
think there is a middle ground that they don't participate. There's literally people that will be mad disrespectful to their leadership, to their fans, saying all kinds of stuff. You know, I won't say it because Kyle don't like me.
Yes, please.
There was some stuff that was recently just said, but these companies will still work with them regardless. And that's where I feel like the middle ground's not being.
I agree. That's fair.
We don't have to work with people that give us criticism. Like, we can still work with people that just give us criticism. They can even be a little bit harsh criticism. But when you blur the line of being disingenuous and you just trying to clickbait people just off our name, and you're being disrespectful, that's where I feel like they should be entertaining that. Look, we good on you. We're okay with criticism. What you're doing is you're doing clickbait stuff that's not true just to get people in your video. That has nothing to do with what we're doing.
Look, I get it. And all I will answer to that without getting into the nitty gritty, because we got off and I want to finish this up soon, but I will say that there's a lot of politics involved, and there's a lot of, you know, some relationships, I guess Xbox may look at is not worth damaging, even though they may know they may not be getting a fair shake. And I'll just leave it at that. So, you know, is it fair? Is it right? not necessarily, but that's how they choose to run their business. So, it is what it is. But yeah, I definitely understand where you're coming from. And the final thing I was just going to say is just in reference to, I'm just obviously sad there's no Destiny 3 greenlit. To Kibiji's point, if you're going to lay off 50% and 400 people, and all that's left is Marathon, and there is no pitch that's been accepted, this don't look like a good sign. Like this looks pretty bleak to me. And again, even though Tassie has confirmed it's not retaliatory, my concern is then if there's no secondary role, which is you are the consultant for the PlayStation Studio family for live service, where there's no longer that initiative being pushed as much. And to Travis's point, where they have what he's called the term brain drain, take Bungie's top remaining projects, take their top remaining employees, merge them into PlayStation Studios family. What's that ship of thesis thing where it's like, are you still even Bungie at this point? What are you?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So that's what my fear is. You're going to be stripped down so much.
I think that's already happened.
Yeah, you're not even you're shelling yourself. You've lost. And here's the thing about layoffs that we haven't mentioned earlier all throughout today. The biggest thing with layoffs that people don't realize is the loss of generational knowledge. These are people who are illuminated and
that are not going back to the industry. They're going
to
the industry.
Bingo. And they may never come back to the games industry. That's the saddest part. You lose that foundational knowledge. That's what makes teams great. Because even if you add new people, this person knows how things work and you got that experience. You lose that. You're just a name. You're just Bungie in name. You're not the soul. And that's my fear. And I'm just sad, man. I hope they don't get closed down. I'm going to ride it out. It's one of my favorite studios. I'm going to ride with them to the end. But yeah, it just doesn't look good, man. And, it's just sad to hear. So just wanted to put some spotlight on that. Any other further points before we get out of here?
Do you think they're still doing that? What was it called? The gummy bear thing or whatever?
Yeah. Project Gummy Bears is now a PlayStation Studio title that they have taken from Bungie and then put it. So again, it's Travis's prediction where his fear was that when they signed with Sony, which this part he is right, Sony is going to brain drain and extract all the talent away from them, put that into the PlayStation Studio family, and as a result,
shut them down.
And eventually, the fear is, they eventually shut down. That's what people are worried about, and we'll see what happens. But yeah, that's what I got, man. Anything else before we get up out of here? Because this was a marathon, but I appreciate you staying through Kibiji for the whole thing, man. You're a trooper, brother. I really, really appreciate you. But yeah, man. As we get through and get these super chats, I wanted to give you a proper outro. And first of all, salute to you, brother. Really appreciate you taking the call last minute in the realm. Fantastic parts. Quote me if I'm wrong. I feel like we met at PAX West. No.
Yes.
Oh, I was right. It was you. Okay.
Yeah.
I think it's coming to be that.
Look at this man acting like I didn't say that.
Cheesecake.
Yes, Cheesecake Factory.
Look at this man
Cheesecake
acting like I
Factory.
didn't say that. Like,
Yeah, no, I forgot. My bad. I didn't hear if you said that. My fault. But yeah,
Were you guys debating behind the scenes about that?
No.
I would say, he's been wanting to come on the show. I was like, we met him at PAX West.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, my fault. I didn't hear when you said that part. So it was coming to me. I was like, I remember talking. I remember the inflection. I remember this guy. You know what I'm saying? And we were all
Colt was there.
Colt was there. Yes, it was. It was.
That was the thing. Is that Colt was just like, I was just hanging out with Colt, and he's just like, oh, you want to get food at Cheesecake Factory? I'm like, oh yeah, sure. And then I just saw all you guys there. I'm like, I guess this is happening. Like,
Iron Lord Shorts came
cool.
through.
Yeah.
No doubt, your brother.
Yeah.
Appreciate the you coming through. Like I said last minute, love what you doing on the channel for the realm. Where can the 5 people find you? What you got going on?
Everybody just Google Samurai Kibiji, and you could just find me everywhere, honestly. I'm primarily YouTube and Twitter, I would say. I like to mess with Twitch and Instagram, but that's why I'm not going to promote one platform. Just Google that. You'll find everything.
I'm a promoter for you.
We're going to promote it for you. Put your channel in there.
I did promote... I put a video of my thoughts on the whole studio closures thing, which it sounded like Cognito did his homework on.
Yeah,
I also put up something about the math of exclusives and why folks might think, exclusives, that's the Gears of War thing, sending it out to die. And it's just like, is it though? Let's break down some math. And so I encourage that. I've gotten a lot of feedback about that. It's like, this guy isn't even considering for like the actual Xbox sales and stuff. I'm like, I'm not even looking at that stuff. Well, we're just talking about exclusivity and what that does and stuff. But yeah, it's just I'm transitioning to this direction of just I'm a buff geek on the internet that loves games and anime. You know, like,
keep it going.
I'm wearing both, Otaku Way hat and the gamer DNA shirt, whatever.
Love it.
That's just me. And I just love people to geek out about stuff. That's why I had a good time with you guys today and everybody watching. If chat, you're listening to this, I've been kind of back and forthing with a few of you, not in a bad way, just like I genuinely like seeing what you guys have to say about it too, because that's what I'm all about. I just love peeps genuinely sharing their voices out there, hopefully being constructive about it, and just geeking out about the shit they love, man. That's what I'm all about,
bro. That's
so
love.
I appreciate being on the show, man.
Absolutely,
this is great. I'm happy it's my first time here.
Absolutely, we definitely do it again, man. Appreciate the positive energy, and I love the nuance. You always provide nuance in your commentary, which is rare. You're like, hey, hear me out. I'm just saying, I want to hear that. That's the type of stuff I love.
That's what I'm about, man.
Yeah,
like,
facts.
you won't see me getting on any soapboxes or anything because I do my best to just I just want to understand everything.
That's me.
And this is what I think. You know, that's how it goes.
I'm a man that can do both.
You're definitely the soapbox guy. You're the soapbox guy for sure.
I can understand and still it's still shit talk. I can
language.
I get one a podcast.
You're good. You're good. No doubt. I appreciate you, brother. Enjoy your Sunday or Father's Day. Showing love in the realm. Samurai Kibiji, the man, the myth, the legend. A lot of fun, man. Have fun. Thank you again, brother. Enjoy your Sunday. This was a lot of fun.
Thank you, guys. Really appreciate it.
No doubt. So, Atticus, read these super chats and then we get up on out of here, man. All right, let's see.
Sounds good.
All right, cool. We got. All right, we got Rook. We did that. Okay, so we got Rook again. File super chat. What's Marathon's issue? Everyone I know that's played it had glowing reviews for it. Yes, it is a great game if you play. It's just a niche of a niche from a commercial standpoint. That just seems to be the problem. It's a bit too hardcore for casuals to get it, and that's what they're going to have to address. All right, Max Arthy with the £5 super chat. Crazy that Bungie went from having the sway to kill The Last of Us Online factions to their state now. Yeah, that's a contrast right there. All right, Max Arthy again files super chat. It was noted in the ABK trial that Bungie was on Microsoft's M&A, but they didn't touch them due to the money they were burning through. Facts. You read those documents. Yeah, you read those. Yep. Someone did their homework. Shout out to my brother Hamish K. The two super chat. Have a sweet day, y'all. Good vibes. Good vibes to you, brother. I love what you're doing in the space, doing your development thing. And the last but not least super chat, always got to be suspect. Guzzling King David's Glizzy, member for 23 months. King, you forgot to wish your daddy, me, a happy Father's Day. Thank you for your patronage. I will relay the message to King. We
definitely will.
We will definitely.
Exactly what you said.
Oh my God, Lord Attic, where can people find you? What you got going on? Let me get up out of here on a Sunday.
You can find me on Twitter, Lord Addict ILP.
Ow.
Yeah, I definitely interrupt a little bit more than I normally do.
Yeah, your interrupt rate was high today. It was IPS. Yeah, interrupts per second.
To be fair, everyone interrupted me a lot too. So it's like an interruption little. I was going to say a crazy joke. But
don't do that. I know what you're going to say. Don't do that.
So definitely appreciate it. We had like almost 700 people in here. You guys always show up.
Hit that like button.
Appreciate Ray for showing up. He is ready.
Oh, yeah,
Ray is ready.
Ray was ready.
He's ready all along. And I appreciate Samurai for coming,
Facts.
man. I always be telling like when we talk about guests, I'm like, I gotta get him on. Like,
facts.
I love keep you feeling bad. Like,
yeah. No facts, man.
Yeah, man, I'm super happy.
Yeah,
hell yeah.
And we're going to be.
We got something special. Stick around. Yeah, we got something special for y'all. Stick around, please, y'all. We got something cool. It's dope interview from Summer Game Fest from one of the.
And you can actually play the game today.
Yeah. Like I said, please stick around. Again, dope info. We think it's got a lot of potential. If you like Titanfall, if you like Call of Duty Black Ops 3, if you like Splitgate, Little Portal, it's mesh. Even a little Splatoon. Like, it got some different aspects of some top games and some of the best movement. I've got the interview with the lead dev, and we're going to be showing that to you right now. Actually, as soon as we end the show. So stick around. It is fun. And it's a really cool thing. So I definitely want you guys to check that out. And anything else? Shout out to Paris Lily in the chat. Hour 75 ILP. We don't go that long. Brother, it's good to see you, man.
It's funny because people were pointing out, it's like, oh, today's a short one.
Today's
I'm like, man, 2 hours is a short one? Holy shit.
Bro, this is a short one for us. Yes. And mind you, there's 2 other lords missing, so you already know. But yeah, man. That's a
yeah.
Salute. Again, we'll see you guys in Germany. Anything else, Alec, before we get up out of here?
No, we're sending you guys over there now. Hit that like button over
Hit
there.
that like button.
But Cog and King put a lot of effort into that. All I did was edit it.
No doubt. Everybody enjoy your Sunday. We're up out of here. Peace.